In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether, struck the Einsteinian demons, dispelling them back into the void. The world was saved, not by a warrior, but by a musician, a scientist, a man with a flute. Remember, in this universe of wonder and mystery, sometimes the most unlikely heroes make the biggest impact. Keep your mind open, your heart brave, and who knows, you might just find the ether within yourself. So here's to Dayton Miller, the flute ether master. His melody still resonates, a testament to the power of harmony in a chaotic world.
All right, hello and welcome to episode 107 of Flat Earth Fridays. We're going to watch Proud's new cut, and then we'll join the panel.
Oh, yeah. Save this guy. Proud's trying to cook this guy right now.
Bro, we can get this bus.
Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out
Yes,
to them,
sir.
to legends.
Bro, let's do it, bro. I think X is low-key pretty lit.
Now, before you get out of here or run away, I want to address what you said, and I just want to. This should be one back and forth. It's very simple. This should just be you conceding that you lied. You posted a tweet and it said, Witsit just said that the reason why things fall down is that it's just an effect. Is that what I said in the debate? Did I say the reason that they fall down is because it's just an effect?
I don't think that's a quote, and I don't think I put quotes around that.
No, your tweet said that. Your tweet said, I said that the reason things fall down is just because it's an effect, and that I didn't give a rat's A about science. I didn't say that at all, though, right? I said little g, gravity. We don't deny that. Gravitas, that's where the word comes from. It means heavy or weight, like how heavy something is. We don't dispute that. You know, it's an average rate at which things fall when they fall down. No flat earther disputes that things fall down and that you can quantify the effect at how fast they fall down. We dispute the claimed cause. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that. Sure.
So then why would you make a tweet like you're taking some type of victory lap on me or something?
I don't mind. I don't have anything wrong with what I said.
You don't mind lying?
Still do that.
What?
I don't mind exaggerating. No. I don't mind exaggerating. No. I don't mind exaggerating. No.
So, okay, so you admit that you were misrepresenting it and trying to get
I was
clipped.
exaggerating because your electromagnetic stuff doesn't hold up to fluff either. So.
Okay, that's all I wanted to prove.
Wow, some not so good behavior from the globularist. Unfortunate. But not all globularists are like that, so we had some go back and forth.
Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. I'm charged up. I'm charged up.
Fridays, we break the mold. Spreading truth, y'all. It's time to unfold. No code, no curves, just a plane that's flat. Keep keeping you up all night, no need for a nap. Conspiracy theories, they're the talk of the town. We got the facts, yeah, we breaking them down. Nothing but truth, we ain't playing pretend. The world flat, it's time to comprehend. Late night sessions, we dive deep inside, exploring the truth, taking you for a ride. No sleep tonight, cause we're wide awake, questioning everything, the rules we break.
I need Dr. Florence, dial 118, please. Dr. Florence, please dial. Hello.
You're up for Friday, motherfuckers.
REN accessible.
Episode 107. Hey, but we here, let's get it.
Chemtrail clouds on sleep though. Acid rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Yeah, clone and modified beef though. Heavy metals all in drink though.
Friday.
Sleep though. Put 'em in it. 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 Put 'em in it.
What's up, level heads?
FEMA coffin. I'm people watching. Count sheet. Niggas sleepwalking. All these dick riders. Well, a rain about it. Laws ain't talking about shit. But baby mama. You don't wanna stir the pot, you don't wanna detox, you don't sleep though. You ever heard about Skiat? You don't want a two-pot, you want love and hip-hop, I don't sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. Flag headlines all week though. Chalk outline on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out of one piece though. I'm sleep though. Clone politicians on sleep though. Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though. Geoengineering, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone and modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put 'em in it. 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 I'm sleep though. Feds follow nigga in street clothes. Hoes ain't sticking to the G code. Suck a nigga dick, charge me though.
You cooking again?
Look, I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back, mixing the perk and
#FDF.
I had to work at that. Gave me the beat, I had to murder that. I had to serve the packs, gave it a number that curved the ass. Hey, I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back, mixing the perk and jack. Do it at church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat, I had to murder that. I had to serve the packs, gave it a number that curved the rest. Hey, I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my niggas done fell off.
Some level heads.
Some niggas I'm well off. Now I got some niggas to tell off. Hey, I could do worse than that. But I put the heat in the pen. You don't wanna see me on 10, but you gotta see me again. I think the earth is flat, cause everybody on edge. Everybody want next, everybody wanna flex. But don't nobody want rest, don't nobody want sweat. One more book till you set, don't show up to my set. Trying to get work.
They don't show up.
Yeah, I left you on red. Nigga, I can tell y'all clowns by your faces. Square one, take it back to the basics. While I'm rounding the globe like bases. Remember when I was too loud in the basement? Now y'all riding the high. While I'm eyeing your wife, yeah, she on the reef for the night. It's that Zaza, please get it right, little bitch. Yeah, I get what I want and I want what I get.
Glover's gone wild.
And it's on to the next minimum wage and you flaunting your checks. You sworn your mama's like that you making to honor your bet and take this L. Don't come back unless you Dave Chappelle. I paid my way, your baby mama paid your bill. I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back, mixing the perk and search at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat, I had to murder that. I had to serve her pass. Gave her the number that.
Hey, better take the number, you heard me?
I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back. Mixing the perkins. Motherfucker, I've been on my flat earth shit.
Hey!
My chat, getting tight ratchet. Your little globe ain't even a fat shit. The veil is down, we're exposing your tactics. Motherfucker, I've been on my flat earth shit. Trolls in the side chat, getting tight ratchet. If you don't block them, they will drive you batshit. But sometimes I just miss all the action.
How high is a 10-foot wall?
Ooh, I know, 10. Don't fucking say that shit is 10 feet tall. Why not?
Yeah.
You probably still think we're on a spinning ball. Do you feel that shit spinning? No. I don't feel it at all. Good point. See, what they did is they've hijacked perspective, calling it a curve when it fits their objective. They say it's just too big for our eyes to see, except when boats go over it. That don't make sense to me. Motherfucker, I've been on my flat earth shit. Trolls in the side chat, getting tight ratchet. Your precious little globe ain't even a fat shit. The gig is up, we've exposed your tactics. Expose your tactics. Expose your tactics. Expose your tactics. Expose your tactics.
Let them know we live.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background, the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. Black the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background, the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, mixing it a seed, medicated me, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceived, illumination leaves, taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost, so sorry, that's your ego, sorry, fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped, like the Suburbans, they watching.
You said my words, my Glock.
Background, the merchants are plotting,
Pay attention.
we locked in, like the Suburbans, they watching, background, we swerving the stocking, background, the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth, they get current, we locked in. 1984, knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorbed, wonder what's in store. 1984, fighting to explore what's beyond the shore, censorship is war, better bring your sword, better than veteran, don't wanna let him in, ain't got a choice but to let him in, I feel it in the ethers, coming to the speakers, you're talking to the same speaker, but you're not about it, type of legal confounded, with thoughts of profound, to people they drown, and I wonder what sound is, a perturbation, reverberation, I heard the hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it, I just always swerving the stocking. Background, the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. Black the Suburbans, they watching. Background, we swerving the stocking. Background, the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in.
Go and tell your master that we have been charged by God with a sacred quest.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud, and I'll be your cruise director. This is Flat Earth Fridays. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. We do not take disrespect of any kind, and we will not tolerate racism of any kind. Welcome. Enjoy the show. Episode 107, we back again. Did y'all miss us?
Glober's gone wild. It ain't stationary Saturday yet. We still made it. Flat Earth and chill, anybody? Level heads, you with me?
Come on, man.
Man, oh man. These globe trolls. are annoying. I see why some of y'all blocked them. They still won't catch a block for me, but I do see why you guys blocked them, for your peace. Definitely for your peace. And so you could traverse your Twitter without seeing negativity. Like, that shit sucks. Shout out to those who remember to spread positivity throughout the day and to other flat earthers in general. You know, this conversation, I actually had someone ask me why I choose to have these conversations. Like, all they do is lead to negativity and arguments. And there's this one person I brought here. Like, I brought somebody from my IRL and tried to get them to listen. He was like, yo, I came in here at 7 a.m. and they were fucking yelling. And I was like, none of that. It was too early. Like, why do you listen? All they do is argue. And I did not refute that. I was like, you're right. It definitely does come with the territory. But yeah, there's no answer for it. You know, it just happens. Somebody's going to get emotional, flatter round. Somebody's going to get triggered. Somebody's going to antagonize the other side. I just going to create an argument. So shout out to those who find peace and positivity throughout this conversation and have fun with it. It's rare that we run into situations where we're like having fun the whole time. And just remember that, guys. Spread positivity.
I mean, it's kind of hard when they just completely keep misrepresenting everything that we say. My thing is, why would you have to do that? Right? I mean, go check my pinned tweet. Man's literally pulled up over in Flat Earth Friday and told Wizard dead to his face. And this for every single troll that being y'all mentioned. This is the prime example of why they don't pull up. Literally told man to his face, I don't mind exaggerating what you said. Oh, y'all want me to run a clip? Listen for yourself.
And give a rat's a about science.
Oh, save this guy. I was trying to cook this guy right
Bro, we can get this bus.
Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to legends.
Bro, let's do it, bro. I think X is looking pretty lit.
Now, before you get out of here or run away, I want to address what you said. And I just want to, this should be one back and forth. It's very simple. This should just be you conceding that you lied. You posted a tweet and it said, what's it just said that the reason why things fall down is that it's just an effect. Is that what I said in the debate? Did I say the reason that they fall down is because it's just an effect?
I don't think that's a quote, and I don't think I put quotes around that.
No, your tweet said that. Your tweet said, I said that the reason things fall down is just because it's an effect, and that I didn't give a rat's a about science. I didn't say that at all, though, right? I said little g, gravity. We don't deny that. Gravitas, that's where the word comes from. It means heavy or weight, like how heavy something is. We don't dispute that. You know, it's an average rate at which things fall when they fall down. No flat earther disputes that things fall down and that you can quantify the effect and how fast they fall down. We dispute the claimed cause. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that. Sure.
So then why would you make a tweet like you're taking some type of victory lap on me or something?
I don't mind. I don't have anything wrong with what I said.
You don't mind lying?
Still be there. I don't mind exaggerating. No.
What?
I don't mind exaggerating. No. I don't mind exaggerating. No.
Okay, so you admit that you're...
Hold on.
I don't mind exaggerating.
Did y'all hear what he said? Did y'all hear that? Maybe y'all didn't hear that.
Something.
I don't mind. I don't have anything wrong with what I said.
You don't mind lying?
Still be there. I don't mind exaggerating. No. I don't mind exaggerating. No. I don't mind exaggerating. No.
Okay, so you admit that you were misrepresenting it, trying to get...
I was exaggerating because your electromagnetic stuff doesn't hold up to fluff either. So.
Okay, that's all I wanted to prove.
The Stone cameo laugh was like the cherry on top. Boy, this who we deal with on a regular basis. People that will sit up here Watch every fucking, excuse me, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. It's been a long week. Every move that we make, every tweet, every character, every post, every live, every debate, they have no life outside of this, right? And then they will deliberately go to the timeline and tweet and post things that aren't true just to get a rise out of you. This is the globe earth community, particularly the anti-flirts. So y'all gotta understand like who you're dealing with when you in the mentions and in the replies and you giving them your energy. You just gotta understand that they're doing it on purpose, because if they can't refute the argument, why not just misrepresent it and get you triggered, right? 2,000 years of science. You flirts are so silly. Oh, get them anti-flirts. But then when you get on the mic, it's nothing but concessions, deflections, and admissions to misrepresenting and deliberately being dishonest. Why if flat earth is so dumb, why not just refute the argument? Why not just acknowledge what we say and address it specifically? Why not come grab a mic and have a conversation? If you're confident, right? I had a lot of plans to have a discussion around these different examples and these different instances that I've been seeing across the timeline. I think it's important to highlight all of these different things that happen. And, you know, I always say that we established this space for that communication with the other side. The first thing was, hey, they said that we was running. The flirts didn't want a conversation. I said, okay, let's open up the space every single week, and we'll actually see if that claim is true. Are the flat earthers scared to talk about the science? Who ends up being right? Who wins most of the debate? Who has the most logical analysis? Who has the most rational approach? Who can substantiate their claims? Who can demonstrate what they observe? Simple stuff, right? A 100 weeks later, they're still trolling. They're still misrepresenting, dishonestly posting content that isn't at all what flat earthers appeal to. And you gotta wonder and ask yourself why. What is the objective? You know, a couple of days ago, I was on TikTok. Shout out to the flat earthers and the level heads over there on TikTok holding it down. And I don't always engage on the mic. Sometimes I just like to sit back and listen just to, you know, gauge the field, just kind of see where the conversation is at, because we already know how we get down over here. But I just be like to see, like, what is the level of honesty and integrity that these globe earthers, these anti-flat earthers have in different platforms outside of Flat Earth Friday. And I came across this one live, had about 100 people in there. And when I started to listen, there was one person in there that said he was a teacher. And he got paid, literally paid, to quote unquote challenge flat earth with the children. Now, look, I'm not against kids getting an education. I'm not for the indoctrination, but I think that if you're going to live in this realm, you should know what the claims, the current claims of mainstream science are, right? Even if you don't believe in the globe, which is a real globe religion, because they can't really demonstrate anything, you should still know what they're saying in current science, in current main. What are they teaching the kids? What are they putting out to the public? And this guy says, hey, they pay me 6 days a week to go at you flat earthers. But with the kids, and we had a few teens pop by Flat Earth Fridays before. We just talk about the sciences. Like, we always say, hey, go do your own research, go talk to your parents about anything that you hear here. Don't believe anything that we say, just go ahead and research it and come to your own conclusion. But it's different when you have a quote-unquote authority and your job is to teach the kids. You have a responsibility at that point, especially when you admit to being paid to challenge Flat Earth. But what was interesting about that is when the Flat Earthers started to ask the teacher about what he knew about the globe Earth. The first thing that they asked him was about motion. And you know, that's one of my favorite topics. I love talking about motion or lack thereof, right? Simple question. Just simple question, right? You know how they get real condescending, acting like the flat earthers don't know anything. So one guy said, hey, Mr. Teacher, sir, since you're getting paid to debunk flat earth, you must know the globe earth, right? Can you tell me how fast they claim the earth to spin? Bro, I kid you not. The teacher opened up his mic and said, the earth spins at 10,000 miles per hour. I couldn't believe my ears, bro. I'm like, y'all got the nerve, y'all got the audacity to be condescending, to troll, to get paid to be in front of the youngest minds in a generation, and you don't even understand your own model. But hey, abstract numbers and values and figures, maybe teachers don't know that off the top of their head. Who knows? You know? So they asked them a next question. What are the 3 constituent parts to an experiment? I think that's a valid question. Man had no idea that a control and an independent variable and a dependent variable is specific to experimentation. If you're going to claim causality, right? Because it's not about correlation, it's about what causes the actual phenomenon. Couldn't define that either. The last thing they asked them about was gravity. Another one of my favorite topics. Y'all seen some of my favorite clips, cooking them up about gravity. Man didn't know there was a difference between little g and big G. They didn't know there was a difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian frameworks. didn't know that they didn't have one theory that applied to all scales. None of that exists. So, I mean, we 3 questions deep into globe Earth before we even get to anything flat Earth. And I'm talking about failure after failure after failure after failure. And at this point, I'm damn near triggered. I'm about to grab the mic and go cook. And I'm like, nah, let me just sit back and see what happens. And the flat earthers made a really good point. He said, hey, Mr. Teacher, you came up here and said, and you basically grifting, making money to quote unquote debunk flat earth. And you don't even understand your own globe. And they're putting you in front of the youth, bro. Isn't that alarming? Like, how would y'all feel if you found out your children was being taught by somebody that didn't understand the sciences? Is that the reason why we're in this predicament today in society? When we talking about misrepresenting arguments, you have to actually understand the argument first before you can claim anything else. You can't debunk flat earth if you don't understand the globe earth. You can't be condescending with flat earthers if you don't have the same information that we have. Y'all hear me talk about this all the time. Research both sides of the argument. Y'all know how much of a pleasure it was to have Dr. Bennett here last week. Shout out to Dr. Bennett, man. So much sauce. It was cooking over in Ether Cosmology a couple of days ago. If y'all didn't see, they dropped part 2 of the presentation. He gave a little bit of it last week. And man, Dr. Bennett is on a roll. And I think I actually seen him tweet recently that he reached out to 6 physicists in regards to the things that he's been presenting. Nobody replied. So you got the flat earthers putting in real work, understanding the current science, finding out where it fails, where it doesn't work, where there's contradiction, deriving their own conclusions from the failed predictions and failed observations or the non-unified model of everything. And we're building our own framework based off of real life observation. I don't see flat earthers misrepresenting globe earthers. I only see the globe earthers misrepresenting flat earth. And my question is why? Who's paying you? What happened to you? Why are you so attached to this spherical nature of Earth curve that has never been detected or Earth motion that has never been measured? Why are you so against something that may possibly be more viable? And in the pursuit of that information, you decide to misrepresent everything that we say. I say all of this to say this. And we're going to open up the mics because, it's Flat Earth and Chill, Flat Earth Fridays, going into stationary Saturdays. Guys, you never know who's on the other side of that screen, on the other side of that keyboard. You don't know who that is. You could be talking to the same person on 10 different accounts. That's why I say it's no point on blocking them, because they are obsessed. But being obsessed and not confident is not a good mixture. It's like oil and water. You keep a safe distance away from the very thing you're obsessed about, because you know what's going to happen. You're going to look foolish. When you come up here and you can't substantiate your claims or acknowledge the things that we're saying with integrity. And Proud says it all the time, like we reciprocate energy, right? You come up here and you chilling, you asking regular questions, you honest, ain't no smoke. You come popping wild shit, you gonna get exactly that back. And there has been a lot of anti-flat earthers that came in here and got that very treatment, unfortunately. Now, I mean, we on episode 107. I'm not gonna remember every single interaction, no matter how many upgrades I get in my motherboard framework. We cook up every single week. Well, one common thing that I realize amongst the anti-flat earthers is there's always one experience that scars them. Sometimes two, but they always have one experience that just rewires their whole brain. Like, I gotta troll the flat earthers from here on out. They basically turn into flat earth fanboys. Can we start calling them that? They got a lot of different names. And I just ask myself, why would y'all lie? What's wrong with you? What happened to you? Why are you scarred? If you came in here too hot and you got cooked, and now you searching for some revenge or something, hey, my bad, bruh. Didn't mean to sauce you up like that. But the reason why we're here is because of y'all. Y'all gotta let it go. Get over it. It's okay to make mistakes. Just stop acting like you're all knowing. You're not. There's a couple more things I want to say about this, and I'll open it back up. One interesting thing, I talked to a PhD a couple weeks ago. And we, going back and forth about the sciences. And not gonna lie, I made a general statement when we were talking about flat earth versus globe earth. And I referred to the globe earthers as SciComm. If y'all not familiar with the term SciComm, it stands for the scientific community. And when I mention the scientific community in regards to, globe earth versus flat earth and all these quote unquote globe earthers, the PhD said something very interesting to me. He says, Sacred, there is nothing about these globe earthers that has any relationship to the scientific community. I said, wait a minute. You with the credential, you with the PhD, and yeah, you be hanging out with all those anti-flirts and all them globe earthers. He's pretty cool though, I ain't gonna lie. He ain't that bad. But you mean to tell me that you don't consider all those guys as part of the scientific community? Do they know that? Because they sure be going hard like they know the science. So for all you anti-flat earthers out there, constantly trolling, not confident, thinking you understand the science, which you clearly don't. Otherwise, you would be up here shutting down Flat Earth Fridays by yourself. I want you to do one thing, if you can. If you can. Go find your nearest PhD. you being an anti-flat earther / globe earther, and you ask that PhD if they consider you, who's constantly trolling the flat earthers, acting like you know the science, always misrepresenting our arguments, ask that PhD if they consider you part of the scientific community. And see what they tell you. Then ask yourself, why do you expend so much energy doing the things that you do when the highest levels of science don't even acknowledge you like that? I heard Witsit say something interesting a couple months ago. He said, hey, you know, I think it was Witsit anyway. I could be mistaken. He said, hey man, the only objective for flat earthers is to quote unquote free the people or bring y'all closer to truth. Like there is nothing negative behind anything that we're saying. Like there's no negative object. Like there's nothing that you can lose if we're right, other than your ego. You would have to admit to being wrong. You would have to admit that all that trolling, all that misrepresenting was for nothing. And you should have just acknowledged some of the things that we say. So when we get like someone like Dr. Bennett that's still tapped in, still trying to get the information out, can't get a response from other PhDs and says, hey, there's multiple pieces of information. I mean, hours of content showing that the earth is not in motion. You should probably acknowledge that because the flat earthers been saying this for over 107 weeks. Flat earth didn't start with the level heads, right? It didn't start with Flat Earth Friday. But it's very interesting that we're catching the attention of the PhD. We're catching the attention of some of these bigger platforms. Why? Why do they listen in every single week? Why don't we get any direct refutation? While admitting, honestly, that we don't know how everything works. Just like the highest level of science doesn't know how everything works. The difference is we understand that the foundation that we've been taught is weak and most likely built on a mound of assumptions, presuppositions, and abstract concepts. And if you are a globe earther, your entire reality is hinged on those three things. Science can be useful. Math can be useful. Yes, you should be able to make predictions. But all we want, y'all, is an honest conversation. And then maybe we won't have to be up at 7 in the morning when Proud is co-hosting when I'm over here recharging, going crazy at each other. Because there would be no misrepresenting each other's argument. There would be no fallacious approaches. It won't be any dishonesty. It'll be your view versus my view. And then we're supposed to take what we can from each other and move forward. I've been wrong plenty of times during this conversation. Didn't stop me. As a matter of fact, every single time that I had a misplaced judgment, I learned something that was damning to the globe and current physics. And that would be so interesting to me. Because if you strip yourself with that ego, these conversations will be a lot more valuable. Now, I know we on Twitter, and we know they allow a lot of stuff on Twitter. I mean, there's some places on Twitter I wouldn't even suggest clicking into or have your whole algorithm fucked up. I ain't gonna lie to you. Be careful what y'all click, y'all. So we know that we gonna have fun. We're gonna wanna have jokes. We're gonna wanna be entertained. But at what point is it like, enough is enough? At what point is the toxicity taken just a little bit too far? It don't gotta be like that. We've been saying that since day one. We'll continue to match energy, but at some point, man, you gotta protect your own. And I think it starts with being honest. Which is why most times we ask like qualifying questions before we start engaging, because everybody's on their own path. Everybody's on their own journey. Sorry for monologuing. I just got to get this off because I wasn't able to put together everything I wanted to put together because of some IRL stuff. I'll get into that a little bit later. Appreciate y'all being patient while we got live and stuff like that. But if you can't be honest with yourself, there's no way that you could talk about science that is up for interpretation. In my opinion, settled science is an oxymoron. No such thing as settled science. And if you're engaging with somebody who actually thinks that the science is settled, it's just not going to be fruitful. You're engaging with somebody who's so stuck to their belief that they can't update their position. It's just not going to be fruitful. But that leaves us at a crossroads, because the whole point is for us to engage with each other no matter what perspective we have. I mean, bro, we done talked to globe earthers, flat earthers, watermelon earthers, potato earthers, pyramid earthers, donut earthers, holographic earthers. I mean, everything across this realm that you could possibly believe, right? All different type of ideas. But your main objective is just to try to find the truth, bro. That's it. Stop misrepresenting people, anti-flat earthers. Strip yourself of the ego. You don't know everything. You can learn from a flat earther. It's not the end of the world. And if you listen, like we do, we'll listen too. We could build, but just acknowledge, bro. Just acknowledge what we say. Stop getting triggered because you thought flat earthers were stupid, and yet we is like 100% win ratio in every single scientific debate. And if you think you could do better, I'm grabbing Mike. If not, listen and research, and maybe we could find the truth. I mean, hey, we always say it is a possibility that it's a way bigger ball. I mean, I don't really know how we can explain those physics if it is a way bigger ball. But at some point, man, whoever you are, whether you're a flat earther, globe earther, anti-flat earther, globe skeptic, flat earth skeptic, whatever, you're going to have to make your own decision. You're going to have to come to your own conclusion, no matter what I say, no matter what Proud says, no matter what mainstream science says. You're going to have to determine what is your truth. What is your reality? What makes more sense to you? What do you have to believe in appealing to specific frameworks? And once you can be honest with yourself on things that don't work, you may start to realize, I probably should start questioning a lot more of my reality that's being given to me on a platter and forced down my bionic throat, pause. And the science that they teaching isn't even up to date. I'm talking about like schooling and stuff, right? You talk to the highest PhDs, they'll tell you they're not having none of this stuff figured out. This is why we focus on them. Because those guys got a little bit more integrity than just the average globe earther or the average anti-flat earther. So for the level head, spend your time wisely. Be particular in what and who you engage with. Because some of these guys are really hurt. Some of these guys are really scarred. And then the other part are paid. So if you're not going to gain any value from that, you might as well disengage, because you're just going to waste your time or give them the energy that they're looking for. And at the very least, you can always redirect them to Flat Earth Fridays. We're going to be here. May not be at the same time every week, my bad. But tell them, hey, if y'all really care that much about the nature of our Earth, the science, the physics, or whatever argument you believe in, bring it to Flat Earth Fridays. And just to be clear, I'm gonna land here. You want uninterrupted time? You can get it. You don't want to be interrupted? Request no interjections. I damn near co-host more globe earthers than I do flat earthers. Y'all not that scary. Y'all not no threat. And most of the time, we know the science better than y'all. But we are open to learning if you make a good argument. At least I'm speaking for myself. I mean, hopefully the rest of the level heads follow suit in the same fashion. But me particularly, I'm trying to learn too. But I can't learn if you're only trying to misrepresent the things that are being articulated. It's a waste of time. Bro, I am offering my platform. It sounds so cringe to say. I'm offering my platform for anybody that wants to engage, honestly, with integrity. You can come get a mic. You could come talk about it. But you got to stand on business. You got to stand on it. You got to be willing to make mistakes. You got to be willing to know what you're talking about or not. And if that doesn't work out for you, you can't be upset about it. Just learn and update your position and move forward. But the more y'all continue y'all behavior the way that y'all do, the more that y'all drain the energy from people, that is the problem with society, bro. You think that you're doing something good, but you're not. Even if you believe we're wrong, the way that you're engaging is not going to help nobody. If your objective is to shut down Flat Earth Fridays, probably should change your behavior, man, because you should see my DMs. It's crazy how many people that's been on the fence heard y'all or seen y'all in my comments or heard y'all on the mic being incoherent or going crazy. And I'm like, damn, Sagan, I'm coming back next week. I didn't know that this was like this. That was a great build. What's his name? Is that Stone? Where can I find his information? Alan, he's got a YouTube, Shane? Yeah. Those are the guys. And they put in a lot of work to make this information accessible. So as much as you think that you're doing something, all you're doing is pushing the biggest group of people that's on the fence over to flat Earth, because they hear that we are the ones coming with real science, real reputations, answer things directly, or just blatantly just being honest. Like, hey, it's not all figured out yet, but this is how it could work. And they appreciate that. So shout out to my guys for holding it down. Shout out to the level heads for being patient while we got live. I really wanted to take just a little bit of time just to articulate some of those things. I had a lot more that I wanted to present in regards to just the misrepresentation and all this stuff. And I may double back a little bit next week on this topic because I think it's really important. I don't like to see too much turmoil on the timeline, bro. You know, the one thing that I notice is that when they can't refute you, they try to discredit you. Right? We heard PhDs in here. If y'all been in Flat Earth, if this is not your first time, y'all heard PhDs coming here, and when we present a paper, dismiss it. It's not in the journal that we acknowledge. Dismiss it. Up, that guy's a quack. Up, Flat Earthers making too much arguments. Up, let's clip up his words and make him say something that he's not saying, so he sounds ridiculous. Why is that the approach when you can't acknowledge the point? People are not as dumb as y'all think, man. They see right through it. Which is why all those anti-Flat Earth lives has ceased to exist, and Flat Earth Fridays is still here. And shout out to the level heads for making it happen. And to be totally honest, that is what keep me going. I had a loss in my life this past week. Not to get in depth about it. I ain't trying to like fuck up the energy. And I almost didn't open up the space. Sometimes you just gotta take care of yourself. That's what I was talking about, protecting your energy. But I know a lot of people like look forward to Flat Earth Friday. People take time out of their schedule to show up just to listen. I get DMs like, man, I fell asleep in Flat Earth Friday. You know how many times I get chills by just hearing that? I get DMs from people on the other side of the world. Bro, all we do is listen to you. Every time that y'all shut down a space, we talk about it for hours, right, Proud? We had that guy from South Africa to say, yo, every time that we hold Flat Earth Fridays, they talk about whatever the topic was for hours, even after we shut down. I'm like, yo, they listening to us in Africa, bro? What? My man Ayo from Japan. We even had a homie come in from, where was he from? He came in here last Saturday. And he was talking about they have Flat Earth debates in, was it Czech?
Yep.
I don't remember. Yep. Was it? Yeah. And that stuff keep me going, man. I'm like, hey, I may be late, but there's a reason why we're here. And I really feel like we're making an impact. Whether we know everything or we don't, the conversation is being had and people are starting to learn how to think for themselves, bro. So I don't mind making sacrifices in my personal life to keep this shit rocking. It's not about me. It's about all of us. And if you watch Dr. Bennett's presentation, even he calls out the quote unquote, his words, the lies in science. And I just don't like being lied to. And I know y'all come here for the truth, or at least for a different perspective. So I'm gonna just keep it going as much as I can, bro. I love all of y'all. I appreciate all of y'all. And shout out to Run Boston Bear, JT.
Hey, brother.
Sometimes he opens up my mind. What up, bro? He opens up my mind to how we probably should all approach the conversation. Just at the very least, praying for the other side. Some of these guys are really in pain, bro. They really have nothing but the globe Earth. That's it. And that's sad. They don't have anything else outside of social media and globe Earth. So instead of attacking them, instead of like trolling them or all this other stuff that we do, and they do, sometimes we just gotta pray for the other side and love each other. Because that's all we want. We don't all agree on the same things. There's a lot of conflict within our communities, a lot of conflict in other communities. And I just want that gone, man. I want that. I want unity, bro. So I stood here for 107 weeks, or really 100 straight weeks, right? To make sure that I could lay that foundation, take the arrows, take all the heat, so that way we can get to the bottom of all these different type of things that we may be misinterpreting. So that way we can shed light on the truth. So I don't mind taking a little bit of backlash. I don't mind taking a little bit of trolling, but this is for y'all. So protect your energy, focus on things that are gonna put value into your life, learn to think for yourself, and know at the end of the day, our only intention is to help. It's not fun coming to the conclusion that we've been lied to, bro. And I'm pretty sure I could be way bigger and make a lot more money if I was pushing mainstream science with the sauce that my whole squad got. We way cooler, way more entertaining. There's no benefit in here other than somebody joining Flat Earth Fridays and saying, thank you, Levelheads. Didn't know that this was a thing. This is amazing. Whether they agree or not. So hope y'all excuse my delay. A lot of stuff going IRL. Life ain't perfect. Shit get crazy. Y'all know, I don't gotta tell you. We all dealing with something, right? But we all here right now together for a reason. You ain't just find this space like for nothing. I'm not in the algorithm. I don't got a blue check. There's no way that I'm ever really gonna have the biggest space on Twitter Spaces talking about flat Earth. It's just never gonna happen. Maybe, but I'm not banking on it. I'm doing it for y'all who found your way here. There's a reason why you're here. There's a collective consciousness, and I want to bring all of that together. And if I can unlock the mind that can change the future and make the earth a better place, or just provide a platform for somebody else to do it, then I feel like my job is done. My sacrifices was worth it, even if I'm wrong. That's my only goal. So I'm opening it up to the homies. It's Flat Earth Fridays, episode 107. Glober's going wild. Flat Earth and chill. We're gonna have a little bit of an open discussion. If y'all wanna talk about some things that you've seen, some misrepresentation tweets that you may want to acknowledge and have a conversation about, we can get to it. I Still got a lot of stuff that I got to take care of IRL, so I'm not really sure how long we're gonna keep this open. I'm just trying to be honest and set the expectation. I'm gonna try to carry this on until at least the West Coast meets stationary Saturday. We got some hours that we're gonna rock out. I'm gonna make it up to y'all, and hopefully y'all good with that. So, with that being said, Proud, you ain't got a call? Hold on, I got you. I know I normally do my shout outs, but I just wanted to get that off real quick. I see y'all in here. Let's bring some mics up. I got my man Alan in here. JT is in here. Stone is in here. I see Leliana facing. Jonathan is even in the building. What up, what up, what up? Rufus, what up, bro? Care for each other, man. Love each other. Take care of each other, regardless if you have differences. We are not all gonna believe the same thing. We're going to have differences. But we shouldn't belittle each other because of them. It's fun to turn up, but it's even better coming together. Okay, and monologue, and sacred rant, and sacred rant. All right, let's talk to the squad.
I wouldn't call it a rant. I would refer to that as the sacred sermon.
Ooh.
Sermon by an android. Who would have thought?
Yeah, I just appreciate the opportunity to come together with all y'all, and we are family, and we are seeking the truth, and we're hungry for what is real in reality and what is good. And Sacred, you shared a little bit, so just know that not only me but others are going to be lifting you up. A loss is always hard, but you got the support and love from the fam. It doesn't matter how long this space runs. We're here for you. Thank you for opening it up.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. I was really like conflicting. I'm not gonna lie. Like I really almost didn't even do it. I was like, I gotta come through for the squad, man. No, normally when I feel like that, I forget that when I actually join, I end up feeling a lot better. So, but sometimes when you be so far removed from certain things, like you forget in the moment. But man, I really appreciate y'all. I mean, I'm looking right now, like I wasn't even like just focused on the space, but I mean, there's over 100 people in here. Like, put up late. I'm over here ranting or sermoning. Shout out to Stove. And I mean, still rocking, man. And I just really appreciate y'all. And I mean, I'm gonna take that like y'all appreciate me too. But man, I still love you regardless. Shout out to the squad. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, we love you too, bro. And then to give a bounce back feedback on the other topics about the anti-flat earthers and just the heat and the attacks. They are scared. They don't understand how the flat earth movement and the truth seekers could be growing and uniting and becoming the family that we are. It's not fake. It's not pretend. It's not a game. It's not silly. It's real. And you think about the globe Earth, the pale blue dot, the tiny little dot in space. If you were to pretend that was real, that story is unique. It is like, wow, the Earth, it's special. It's in the infinite vacuum and all these light years, and here we are, we're special. But if that story isn't true, then people should want to know what is true in reality. And so my little kids, I've got an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 4-year-old. they learned about the planets and they learned about space in school. And I told them to. I said, yeah, learn it. That's what the education system is going to teach you. But they know that I believe in biblical cosmology, and they're little flat earthers. I mean, they think that the Earth is an extended plane. It's what they see. It's what they experience. They see the sun coming up and passing over, and going down. They see the luminaries moving, and to them, the Earth is big and expansive, and the things above them are not that big. And so I think that it's cool that my kids are more tapped into reality and truth. And the anti folks they're probably going to be fuming hearing me even saying that and even saying it's child abuse. But the thing is, when I was talking about the uniqueness, that's what is important, what is true and what is good. And so they're just scared. They've been brainwashed. They've been told non-truths, and the truth that they need to hear, if they're listening, or if anybody in here just doesn't know what this flat earth thing's all about, say you're new to this space, you are unique. There's no one like you, and there never will be anyone like you. And so once you realize that you're special and you're here for a purpose, then you can start to learn who you really are in this world. And if it's not a spinning ball, you should look into it. There's plenty of resources. ADL.place, that's Shane's spot. He has a database there. If you're into the sciences, so much information you can glean from there. Start with Flat Earth Dave, flatearthdave.com. He's great. I know him personally. He's got a pure heart that also is seeking the truth. What you'll find in this community is the real ones truly want to find out the truth in all things, not just cosmology. It can be medical, it can be spiritual. And so I encourage you to not just go along with the mainstream narrative, because a lot of that stuff isn't true. Ask the creator, who am I? Who do you see me? How do you see me? And you'll grow, man. So my last thing, I'll land the plane. Dr. Bennett, he got on X for the first time and just ladled gravy. And he does presentations. It's not just photographic memory. He's doing this from his heart. You can tell. And when I heard he's 94 years old, a lot of people didn't know that. I had no idea. I thought he was like 80, maybe. He's so sharp.
Hold on, Dr. Bennett is 94 and that on point?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you, Sacred. He is on fire. No. So he's 94. And what I'm saying is age is just a number. When he came on this space and shared from his heart the truth that he's found about the sciences, when he ladled and showed what is true in his mind and heart versus what he knows is not true, this beautiful. It's amazing. It doesn't matter if you're 10 years old, 20, 30, 50, 60, 80, 94. It doesn't matter your age. It matters how hungry are you for what is real and true and beautiful. And a lot of people in here are waking up to the fact that we've been fed a bunch of lies, and they've just been trying to control us and keep us in fear and in anxiety. But yeah, when I found out Dr. Bennett's 94 and ladling the way he does, I'm like, he's so sharp because he has sought the truth for so long. He's wanted it, and I think it's kept him very, 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 very alive. So that's all I got. Thank y'all. Love y'all.
Dude, you're the man, JT. How come every time our president gives a speech, it's awe-inspiring, and when the president of the free world gives a speech, it's like, oh man, I hope that guy doesn't defecate everywhere. Anyway, shout out to your boy, man. We love you, JT. You're the man.
Thanks, dude. Love y'all too.
I'm telling you, man, like just listening to JT, it always makes me realize to add balance to my approach. You know, even though we come up in here cooking, I love to cook, we still got to show compassion. And I think that's a vital part to the conversation, because not everybody understands what we know. And not everybody's going to be open to what we know. And just remember, we were all once in that position. So, you know, I'm not here to cause anybody any mental stress or to make anybody feel less of themselves because a flat earther knows. Like, nah, that's not my approach, bro. Like, that's not what I want to do. We're here for it. That's not what I want. I'd rather us just find common ground and just treat each other good. So thank you, JT, for always adding that balance, man. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, anytime, brother.
I see my man Facing is in here, then we'll slide to Leliana, and then we got Mordwin. I don't think we spoke to Mord, but let's hear from Facing. What's up, Facing?
What up, legends? Golly.
My guy.
Just keeps on going. I unfortunately only got the tail end, but yeah, you hit the nail on the head. I don't know what happened before, but it's so true, man. It's probably the most DMs I get is from people saying, I'm not a flat earther, but these guys sound retarded and you guys sound smart. So maybe I should look into this shit. It's so funny. It's so true. And if we just keep on putting our energy to the people that actually deserve it or want to learn it and ignore the rest, this, by the way, goes for all the nonsense in the world, not just anti-flat earthers and all that. Just be proud what you stand for and say it with your chest like Proud says. But yeah, man, keep on crushing. It's growing so fast. And I was lucky to be early on and see it exponentially grow so quickly in the past years. It's insane. I truly believed it was a never-ending fight. It was one of the reasons why I left for almost 2 years or 3 years out of the space. And then it was actually your space that got me back into the whole flat earth when I found.
Bro, you taking my whole thing. I was gonna tell them all about it. Go ahead, bro. You could.
Oh yeah. But it's so true, man. I left for so long, and it was actually your space. I think it was episode 8 or 9 that I found it. And I was like, "What? We have flat Earth spaces on Twitter? Let's freaking go!" Yeah, never left. You're all legends. Keep it up, fam.
Bro, I have learned so much for Facing. One of my other guys on Twitter said, "Hey, you got to tap in with this guy. His name is Facing Reality." And I'm like, I don't know who that was. And then came to the space, and I'm like, wow, like, bro, there's so many people that understand sciences, physics, like how things work mechanically. Like, it's just, and then hearing him say, like, bro, I wasn't even in conversation for so long because I didn't know that there was a whole group of y'all just over here just doing this. And Facing ain't never left since then. And it's stuff like that that just always give me chills. It's like, yo, we would never have a Facing Reality. Like, it just, he would be somewhere like making bank on crypto or something. just chilling on an island, which he still is. But we also get the added benefit of having these voices in the space, something that I never thought it would be like. It's just so dope, man. It's just such a long journey. Sometimes you got to take a moment to just stop and see where you are and realize where you came from. And it's just been such a long ride, and just seeing my squad still stick together. Every other squad has been just like dismantled and falling apart foundation. We still here, man. And it's just such a beautiful thing to witness. So shout out to Facing, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Same man, yeah. Shout out to Finluck. It's probably the guy you're talking about. Another legend.
Yeah, shout out to Vin. And I'm not even sure he's a true flat earther. I think he's questioning. And that's the other interesting thing. So it's like, I don't even think he's like a whole, like, complete flat earth yet. So that's just a dope connection. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to him in a while. Maybe, but he was sending me a lot of content questioning the globe. I will say that.
Yeah. I mean, he's really into the whole geopolitical situation and how the world truly runs and how people are being deceived literally on every level. It's not only about flat earth or round earth. That's just the tip of the iceberg. People have no idea what kind of puppet show we're actually living in. But yeah, it's a deep rabbit hole.
Yeah, man, everything is inverted. And when I came to that understanding how everything is made to throw my energy off within this frame of society. And you just have to walk that line a little bit differently. You got to know exactly what the agenda is and then act accordingly. And a lot of people is caught in that matrix and not understanding like why things don't work out the way it's supposed to, because it's designed that way. So that's why we here questioning it to see if we could break that design. Because there's a reason why the way things are the way that they are. And it's up to us to make it change if we want it to change, right? So.
Yes, it's the new generation. That's why I love hearing what Boston Bear was saying about his kids. I have the same thing. Mine's are pretty much grown up now, but yeah, they were literally brought up with flat Earth, like literally. And by the time that my daughter was 13, she was literally walking circles around every teacher in school. They literally do not have any answer. They are just parrots that read out of a book that they don't even understand themselves. It's mind-boggling when you really go into it. It's insane.
And they don't present it like that. They present it like it's all figured out. It's all like the only way you can determine whether you are smart or intelligent enough to move on to the next phase is to regurgitate everything that I'm giving you in this book that hasn't been substantiated or verified.
Right.
It's just so crazy, bro.
Kids have still that natural sense with reality, and they need to, otherwise they would hurt themselves. It's pretty obvious. And as soon as you get into school, the first thing they need to do is detach you from your senses. I love that video that Robot Polisher made about the rockets. When you hear the children in the background, it's falling, it's going down. They understand it, but the grown-up watching it, no, it's just looking like it's falling down. Same way as the sun looks like it's so funny, man. Kids understand it, and grown-ups are just oblivious.
Yo, let me just say something. My bad. Let me just rant real quick before we get to Liliana. I just want to tell y'all something because I was thinking about this the other day. Bro, when I was in kindergarten, I remember, like, I have these memories, like some of these vivid memories. I can't remember everything, but I remember like being in kindergarten and like reading to the class. I used to love like to read to the class for some reason. Strange, like I'm old Twitter Spaces now. Anyway, right, but I love to speak and read to the class, right? And I remember my teacher used to always have me read, and then they was talking to my parents about potentially skipping me, right, to the first and second grade. They were trying to figure out where I should be skipped to, because apparently that wasn't like a thing or something. I don't know. Like, I don't know what today's school is like, but for some reason it was making it seem like it was like the most craziest thing that I was able to read a book in kindergarten to the rest of the class. Like, I don't know. Anyway, in kindergarten, we had like these, it was different, right? So we had stations, right? So we had like the paint station where you could like, do art and stuff like that, operate in different parts of your brain. Then we had like the station that had the blocks and we could like build, and me and my homies was building forts and big walls and stuff like that. Then we had like the puzzle station, right? And then we doing all these, like there was like 7 or 8 different stations, and we would like, it would rotate us throughout the day. And then they said to me, they said, "Hey, Sacred, like, how do you feel about go hanging out with the first or second graders today?" And I'm all pumped. I'm like, "What? I got to hang with the big kids?" Right, mind you, like all my homies is over there, like they doing their thing and all that stuff. But I'm like, yo, I'm about to go hang with the big kids. Like, it's like the greatest thing ever. Like, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna see y'all later. I'm gonna see y'all later. Bro, let me tell you something. I walked down that hallway, super excited, like nervous too. Like, I'm about to walk into like the next class with all the kids that we be looking up to. Mind you, we over here, we having fun, we interacting with the teacher, we interacting with each other, we playing, but we doing constructive playing. I forgot the word that they used at the time for these different stations. But just like Basin said, like we, as children, we have different things that we have to develop because we're just so tapped in with our environment. We just like our sponge, we want to learn everything. So I'm looking at kindergarten, I'm like, yo, first and second grade, bro, that gotta be the shit. Like, what? Oh, we out of here. Boy, they opened that door, and it was no longer stations. Now it was rows and columns of kids sitting at desks. And when I tell y'all the way that these kids, the faces on these kids look, it looked like the life. And I'm just telling you how my experience was vividly. This is what I remember. I remember them opening the door while I walked into the first grade. Could have been second grade too, because they was figuring out where they wanted to put me. And they all looked like they had no life. I mean, their head resting on their hand, the rolling pencils back and forth, up and down the desk. Like half of them looked like they was asleep. Like it just looked like the life was just sucked out of them. And I'm like, this is what we gotta look forward. I'm like, this is what's ahead. This is what is to come. And in this moment, right, I'm in kindergarten. I'm having this epiphany, like, holy shit, they're playing us. They making it seem like this is what it's gonna be like in kindergarten all the way through school, just interactive learning and just doing things and being like, just learning with, I don't even know how to say it, just interacting with your environment, just doing things without a pencil and paper all the time. Like building, like using different parts of your brain. And I'm not saying that they didn't still do certain things like that. I'm saying when I walked in there, none of the kids looked happy. They all looked like, damn, we just got out of kindergarten. We thought it was about to be lit. And here we are being like our brains is just being sucked out. Like, and they just all look so miserable. And it was so depressing. It was so depressing. So the next day, I'm headed to kindergarten. Usually, like I'm excited to see my friends and stuff like that. Like, grab my little lunchbox, got my snacks and stuff like that. Boy, I'm like, yo, I'm about to have to run. I'm gonna have to walk into class and tell all my homies that it is nothing like what we think it's gonna be like. It's nothing like it. So I get to class. They're like, yo, Sacred, like, how was it? Oh my God, like, did you hang with the big kids? Like, oh my God, what were they doing? Like, did they have bigger blocks? Like, they have more colors and paint? Like, I'm looking at them like, oh my God, y'all really don't know. Y'all really don't know. Yo, whatever we doing here, this is the end of that. That's done. There is no stations. There is no building. There is no creativity. Now it's just pencil and paper. And now I'm not saying that that's not important, right? What I'm saying is there's a transition that happens where they take you away from that natural childlike expression or those parts of who you are as a kid. Like, it's almost like they diminish your energy, because I feel like they could still accomplish the same things without just completely taking away everything that we were learning in that kindergarten phase. And I'm just telling my friends, like, bro, this is nothing to look forward to, man. You better enjoy those blocks. Better build the biggest fort that you could build, because I promise you was never gonna see these blocks again, bro. And they looking at me like, what are you talking about? I'm like, trust me, bro, let's just go build. Like, let's not even think about it, because when we get to the next grade, so they ended up coming to me, and my mom was like, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to go? And I'm like, hell no. Obviously, I didn't say that. I couldn't curse in my family. But I was like, no, do not put me over there. Let me stay here where I'm at with my friends doing this. Because if y'all take this away from me, yeah, okay, I might graduate school earlier later on in the future. I might be kind of ahead of the curve, ahead of the game, or whatever, ahead of the curve. No pun intended. But like, this part that they're finna take away from me, I just want to appreciate this, because it's going to be different. And y'all know that's exactly what happened. They took all the creativity away. Obviously, we got technology and different things, and they still try to make school fun, but it just wasn't the same. And I just always, the image of all them kids looking like, there was no smiles, there was no excitement. They all just looked like they was just ready to either fall asleep or just drop down or just leave. Like nobody looked like they wanted to be there. And that just wasn't what we were used to. So I just say that to say what Faison is saying is right. Like, you know, there's an element to
I'll add
kids.
this really quick before I leave.
Oh yeah, go ahead, brother.
I never finished any school, but I attended 5. So I did 1 year, and only 2 of the schoolings I did 2 years. And I went on to a new one. Because as soon as you got to the second year of schooling, you were just regurgitating. 99% of everything you learn in school, you already learn in your first year. What the F are you doing the second, third, and fourth year? So I went to a different subject. I went from structural engineering to automotive engineering to architect, and what was the last one? Electrical. And then if you do 1 year, you know pretty much 99% of the basics. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know how you need to do 20,000 calculations just to predict something. You never use it in your real life. But yeah.
Yeah, man, that's a fact. You know, like I said, like there's still things that are pertinent to, you know, growing as a human or a young kid, like getting into the next phase into adulthood. You're gonna have to learn how to ride and do all this other numbers, math. Of course, you're gonna have to learn that stuff. But it just seems, it's just like Faison said, it just becomes regurgitation. There's no more critical thinking anymore. Like it's just repeat back to me what I'm telling you, and that would determine whether you are smart or not, whether you are intelligent or not, or whether you can move to the next phase. And if you question anything that I say, you are a disruption. And you need to be dealt with, whether you gotta be on time out, go to the principal's office. You can't think or refute anything. You're not trained to do that no more. You're not supposed to ask questions almost, in a way. Like there was always 1 or 2 kids. Think about that. In every single class, there was always 1 or 2 kids that just always was challenging the teacher. And it was always a quote unquote disruption. Those thinkers right there, that's how every child should be.
Guilty as charged.
You should not feel like you can't challenge something that's being taught. And, you know, I remember at the time I was always thinking like, man, like, can't the kid just shut up and just da-da-da-da-da? But nah, like their parents was saying, hey, this is what we teaching in this house. And if you hear anything different outside of that, you tell the teacher this and see what they say, and they probably gonna have a conversation at dinner. And that person is probably super successful, super thought-provoking, critical thinker, probably, you know, just out the window with it. And I think we need to get back to that, or at least be more conscious of that when we have our kids going through that we call it indoctrination. So I'm gonna land there, but I appreciate that, Faison. Hopefully you can stick around for a little bit. If not, I understand. You know, we're gonna be here next week, bro.
Oh no, I'll be hanging around for a couple hours. It just dropped down to listener again. Give the other level heads the chance to talk. But yeah, man, appreciate all of you. Keep on crushing, and let's build a better world for our kids, because it's clear that nobody else will. So if you want to do something, do it for yourself.
Couldn't have said better myself, man. My brother. Leliana. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone. How's everyone? Yeah. Hey. Yeah, I wanted to just build on what you guys said. It was an incredible sermon, by the way. Sacred, don't ever stop, because I really love them. And all this stuff about the school, yeah, I think the reason those kids had long faces when you walked in there is probably they were taught that an asteroid could hit us, just like they got rid of the dinosaurs. And I think that the kids were just like super duper depressed over there.
They were all bummed out. They found out about the dinosaurs, dude.
Yeah, the asteroid's gonna get us one of these days, man. Anyways, yeah, so, but basically I want to say, you know, it's all about the kids, right? Because this whole abyss of infinite dark space and all that, insignificant. We could get hit by an asteroid. You know, it makes me wonder if that might be the root problem in the last 70 years of so much alcohol and drug abuse, because people are just kind of hopeless. It's like makes them wonder, why bother investing time and energy living with ethics and morals when we're just in this random world that has no meaning, and it just accidentally happened. It could all end at any minute, et cetera, you know? So I think for the sake of the children, it's really important that we take the idea that children should be allowed to have the choice of learning this model also, the flat earth model. Like, we don't want to suppress the globe earth model, but we certainly don't want the flat earth model suppressed either. I think that people should choose what makes more sense to them, right? So I think that's really important. And also I think, you know, to that end, for anyone that's new, I think that you will soon see, if you stick around, that we have some of the best minds here in terms of understanding the physics and the astrophysics, and the stuff that they teach us, you know, is based on evidence, you know, on facts that have been proven, and science that is backed up by evidence, and science that is backed up by evidence that you and I even could go and experiment and find out whether they're telling the truth or not. So I think there's a lot of truth here. And as the ambassador, I would just like to encourage anyone new over here to check out everything that I call them our teachers, people like Alan and Whitsitt and Stone and Shane and Toby, all these people, what they teach us. And also, you know, I think that let's do our bit to really support this flat earth science going forward. And please look at their platforms, look at they're on YouTube, and they put out so much incredible information for free consistently. I've learned so much. And I think the best way that we can help our children in the future generations is by pushing the science, the true science forward. Excuse me. And to that end, you know, please do try and support these wonderful people, because they literally have to think about rent and stuff as they put out incredible amounts of content for us. So I think that we owe them at least that much, you know. So, and this space is incredible. I think it's great if you guys can alert your friends to come in and check this space out. And Sacred's the best preacher slash DJ slash everything else. I mean, I just love your monologue, Sacred. They're just so uplifting, so balanced. You know, there's humor, there's intelligence, there's honesty, there's just everything. There's truth, you know, so much respect for you. All right, love you guys. And we have the best president ever. I think Ron Boston had to be president. Can you imagine how cool America would be? Wow. There would be no poverty, no hunger, no homelessness, no craziness, you know, no mental issues, right? So who knows? The sky's the limit, folks. I mean, I just know that we're headed somewhere glorious because we embrace the truth and we embrace logic. So those are the two things that are going to really take us far. I love you guys, and take care, everyone.
We love you too, Larry.
Appreciate you, Leliana. Yeah, I mean, just, you know, I was talking to Proud the other day, actually more recently than the other day, but, you know, I was telling her, like, I like a lot of self-reflection, you know, dealing with loss, stuff that everybody's dealt with it before, but it's never something that you can really get used to. So I just thinking like how finite life is, at least in the third density. It just makes you really appreciate a lot, right? It just makes you really appreciate some of the things that you may not appreciate in real time. And sometimes you just got to slow down and think about everything that we have and be thankful for it. And just be proud of the things that we built, how far we came along this journey. I mean, everybody been through something. And look, y'all still here. Like, whenever you thought it was over, it wasn't over. You kept pushing through. And you know, it's always going to work out as long as you stay positive, keep an open mind, and it's difficult dealing with the IRL stuff, but it's always a balance. And you know, when I was telling Proud, like, you know, just doing like a lot of self-reflection on, you know, the things that we've accomplished over the last 100 and some 107 episodes to be particular. You know, it feels good. It feels good. It's a long journey, but we've gained so much from where we started to where we are right now. And I honestly just couldn't have done it without everybody being involved, including those with the semi-refutations. I don't know. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. And, you know, it's just a real humbling experience. That's all. So I appreciate y'all letting me get my shit off a little bit. I really wanted to share some of that with you. So I appreciate y'all being patient. And yeah, we just gonna keep it rocking. Shout out to the ambassadress.
I was just going to say, Liliana, thank you for your consistent positive energy attitude. Your voice is always the same, and it uplifts people. I think people show up to this space just to kind of hear what you might say. I'm not going to last much longer with the mic or on the panel. I did like 4 hours worth of yard work in 105-degree heat, so I'm fading fast. But you know, thank you for what you do, Liliana. I want to see what these other hands are going to say, but then I'm going to dip. But love y'all.
Real quick, I just want to say thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, it just started as a joke with me being the ambassador. But then I think like I started taking the role seriously. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I need to do my job.
It's about time you started taking your job seriously. We didn't elect you for no reason, Lily.
It's funny because I feel the same way. I'm just a normal dude. I don't have anything except for a lot of love for everybody. Like, I just love every single person for their uniqueness and their individuality. I want to raise my kids in a way that makes the creator proud of me. I want to love my wife in the way that, you know, the creator would be proud of how I do that. Even the trolls. Like, I tried for 3 weeks to try to get through to some of them, and I you know, y'all know the story. I tried to stay consistent and loving, and I tried to answer all their questions, but they were just trying to suck the energy out of me. But anyway, yeah, making me mayor and then president, I think it's awesome. So I'll just roll with it.
Yeah, you're qualified. You're totally qualified.
We wouldn't have fixed that election if we didn't mean it, JT. You're in, brother.
Can I tell the room something funny that happened yesterday about flat Earth? So it might cheer some people up and get a chuckle. If it's okay. I stumbled into the space. I don't even know it was first about current events or whatever. And they saw my page, I guess, and they started asking me about flat Earth. And the host is like, "Oh, really? We believe in that?" And he's, you know, wow, like listening and try and be objective. And then, you know, so we got into it with somebody in the room, which but these add-ons are pleasant in comparison, coming from someone who genuinely believes it's a globe. And like, but so anyway, after a little while, the host is like, oh my god, he's at 12 fallacies, blah blah blah. And after a little while, I look up and the title of the space is flat Earth versus transvestite, the person who I was arguing with. And like, it's just hysterical. But that's 2 nights in a row where I was discussing with someone else that genuinely didn't know stuff, and like someone who was the night before misled and thought the globe Earth, I mean, a flat Earth took away God, and didn't know about the Psalms and the Bible. But yeah, I mean, that killed me. But it was funny, yeah. So.
Hey, shout out to you for continuing with the conversation, Libra. Libra, one of the OGs of the level head. Been here since pretty much day one, to be totally honest. Good to see you, Libra.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it. Time flies. We learned so much, you know. Yo, you know why I came in the room tonight? I thought it was Thursday night. I'm totally out of it.
It's all good, bro. I'm on the same thing. Time dilating all over the place. Hey, let's I wanted to hear from a TM, but let's let Jonathan jump in here. Let's because we have him as a globe earther, and then we'll slide over to TM, and then we'll get to the rest of the guys after that. Jonathan, what up? Jonathan.
Yo, Jonathan.
He's got that thing over his eyes, so he probably can't find the unmute right now. So while he figured that out, let's slide over to my boy TM.
All right, I'm back. Here we go.
Oh, there he goes. What's up, brother?
Oh, yo.
How's it going?
Oh, my bad.
So, probably behind the times on this question, but whatever became of the final experiment? Is that what it's called? And what were you guys talking about up in here when that first came out? And kind of what became of it, I guess. Like, what's kind of the history of that?
Well, it's not final, and it's not an experiment, right? You would agree that's not an experiment, right, Jonathan?
Not really.
Right. So it's already starting off with a fallacious presentation. Here's my thing, man. I wasn't invited to partake in all of that. I'm glad I wasn't because I don't want to be affiliated with anybody that's willing to just lie to your face for no reason.
I was going to ask you if you were invited, so you weren't invited.
Yeah, no, I wasn't invited. But yeah, I think that the attempt doesn't hold any value anymore because it was led with dishonesty, right? So when flat earthers have been misrepresented in the past, right, that's like kind of the theme of the space today is misrepresenting flat earth, or, you know, can a globe earther, which I kind of probably should implement this for any globe earthers. Jonathan, you may be the first one, but we'll see. I want to get to the rest of the hands though. But, you know, can the globe earthers steel man flat earth argument, right? You know, because that'll show that there is integrity, there's an understanding, and then we can build off of that by showing that you can demonstrate you have an understanding of what we are trying to articulate. That way, there is no room for straw manning or misrepresenting. So either you can do that or you can't. And if you can't do that, why can't you? Right? So it's just all about being honest in the approach. Now, when, you know, the flat earths have been misrepresented, like we hear about Jaron, we hear about Bob Nodell, long live Bob Nodell, all these different type of things, even myself. I mean, I got anti-flirt in my comments right now, like still doing the same thing. Even after all of that love I'm trying to show to everybody, it's still the same approach. You know, why should we trust that? Right? So the flat earthers are saying, hey, things have went left by just blindly trusting you guys. Can you let us know who's involved with this whole thing? Like, you know, how is this so simple for you to execute with the expenses, the hoops that you got to jump through? And the person that's presenting the whole thing is saying, oh, I have no idea who's behind this. It's like, okay. But then you come to find out that the person that said they have no idea, Mr. Duffy, you were behind it the whole time. So just to answer your question directly, I don't understand that. You know, what would be the purpose of doing that? Because it's not like anybody knew who Duffy was, right? It's not like, oh, surprise, it's me, Duffy. I'm the one that's behind it. And they was like, oh, cool. Like, no, nobody knew who you was, brother. So like, I still don't understand the point of hiding who was facilitating this whole thing. Why not just be completely transparent? You know, like you almost giving us a reason to just dismiss the attempt because you started off by lying to my face. So if you end up lying to me in the future, or if I end up being deceived in the future, after you already demonstrated you're capable of purposely lying to my face, then I'm the fool for trusting you again. Right? So
when he was asked about it, he denied that he was the one behind it at first.
Hey, not only did he ask about it, he's the one that brought it up. So he's the one that brought it up. Hey, did you hear about this final experiment? And it's like, oh, like, kind of did. Like, you know who's behind that? Oh, nah, I have no idea. And I heard one story that kind of said, oh, he was caught off guard, but that doesn't really make any sense because he brought it up. Then I heard like another story saying, oh, I kind of wanted it to be a surprise, but like, surprise for what? Nobody knows who you are. So like, you know, what is the purpose of doing that? What, like, there's something that just isn't right. And then you to the, you know, some of the things that are currently happening. We kind of talked to Flat Earth Dave about it. I think I was sent some information about how he has clientele. I'm just giving y'all the information since Jonathan asked. He has clientele that paid him to guide their finances in their best interests. And even with him being paid to have somebody's best interest, he couldn't even do that. He's been sued. I think one of the lawsuits actually went through. So he had to pay out. And there's like a few more that's already on the table. And I can get the specifics if you guys really want it. I can go ahead and link the article. So just like a lot of weird stuff. Like you got this banker guy, and I know all about the banking industry. I know how they teach people like how to, you know, pull information out of people, you know, just weird stuff, weird tactics, and just a weird approach if you're really just looking for the truth. Don't lie to my face. Don't have a checkered past of deceiving people who are trusting you with their future. Why would any flat earther put themselves in a position to follow through with somebody like that? Again, just blatant dishonesty. And, you know, again, that's just the theme of the space. You know, why? You know, what is the point of that? And I haven't got an answer yet, at least not one that's viable to me. I don't know, Jonathan, do any of the things from what I said so far, like just taking my word, because obviously you haven't looked into it, but, you know, based on what I told you so far, for someone who hid the fact that they were facilitating the whole thing because they wanted it to be a surprise or because they were caught off guard, even though they were the ones to bring it up. If I'm saying the truth about that, does that make any sense to you? Like, is there any logic behind it?
I guess with my personality, it takes quite a bit for me to conclude positively that somebody is doing something nefarious. Because usually, I think when I look closer at somebody's actions, well, you use the word weird, you know, yeah, weird like JD Vance or something. It's kind of the word of the day. But yeah, like people generally are kind of weird and they go about things kind of weird. So yeah, so the fact that he hid it, yeah, it's weird. But then again, Jesus kind of, and I'm not comparing him to Jesus. I'm just giving you an example of somebody that we all know is obviously a perfect man. Even Jesus did similar things, like when he was on the road to Emmaus, walking next to those two guys. He didn't reveal his identity. He was just kind of asking them some questions as if he was just a normal guy, you know. And only at the end, when he started breaking bread with him, did he sort of make it obvious who he was, and then he vanished from their sight. So, I mean, yeah, I take what you're saying. It's interesting, but like I'm still kind of interested in how that all pans out. I do hope that one or two flat earthers do go down there, like Jaronism, or well, his name's Jaron. Hopefully, is he still going, or what's the status there?
I'm not really sure, but like, why would you trust somebody that blatantly lied to you without having a reason? Right. So when you make this Jesus analogy, like what happened, you know, according to the scriptures, when he came and said, hey, this is, you know, I'm the Son of God, like, didn't he get persecuted? Like, didn't they pin him or nail him to a cross? maybe that's the reason why he didn't want to be as transparent. I'm not really sure. I didn't read the whole Bible all the way through, back and front, no page for page, verse for verse. I'm not.
This was after he was crucified. So he had just risen from the dead. And I think it was the day of his resurrection, or maybe the day, I think it was the day of, towards the evening of that first day. And just, these two disciples were all bummed out because, and that's what he was talking to him. I came up beside him, not to belabor, but I just think it's a neat story. Just came up beside him and he's like, "Why are you guys looking so depressed? What's going on?" I was like, "You haven't heard?" And basically, our master, this man of God we had hopes in him, and now they've crucified him. And then he starts to tell them about, scripture and how the Son of Man would rise again and all that stuff, and lifted their spirits and everything, but never revealed his own identity. So, his intent there was, I think at that point he's able to he's showing himself to appear in their presence without having gone through a door. The doors were locked, and all of a sudden Jesus appeared in their midst. So, the way he comes and goes at that point after he's resurrected is pretty powerful, and just he's kind of doing whatever he wants to be. I think he knows he's just about invincible. He doesn't have to go through anything anymore at that point. So he's like this just kind of happy guy, walking around after he's risen from the dead. And so now what would his motive be? He just wants them to he just wants to sort of prime them for some revelation that he wants to give them. But again, I'm not even beginning to say that the guy behind the final experiment is anything like Jesus, or anything on his level. He's just a human being, fallible. But maybe his motive is similar. And so I usually give everybody the benefit of the doubt if I can. So I'm thinking, okay, he wants to kind of prime whet people's appetite, get things out there, prime interest, and maybe he just doesn't want to reveal himself for that reason. And he doesn't want it to be about himself. He wants it to be about the experiment. I guess, does that position make any sense?
No, because he said, I wanted it. Well, from what I remember, could be wrong, I thought he said that he wanted it to be a surprise. But then, like I said, I also feel like I heard a story where he was caught off guard. So it doesn't really make sense, because you're making it about it yourself if you wanted to be about a surprise, if that's what he said. But let me just clarify something for me. Did they ask Jesus at that time, the point that you're talking about, did they ask him who he was and he decided not to reveal himself, like in the form of a lie?
Well, no, but I mean, like I said, it's obviously an unperfect comparison. Way.
Yeah, it doesn't seem. It doesn't
very
seem
general.
It doesn't seem analogous, because when someone says, "Hey, do you know who's behind it?" and someone says, "No, I don't," that's a sin. So to compare someone that's sinning to someone who doesn't sin doesn't seem analogous to me, according to the scriptures, right? And I'm just, like I said, I'm not that well versed because I didn't read it front to back yet. But that doesn't seem analogous. I think maybe if they asked who Jesus was, I don't know if he would have lied about it.
Well, I have one question for you though while we're talking about this, and that is, I'm sure you are you married? Do you mind saying that?
No, I'm a cyborg, bro.
You're a cyborg. That's right. That's right. Okay. Have you had any cyborg girlfriends or anything like
that? No, but back when I wasn't organic, I had a little fun.
All right. Have you ever tried to keep something a secret from your girl, from your fembot, and she kind of asked you a question, caught you off guard, and you're trying to be a good Christian, and you don't want to lie, like really, sin and lie. So, but she caught you off guard, and you kind of lie. Have you ever done that? I'm not trying to corner you, but I think it's a valid question.
So I've told white lies in me thinking it's for the benefit of the person I'm talking to, right? So if someone's sick, they say, "Oh, how do I look?" "Oh, you look great." You might not look that great. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to make sure that you feel good and you get energy, because my positive energy might make you feel better and you might actually look and feel better. So I'm not saying that there aren't certain times where you may not be truthful for the benefit of somebody. But what I'm asking is, what is the benefit of him lying? And I still don't have an answer. So like that's what I'm saying. Could you give the best answer for someone saying, hey, do you know who's behind this? And him saying, no, I don't, when he actually does. And you just give one valid reason why that would be beneficial to anybody.
I think I sort of said it a little bit, and that is maybe he just doesn't want it to be about himself. And like I watched the video on that website where the one on the bottom where he reveals that, okay, yeah, I'm the one behind it. And maybe there was a reason in his mind to say, okay, well, I really do have to stay who I am eventually. But I do kind of think, coming from someone who is currently a globe earther, if it was me doing that experiment, and I knew there were some people out there that I've already kind of debated with, and maybe I have some people out there that don't like me very much for whatever reason. I might not want people to shy away from what I'm trying to do to bring globe earthers and flat earthers together to witness this thing together. And I don't want my reputation to be the reason why someone on the other side of the aisle doesn't want to do this. So again, I don't know all the details or everything that was said, but I just kind of tend to give people the benefit of the doubt until I really know, more details. But I won't belabor. That's all I can say right now, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, even if that was true, it was completely counterproductive, because I think that's what most people are saying now. It's like,
I agree.
Why would we trust you in saying that you're going to operate in good faith when you just lied to me for seemingly no apparent reason? Like I hold Flat Earth Fridays every single week, and I for sure try never to make it about myself. Like I always talk about my journey to this point, but I'm always inclusive of the community, because it would be no Level Heads or Flat Earth Fridays without the community. So it's never really about me, even though I'm the host. So it's like you could still be transparent and still not make it about you. So I still don't know if that's valid. And again, I'm just looking for a valid reason what to lie about. If you're
I think he's human, and I think he made a mistake. I think he's human. I think that looking back, if you're in his shoes right now, I'm sure you're probably like, oh, I probably shouldn't have gone about it that way. Leave it to me to screw this up. So honesty is the best policy. I think he made a mistake if he outright lied like that.
Even with his checkered past of being paid to have his clients' best interests, and he still made seemingly selfish decisions leading to a loss, and in the court of law, he wasn't able to get out of that. So on top of you just overtly and blatantly just lying for no apparent reason, you also have a checkered past where people invested in your advice. So you're coupling the current circumstances with your past, which is not really the past, because there's pending charges now. So context matters. I didn't get to speak to him directly. I know he's going on I call it the Duffy damage control, because now he wants to be now he sees the value of trying to be fully transparent. And I'm like, okay, well, why wouldn't you just start it that way? Like, what would be the negative part? Unless you were a celebrity, then I guess that can make sense. Maybe you didn't want people to know who you were. Maybe you'll get ridiculed, lose sponsorships if you came out to be a flat earther, because everything just gets taken away from you as a flat earther. People make it seem like it's the most benefiting thing ever. Like, no, I may get a space that got 100 people in there, but I promise you I'll probably be way bigger if I talked about mainstream science. So he's not a celebrity. Nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows where his money's coming from. He's got a checkered past. And then he just overtly brings something up and then just dishonestly tells something that wasn't true for seemingly no apparent reason. Now, you can say caught off guard, but just, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You know how that goes.
Yeah, and real quick, since you brought that up, because I think I do remember him saying that in a conversation with Jaron on his channel, and he was asked about his record. And I think to his defense, he said, yeah, it's common for financial planners or advisors to have instances where they made a bad decision, invested in the wrong things, and then it just didn't pan out well, and got sued for it. And so when I heard that, again, being the way I am, I thought, that hit me as pretty plausible because, I think you're a pretty fair guy, and I know you know how to put yourself in other people's shoes. So you can put yourself in his shoes. If you're doing that kind of work, I think it's reasonable to say, okay, you're dealing with the stock market. You are investing people's money on their behalf, and so and they're trusting you, that you have experience. You've seen the stock market. You understand how to manage risk. But still, no one's perfect, and you're still learning yourself. Even though you know a lot, you're still learning, and things are going to hit you sideways sometimes. And you're going to invest something in the stock market, even though you're experienced. It'll get the best of you at times. It's a very risky business. It's a very random system.
Why doesn't every financial advisor get sued whenever there's a loss?
Say that again. Why do they not get sued?
Why doesn't every single financial advisor, there's a whole lot of them, we talking about the SEC, you got to register, right? Why doesn't every single financial advisor get sued whenever there's an investment that loses?
I don't know if that's the case or not. According to him, he says it's very common for advisors to get sued at some point in their career, and so there would be like an insurance that they would have to buy. Like, so if in my profession, if I were to design a bridge or something that has people's lives at risk, if I don't design it well, then let's say I do my job well, and someone tries to come after me because there's a mishap of some kind. Somebody gets injured. Somebody might try to come after me, and it would be wise for me to have insurance to kind of cover those court costs. And so when you're in any kind of business that has risk, I think he did mention the common practice of you generally have insurance as a financial advisor in case somebody tries to come after you. And so it sounds like it would be a fairly common thing for somebody to decide to come after you.
They could decide all they want to. I mean, I can decide to come after you and sue you. That doesn't mean I'm going to win. See, when you're in the SEC, there's a little bit more of myself. I got a background in finance. When you're applying to be a financial advisor, there are strict laws you need to abide by. I mean, the type of tests you need to take, you got to go through so many different series in order to even get your license before you can even recommend these products. So they put you through so much learning and education. It's almost like a college course, like condensed into a few months. You should see the book that I had to study for my Series 6. It's like a damn physics book, bro, full of laws, full of things that you need to do to know your customer, to advise them in the right way. And if you practice, or if it's malpractice, something along those lines, then you will, you will be held accountable. Now, they tell you this is an investment. This is not guaranteed. They make a distinction between FDIC and SEC. They can't even talk about certain products in certain places in the bank, because they're completely different entities, even though they're sister companies, right? You have, let's say, for instance, you have Chase Bank, right? And then the sister company is JP Morgan. Now, there's JP Morgan Chase, but one's financial advising and the other one is banking products. They're two distinctly different things. So they tell you, hey, if you're going to invest, you may lose. Just because you lose doesn't mean I get sued. But if I don't operate in good faith, then I will be held accountable. They teach you all of this. So if if the judgment worked in the favor of the person actually suing, that means it was determined that something wasn't in good faith or something wasn't applicable for the customer, and it was some self-interest stuff involved. I don't know the ins and outs of the lawsuits, and even the ones that are pending may not go through, but there are some that have. And if there wasn't anything illegal or wrong, then he would not have to, he wouldn't be paying anything. And that's just not the case. So again, I'm speaking from outside. Like I don't really care about it because it's not final. It's not an experiment. There's even, if you don't spend all that money, there's so many other things that we could do to prove the shape of the earth than spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to go sit somewhere and look at the sky. Like the sky doesn't prove whether the earth is spherical or not. Like there's other things that we could put the money towards that I feel like that could have been way more definitive than that. And I think even Flat Earth Dave was giving one of his examples about like quote unquote circumnavigating Antarctica and going in different directions and seeing what happens, like where you're gonna land on if it is in the place that they determine it to be, which probably will be far cheaper than whatever he's willing to pull out. So he's just making a decision and saying, oh, this to me is what we should do. I'm not gonna tell you that I'm behind it. Oops, I'm gonna tell you now because I got exposed for lying. And now I'm gonna try to be transparent about it. So just everything is just weird and funny about that whole situation, especially from somebody that got a checker pass. But
yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I think most people on both sides would like to go to Antarctica, but one thing that was eye-opening for me is that it seems to be more within reach than people think. Now, granted, it's still in the tens of thousands of dollars, but that's more within reach than I thought it was. So it's kind of cool to think that that's something that can be done if people wanted to organize and raise the funds. And I hope it happens, at some point. And I hope, people from both sides are able to go like that. It'd be an encouraging thing to see. Kind of like what happens here, it's like you see people come. Now there's some, butt heads that come in here, but you get a lot of good conversation from both sides. And so it'd be cool to see that happen.
Soon enough, we'll all be able to go. And the people that might stop you, they'll be otherwise occupied. I know this.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to work with the globe earthers on something, but I think it should be a mutual decision, and I think it should be something that's completely transparent. That's the best way, and that's the only way. If it's not going to be like that, then why would I trust it? Because if it don't work out in my favor or I get taken advantage of, then it's all my fault. And that's how I'm rocking. And it's just unfortunate because there's so many other things that probably could be executed that would be way more definitive, like I said. But before we get to TM, let me just try something real quick, Jonathan. Can you steel man one flat earth argument for us as a globe earther? Then we'll get to TM.
Yes, I can, and I learned how to do it here. It is the one about the atmosphere. What would keep the atmosphere from? Let's see. How do I put it? So the reason why the atmosphere is a problem in the flat Earth way of thinking is the idea of entropy and the way things tend to spread out and fill a volume. I do have my counter argument for that, but that would be the steel man if I'm not mistaken.
Hold on, say that one more time.
So the steel man for one particular argument would be that it doesn't seem reasonable for there to be an atmosphere and then for there to be a vacuum above that because of the idea of entropy and how things go from orderliness to chaos, and how, for example, if you have a container that has dense air on one side of the container and thin air on the other, entropy will ensure that you will get an even, it'll spread out and become homogeneous. Same, similar conditions everywhere. Things tend to spread out and get randomized. And so the idea of entropy seems to go against the idea that there's an atmosphere above which there is space and a vacuum. So that would be the steel man, if I'm not mistaken. but I do have my counter argument for that. But that's for another day.
Okay. It's pretty technical, a little bit wordy, but I guess I could rock with that. The way the globe Earth describes the atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum of space seems to violate thermodynamics. I would like to hear your refutation, but yeah, let's save that. I appreciate that. So, what Jonathan just did was demonstrate coherency, honesty, and an understanding of our argument. So that way, he can respond to it with specificity, without making an argument that works in his favor that doesn't refute our position. So by establishing that baseline, by saying, hey, flat earther, this is what you're saying that this is supposed to work like this is the claim. I'm now telling you I understand that, so now we can further engage, as opposed to me saying something and then you bringing up something completely irrelevant, thinking that it's a point and it has nothing to do with my point, and then we're just going back and forth, calling each other idiots and, oh my God, you're just lying and being dishonest. Like, no, like Jonathan seems to have an understanding of that particular argument. So I thank you for that demonstration, Jonathan. So if you're a globe earther in here or anti-flat earther, please take notes. That's kind of what we're looking for, something that we can engage and build off of without misrepresenting the other person's position. So thank you for that. Stick around, bro. I do want to continue talking to you. I do have a couple of hands, though. Hopefully I answered most of your questions. And I'm going to, I think I got that article for Duffy, and I'll send it to you so you can go do your own research. And maybe next week we could continue that. I actually don't really want to talk about it, but because I just don't care. But
all right, I'm going to see if I can fix that tearing noise, boys. I cannot take that any longer. I do apologize. It's an issue on my end. I hope to have that resolved soon. Sorry about that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. No doubt. Y'all go follow Jonathan. He's one of the more honest globe earthers. I always say there's a distinction between a globe earther and that common ground, or to find that understanding is
hey,
no pun intended, light years ahead of all other anti-flares. Go ahead, Ali. Want to jump in real quick before we get
yeah, man. Shout out to Jonathan, dude. We had an excellent conversation about curved visual space that one time, and we were definitely had an impasse at the end there, but he was definitely able to understand the necessity for the curving of the visual space, as he figured out as a young lad drawing Ninja Turtles. Shout out to your boy. And then also, dude, that was a great question that you followed up with Bennett on regarding the relative motion, right? Making the same prediction as the lab frame. And it's like, well, where do we go from there? And like that was great for you to bring that forward. And I was wondering if you were able to follow up with him, or if you needed his contact information, because I know he's new to Twitter and stuff. I could give you his I could just DM you his email if you need it, if you haven't got that yet.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, because I did DM him and have not gotten a response yet.
Oh, yeah.
And I figured it was because he wasn't too savvy with
no worries. I got you. I'm on it.
Thanks, man.
Shout out to Jay Brown. Let's slide over to one of the other OGs, my man TM. TM, your mic is good today, bro. What's up, bro?
My bad. You let me know. I'm in a fucking party mood. I'm in Mexico right now.
Every week. You say you in Mexico?
Can you hear me? Hell yeah. I took the kids out here and didn't even get a vacation.
Hey, I heard don't drink the water. That's all I heard. I don't know if that's a thing.
Oh, I say away from the water, man. I've been drinking water bottles all day, tequila shots every fucking hour. Holy shit, I ain't fucked up tonight.
Hey,
Don't turn your back on the drink.
Does tequila find its level?
Hell yeah, it finds its level in every fucking bottle. Even with the worms in it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you had one with a worm.
Not yet, bro. My best friend, Mexican, my best friend, bro. He dared me to take to drink the worm. I said, nah, I'm not ready for that shit yet. Or that shit causes hallucinations and shit.
They have one with a snake and they have one with a scorpion.
Oh, hell no. Scorpion's worse. He's done it. He's done it. My best friend's fucking daring, dude. But not me. I'll follow in his footsteps a few more years. I got 3 kids. He got 1.
Don't space into it.
Nah, man, but I just wanted to say thanks. This is 107 weeks. 107 plus weeks. Correction. 107 plus weeks, dude. Back then, when you guys fucking found me, invited me to the fucking Levelhead, set me up as the Levelhead, I did not think that we would be this far. I did not think that we would have this many people, this many people coming into our spaces. You got Flat Earth Dave, you got Witsit, you got Jeranism, you got all these people coming in here, connecting with each other, you know, establishing everything and just setting the groundwork for everything that we wanted to set forward. You know, the truthers, the real truthers, the real information, the real people that are out there seeking to help other people. I didn't think that this is what it was going to become. But I got to say thank you, man. I got to say thank you to you, Sacred. I got to say thank you to you, Proud. You guys like set this foundation, and I fucking love it. I love it. You guys are family. I love you guys. I love everything that you guys have established. My family listens in on this. My best friends listen in on this. I got my in-laws listening in on this. I'm saying you guys are helping to change a lot of minds out here. You may not think it, but holy shit, it's one man at a time. And I gotta say, I love you guys. I appreciate it. It's fucking insane where we're at right now. I just want to say thank you guys. Love you.
That is some excellent testimony.
That's the tequila talking, y'all.
Hell yeah, no, it's mainly the Jameson. I'm a Jameson and ginger ale type of guy, but you know, I got a few shots of tequila here and there.
Hey man, what they say? Drunk minds speak sober thoughts.
Give me yeah, bro. All day, every day. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth, whether I got a shot in me or not. You're gonna get the truth from me. But if you come at me sideways and I got a shot in me, you're gonna get the worst of me. Get ready.
I'm glad you're able to relax and wind down with the fam. Take a shot for me. Do I have tequila? I actually think I do have tequila. Got you.
You tell me if you like and I'll take it. I'll take a picture of it. I got you.
Yo, TM, take one for me, brother.
Hey, yeah. I got you.
Hey man, you gotta be sober though on the way home. 'Cause you gotta talk to the pilot. I always say we gotta talk to the pilots, bro.
Yo, it was so crowded on my way out here from America. It's so much calmer when I leave from like another state back to the States. Like back from another country back to the States. So you guys let me know what you want me to ask the pilot. I'm leaving Tuesday morning. Let me know. I'm gonna ask them.
Ask him when you land, not when you take off. I don't want him questioning life in the middle of the atmosphere.
Yo, but I talked to him like, yo, on my way in when I was boarding, I was like, these planes fly themselves, right? We're basically on a fucking beta test. Like the same thing with like Tesla out here driving automated cars. These planes are out here flying themselves. It's insane, and the pilots I acknowledge that shit. It's insane.
Bro, wasn't you talking to someone who was studying become a pilot? And he was saying that normally pilots they were saying something about autopilot and real pilots don't use autopilot, but most pilots use auto. Something he was telling me.
Yeah. But, pilots consider other pilots who use autopilot childish, but majority of the pilots use autopilot. So it's interesting. Like they think they're out there flying this shit themselves, but they just throw it in cruise control when they get in the sky. It's like who's really learning and absorbing the information?
And originally my flight was about 4 hours, New York to Mexico. I'm gonna tell you, yeah, I'm from New York. Whatever, I don't give a shit. 4 hours, New York to Mexico. We got here in 3 hours, bro. Tell me how.
Yo, you know how many times I've seen like people about to board saying that they got to the airport late, their plane took off late, but they still got to the place on time or early. It's like I think I want to start a thread of all the people, random people who don't have nothing to do with this conversation, saying like, yeah, you know, my plane was late for some reason, leaving the airport to my destination, but I got there early. Like how the fuck?
Another time zone. Another.
Even nah, like from New York to Georgia, there's no time zone difference.
Even with the time zone difference, I still got here about 40 minutes before I was supposed to get here.
That happens a lot, and I don't think people really pay attention to it. So it's like they ask us, you know, well, how do you know the jet streams exist and no plane is flying that fast? It's like, yo, there's evidence of people getting to their destination a lot. Like it's more frequent than not, where someone gets to their destination early, or they leave late and still arrive on time. It's like something's got to be going on, y'all.
Hey, maybe the Earth finally. Maybe the Earth finally spun underneath the plane.
Well, I was in love with helicopters for a while, but you know, I found out you can't hover and travel for free for nothing. So I forgot that. Forget it.
I heard Earth's core was subrotating, so it was causing time to move faster.
I'm sorry.
Gee, that's what I heard. I heard the subrotation of the core is causing Earth's.
But see, we feel it if it's accelerating, right?
By milliseconds. Is it milliseconds? Isn't a leap? It's a leap
Regardless
second.
what it is, that's the best globe joke I ever heard. They got no humor, bro.
Oh God, is he yelling at us or the fan?
Hey, he's not TM tonight. He's Tequila M.
Is that TM Tequila? Relative of Tila Tequila?
I've been looking for her out here, bro. I can't find her.
Hey, man, you got a girl. Yeah, you about to be on a Mexican couch tonight, brother.
So you'll wake up without one kidney, man, in the bathtub full of ice.
Yo, pause. Yo. Yo, man, pause.
You guys continue doing what you guys are doing. My wife's about to kill me. She's staring me down. I'm supposed to be dancing with her. I fucking love you guys. Yo, keep killing this shit. Bro. I love you, babe. Sorry, not you guys, I fucking love you guys. Keep killing this shit.
Protect TM at all costs. Blink if you need help, bro. Hi, Mrs. TM. You was just joking.
Just remember, TM, if you feel dizzy, you're constantly spinning and you're in a non-inertial frame, and you could die at any minute from an asteroid that killed all the dinosaurs that were once beloved before you found out in the second grade.
It's not the roofies. It's
man, fuck that glove bullshit.
Except the Triceratops is real. Triceratops is real.
He just went a full cyborg. We got more hands. I don't know who was next.
We got a newcomer to the mic tonight.
It was Mortawan, and then it was me. You know how I don't jump
heard Morwan was a Glober. I don't know if podcast is, but
Oh, is that our boy
Morwan, you want to
Pollock?
jump in?
Gucci Cast?
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
I don't know, Alan.
That's
it's
our
going.
boy from Czech. That's the Czech lads. That's the Czech variant of Ethercause.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, he started his own chapter.
Oh yeah, Plocky. What up, man? Let's go to
Oh,
Ward
Plocky,
first.
dude, I butchered that name. My bad, brother.
I could be butchering it too. My bad.
I feel like yours is way better though. It rolled off the tongue. Mine was just a loose guess and felt unnatural.
Stone, you supposed to chime in when we get the pronunciation, bro.
Oh man, Eastern European, just a little outside of some of my realm, I think.
What? Yo,
There's
Sacred,
an
can I
even
get a
odds
what?
on Flocky and Flochi. I guess it just depends which side of the street you live on in that neighborhood.
So yeah, so how's it going? Hello guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to hear you. I'm the guy from Czech actually, and I just wanted to back it up what Sacred said about Will Duffy and finance, because I actually have a background in finance. I work in finance for 7 years.
Hold on, Plucky. Just
Yeah?
1 second. I want to hear from you, but I did say Mord was next. We gonna get.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
No,
My bad.
it's all good.
My
but
bad.
Stick around. Don't go nowhere because I definitely want to hear.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
Good, you good, brother.
Yeah, how's it going? Hope you sorry to hear about your loss. I hope that's all, shaken out all right. Sending my prayers and positive vibes your way. I know that's always fucking hard. So
thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I guess I had this discussion earlier with some folks, and I'm just wondering, as a kind of starter question, what your thoughts are on sort of like the definition between science and how to demarcate between effective or valid science and like invalid or what some might call pseudoscience.
Ooh, that's a great question. Does anybody want to chime in on that before I give my 2 cents?
I think it mostly comes down to the empirical. Sorry, Brad, you got to say something?
Yeah, like almost what you were about to say, empirical, and if you want to abide by the scientific method, like what your ramifications are on science.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you definitely want to determine causality by isolating variables, experimentation, demonstration, not just observational data. Like that doesn't really give the full picture or the full story. So if we can't replicate it, duplicate it, demonstrate it, or we can't falsify the claim, then it becomes pseudoscience. Now, a lot of people don't really like that too much because a lot of there's different parts of science where they can't test or control for things, yet they still appeal to science, and it's purely off observation. And you can gather insight and information, but to build a framework just off of an observation, can't determine causality. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, for sure. That's kind of the argument I heard before. I guess I'm wondering like what your thoughts are on like what's called like natural experiments or like observational situations where there's something that precedes and then something that happens after. And I guess I could give a basic example, right? Like Old Faithful in Yellowstone erupts, whatever it is, every 70 minutes, 75 minutes, something like that. And we can't directly manipulate the geyser, but we can observe the interval that it erupts at. And therefore we can be at least somewhat certain as to something that's causing it. And then based on that eruption period, assess what that cause might be. I guess, what are your thoughts on that? Is it possible in that kind of context to determine cause and effect? Or in your view, is it strictly like I have to be in a controlled setting for that to be the case?
I think you're pointing out correlation.
That
And
sounds
a
like
lot
a
of-
post-diction to me.
A lot of mainstream thrives on proving things via mathematics as well. You have to watch out for the line they cross there. I would also point that out.
Sure. Yeah, I hear that one a lot as well.
Yeah, actually, Dr. Bennett, we were talking about him. He was making a very, very a good point when he's talking about making a distinction between kinematics and dynamics, right? Making measurements of things in motion and actually determining the causality behind those things in motion. And, you know, a lot of the science, he says, is based on just kinematics. And, you know, there just leaves so much room for interpretation. It's hard to say this is how it is if there's an equivalence. So yeah, like the best way, we talked about this too. We did whole spaces. I think we did like 3 weeks of scientific method. Oh my God. Y'all remember that? We did 3 weeks of scientific method. And you know, it was funny. Oh yeah, no more ants. Oh my God. But a globe earther commented and made a really good point. And I'm meant to go look this up. But he said there was this thing called the REDI experiment. And anybody chime in if you guys know what that is. REDI. And I guess he was saying like they assumed that flies were like spontaneously like appearing out of meat. They didn't really know, you know, what was happening. So they thought they were just spawning out of nowhere until they controlled the environment and then realized like, oh, okay, there's no more flies spawning from this meat or whatever the case is. And then they determined, well, it must have been, you know, actually eggs being laid in there, because once you control that environment, there were no more flies. So you had to actually control, like if you were to just make observations, you would think that these flies are just spontaneously appearing. And then when you actually apply controls, you can eliminate that hypothesis.
Yeah, that's an interesting case, and I've kind of actually come across that a bit recently. The fly example. It's funny enough that I had just been looking that up because it kind of relates to this. But I guess my question is, like, in practice, a lot of the stuff that we do is kind of like correlative in nature or observational in nature. Like, just to give you an example, like a lot of the work that I do personally falls into that category, and we still produce useful things that give predictions. So I guess I'm wondering, like, what you see as like the utility of like a correlative analysis versus a causative analysis, and how you would sort of make that distinction.
Well, how about the entire branch known as viral theory? There's an example where it's just way out of proportion, nowhere aligned with something as fundamental as Koch's postulates. You know, I'm sure you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So that's a pretty definitive example.
Hey, Mort, what's your background profession, if you don't mind me asking?
I have experience in scientific research, but currently I'm not technically a scientist. I work as a data science and machine learning engineer. So I do like sort of scientific work for different companies, but I don't know if, strictly speaking, I could consider myself a scientist, although I have said that before, so I'm not, yeah. But basically, I build statistical and machine learning models and try to apply the scientific method in practice.
Is there any situations or anything that you tried to apply the scientific method and you weren't able to control for variables?
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't have the right data, that's a great question, right? So there was a project which was heavily based on, it's like a mining project. We were optimizing the temperature of a solution mine, which is essentially, it's actually pretty cool. So when a mine floods underground, they can actually continue mining by pumping the water through the mine and then depositing it into pools, which then evaporates. And essentially we were building a model to help them predict the water temperature to get better evaporation. And I made a number of mistakes, that being one of my first projects out of college, not controlling for variables and basically getting spurious results because of it. Because, you know, when I built my model, I had a variable that I thought was causative, but it ended up not being, essentially.
And that's crazy. It's really just that easy to stray from the actuality based on relative to, what you think is actually happening. So yeah, it's that simple to misinterpret an observation without having all the information, all the data. And I think that's what happens a lot, especially in parts of science where you can't really control for a lot of stuff, astronomy, things like that. And, just basing things off of, observation from a specific frame and then negating that whole observation and saying, oh, that's just an illusion. It's, it works like this. You look at it this way. And then definitively claiming that to be true is the problem. Now, I wouldn't have a problem. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the space. If they, say, hey, like, here's two viable options. Mainstream science appeals to this. We're saying that this is true. And this is our reason why we feel like this is true. But we are presenting two viable options. We're just choosing this one over here. Like there's an issue when, part of the information isn't being given to us as we're going through our studies, moving from grade to grade, into higher learning and things like that, and then claiming it to be a fact or claiming it to be true. I would be okay if they said, hey, our theory is that the earth is in motion. Our theory is that the universe is expanding. They tell us that these things are like factual. And I just think that's like not the right way to go about it if it isn't determined, especially if you can't control or test for it. So it's interesting when you get into like theoreticals and actual experimenting and things like that. But I'm glad you pulled up. How did you find the space, bro?
Through Shane and Alan, like the Aether Discord.
Oh, nice. Shout out to Ether Kai. Shout out to Shane and Alan.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you learned recently about listening to some of the things that they present? I mean, I learn all the time, but I'm just
yeah. Tons of things. I mean, I think I was telling Alan and Shane yesterday, I've probably learned more about science in the last 6 weeks than I had in the last 4 years, to be honest. Like, so you realize, like, when you try to go up against someone and debate someone, you realize the extent of your own knowledge, right? And so, yeah, it's been a fun time.
Hey, that's a fact, man. Every time I learn something so crazy, I realize how much I don't know. And that'd be the most scariest thing. It's like when you live in like a little bit of ignorance, you might be a little bit more confident, but the more you learn, the more you realize, oh, this isn't settled. Like, oh, wait, there's a different interpretation. Like, oh, wait a minute. If this can be interpreted like this, then what does this mean? And then it just opens up a whole world view of different things that can be interpreted differently than what they're telling us on a regular basis. So shout out to you for being open, man. I don't know if you're a globe earther, flat earther, donut earther.
Yeah, I like the toroidal Earth personally. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a globe earther.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now.
I was gonna ask Ward if he had ever tried to map out or like has a computer program that could try to map out the luminaries, like the three-body problem using Newtonian mechanics or Einstein. Like, has he been able to see that on a computer?
No, I haven't actually. That's a great question. That would be a fun thing to add to my list. I've talked about doing a couple things and providing them to the community. One of the ones that I talked to Austin about was a data explorer for like the cosmic microwave background radiation, because I think that's a really interesting topic, but it's really hard to approach the data if you don't already have some like models. So yeah, but that's a good thing to add into too. There's a lot of different things that I'm interested in doing modeling wise, and that would be a cool one to add to the list.
Yeah, definitely. Bring that one to a Flat Earth Fridays if you do it.
Yeah, man, that's what's up.
Did the volume just get fixed somehow?
What, you couldn't hear that whole time, Bruce?
Oh no, I could hear, but it was so low.
We got a bruised eardrum.
It changes a little bit. Did you just get a mic? Because it changes when you grab a mic.
Yes, that would be it then.
You get the good audio codec when you get a microphone. When you're a listener, they give you the low tier one to save on bandwidth because, you know, not like they need to save money, even though they're supported entirely by the government and injections from quantum easing. Shout out to the quantum lads. They can't get a computer to work, but they can inject as much money into your fake bank account as they want.
Be like that, huh? Hey, stick around for a little bit more. I appreciate you joining. I think it's your first time, and I love talking to the new speaker. So, shout out to you for pulling up, bro.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate the space.
No doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, dude. Shout out to Mordwad. Mildly cordial, but if you want to get down and dirty, he will troll. He will troll you. So, you know, it's up to you how you engage.
Thanks, Alan.
I say that's levelhead-esque. Hey, let's slide over to, I think it was Orwellian, then Flocky, and Libra maybe, and then Dastardly, and then we'll rotate some mics.
Well, shit. What up, level heads, man? I hate to bring it back to your sermon in the intro, but hey, bro, I know what it is when shit goes down like that in real life and when you lose somebody. So, yeah, man, sorry for your loss, dude. Condolences. If anybody in here is not aware or is a praying person, Death from the Phone Booth podcast has something going on with his wife, and he put it out publicly that he's looking for some prayers, right? He's got something going on. So shout out to my man. And yeah, if you guys got some love to send his way, good vibes, let's do that. That being said, bro, episode 107. Man.
I don't know which one is time. I think you said Aurelian is first. I don't know which.
Can you not hear him, Flocky?
Yeah,
I'm here. I'm here. It was my time.
I'm gonna drop you down because he's talking right now. I don't think you can hear him. It's a little glitchy. I'm gonna drop you down and bring you back up.
Okay.
Right on. So, that being said, man, yeah. No, you kind of, I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on in that intro, man. Run Boston and everybody talking, but specifically you with regards to some of these guys that troll in the comments, these toxic low birthers, and what it is that they may be going through, right? I pray for these dudes in my spaces. I hold spaces. They're recorded, and I do. I ask for people to pray for these people, and the reason that I do this is because if you are so devoid of anything that you believe in, anything, right? We believe in something clearly in this community, but if you are so devoid of any belief, you're so spiritually bankrupt that the only thing that you can hold on to is lies. Like we need to try to uplift them people and throw good vibes at them and hope that they come to a place where they can realize and recognize that they've been deceived the same as everybody else. I don't hold out a lot of hope for the ones that are, power trolling in the comments, but there are people that I've dealt with in my spaces, right, that might be on the fence that they really that's kind of what they're going through. They don't know where they're even at because they don't believe in much. So they found a thing that they believe in and they held on to it tight, right? And so now they defend it. And that's that Matrix phenomenon, that Matrix scenario. And it's unfortunate. So I just wanted to, I'm surprised I held on to that it's been like 2.5 hours, man. Held on to it for that long. But I felt that it was I felt it was worth throwing that out there for anybody who may be listening, because it's important. Like we do, like at the end of the day, man, we care about the conversation, but we also care about people. Like at the end of the day, we really care about people. Like some of you guys, we get it. It just, you're getting paid, right? And Sacred made light of that. Like you're getting paid and you don't care about nothing. That's cool. But there's a lot of people that are just trolling in the comments that aren't actually trolls. They're just, this is what they believe in because they don't know what to believe in. They don't know where they are. They don't know what they live on. They don't know what even to think because people have been thinking for them. So that leads me back into one more thing that you talked about, and I'll land it. A lot of these people that like to suck our energy, right? Again, are some of the similar type of people that I just referenced. But some of them aren't, right? Some of them are trying to apply labels to people in the truther community that don't need to be applied, right? You can't waste your energy. If you get labeled as something because you, and so actually, let me back up. Nothing really starts at Flat Earth. Like there are many people that woke up to the lies and the deception with regards to, well, history or mainstream science or whatever you want to call it, and they found Flat Earth. It doesn't start with Flat Earth, but it typically, in my opinion, ends with Flat Earth. So that being said, what has been happening with a lot of guys in the spaces that I've been in recently is we discuss, we seek truth, right? So we discuss history. We have people that are well-versed in Tartaria, for example, and there are people that will deny the existence of that because it conflicts with the historical narrative that they've been fed in school. Apply that to pretty much anything else. We get into conversations about all different types of things, and then there are these trolls that will seek to connect your discussions on anything other than Flat Earth to Flat Earth. Don't fall for it. It's a tactic, it's a trick. It's happened to a lot of us. It happens often. They'll create posters, they'll clip you up, they'll try to make a meme out of you. It's not worth your time. Again, Sacred, back to your intro, which I think Run Boston, he kind of summed it up pretty good, man. It was a sermon. No, man, you can't. You got to be very careful with how you deal with your energy. And again, I'm sorry to bring it back to the intro because it's been like 2.5 hours, but I've been holding on to it for a minute because it hit me hard. Like at the end of the day, when I hold spaces, man, I do pray for these people. I talk about them in a different light. And there's a difference between the guys that just get paid or fuck with us for sport. And there's guys that are on the fence or don't believe in anything. You have to be able to differentiate who you're dealing with and just try to find a happy medium, man, because they will suck your energy and it's not worth that. It's not worth your time. You're not going to get any of it back. If you're spending it, you're spending it on something. Don't spend it on that. I'm going to land it there, man. Sacred, bro. Again, I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss, bro. I feel that, man. I've been going through something similar. We all got our struggles, bro. And the fact that you came out here and pulled up for the squad, it's commendable, dude. And I mean, just shout out to you. I'm gonna land there, and I love you guys.
Yo, Welly, appreciate you, bro. And first and foremost, if you're going through something, man, prayers to you and prayers to Def's family as well. You know, that squad over there. Yeah, man, it's crazy, man. It's again, I just always take it back to like things are just so finite. Like in the moment, we're having fun and it's all cool, but then you realize like sometimes just the energy is just valued in specific places, and just like you said, like a lot of these guys are just really attached to their belief, and a lot of them really probably have some trauma, and maybe some of that trauma came from trying to come in here and it didn't work out the way that they wanted it to, and that they're stuck in this loop of something that happened in their past and they can't let it go. I actually feel bad, and that's why when I hear you talk, I hear Ron Boston talk, it's like, yo, sometimes you just gotta pray for these guys. It's that's got to be a sad a sad world to live in, to be that hurt, where you can't even like engage anymore in like an intellectual fashion. You just want to see somebody cry, see somebody hurt, see somebody like miserable, and we don't want to see that. Like we don't want to see that, bro. Like we much rather have conversations. Like, I mean, we done talked to how many globe earthers so far? Nobody interrupted anybody. Everybody got their full thought out. We all don't agree on the same things. It's like you got globe earthers in here that will come in here and demonstrate how to have a real conversation, right? And it's just like, if you can't do that, that means that there's something wrong with you. So it's like, I guess the other part of the theme to this space is I'm just gonna pray for everybody. We all going through something. There's all some type of trauma going on, and we got a finite time here within this third density, and you're gonna spend it how you want to spend it. I just know what I'm gonna do with my time and my energy. I want to focus it on places where I'm gonna be appreciated, or where I can make a change, or I can have an impact. And sometimes, you'll get that feeling where it's like you kind of want to appeal to the negativity more than the love. And I think that we should start refocusing a little bit more. It's just gonna be like, the main reason why I'm talking like this now is, bruh, like it's 107 episodes. Like there was a moment that I had where I was like, bro, like if they're not gonna pull up now, they're never going to. It's like, well, it was cool. Like, okay, we're gonna make it to 100. Like, what I'm saying? We're gonna push it. We're gonna keep it moving. Let's see if y'all pull up. And it's like, okay, we hit 100. They still not here. It's like, all right, well, I think we demonstrated enough, like, what's really going on here. Now I think it's time, like, we can kind of refocus back. We changed a lot of narratives. The only thing that they could do is make things up and misrepresent what we say. And the reason why, thanks for bringing that up too, is, they're trying to discredit when they can't refute. And that's why I wanted to highlight this. It's because that seems to be like the very next thing, or the main tactic that they rely on whenever you can't address things, specificity. Let's just discredit the speaker. And to be totally honest, I believe that's a genetic fallacy. And just discredit the information because of where it came from.
Is it poisoning the well fallacy, or is that
that too? That too, depending on how they pose the information and whatever they're talking about, or the argument. Like you can't do that. You got to address the information itself and refute it directly. So it's just a lot of weird tactics. And I understand if you got trauma, if you hurt, if you got embarrassed, sometimes you got to just put yourself. Well, speaking about me, I put myself in the other person's shoes. That person may be toxic. They may feel like they know everything, and they may come up here and said something that didn't really work out for them in front of a lot of people, and that probably hurts. I don't know what that's like, because we be taking W's for 107 weeks straight. So I don't know what that's like at all, but I can only imagine what that may feel like. So you've been traumatized because, you may have been a little bit too abrasive and thought you could stand on something and it didn't really work out, and you're harboring on to a moment. Let it go, bro. It's okay. Nobody cares. Nobody remembers. Move on, learn, and grow, and don't make the same mistake again. I mean, that's part of that's part of the growth process. Learning from your mistakes. It's okay. Change your behavior. You'll make a better impact. That's advice right there. But those that know how to have a conversation, those that are looking for the truth, y'all are already ahead of the game. And that's what we're looking for. So everyone keep it tight, protect your energy, love each other, like I said earlier, and everything else is gonna fall into place. And if you can't vibrate with that, look in the mirror and ask yourself why. Really do that. Go ask yourself why. And if you blame anybody else besides yourself, that should be telling. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not going, no more sermons.
Sacred, I was in space with P-Dubs last night. And it's sad what you're talking about. It's like, it's sad because he's a completely different person when he's saying something that's true and he believes. Because you can tell when he's saying something he knows is not true. And it's like, it's like I said, it is just sad, Because you have a decent conversation with the guy, if you're talking about sequels being better than the original, and like, it's just, I try to have some compassion, but that was my point. Let me hand back up.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. We had like some epic battles with P Dubs, and I feel bad for him too. I know he's really the one thing I can say, he does keep the same energy, and I know he really, really believes in everything that he says. But you're right, Libra. You could tell the difference. There's been times where we've been in spaces where I done kicked it with P Dubs, not talking about flat Earth, talking about other things, and he's like just chilling, getting high, like just talking about different things. It's never an issue until flat Earth come up, and then it's like a whole different person. And I actually tweeted out one time. Y'all could probably go look it up. I don't know when it was, but I was like, yo, this is the version of P Dubs that I like to interact with. Because he does got information. It's just that some of the things that he says doesn't hold any, it has no substantiation. There's no way to really validate the things that they're claiming. And that, that becomes a little bit triggering when you start highlighting those things. And then the conversation just gets super abrasive. But yeah, like I've seen it. Matter of fact, Libra, you were interacting with Hellcat one time, and y'all was going at it. Y'all was going at
the
it.
plane
All
guy.
of a sudden the conversation changed, and then Hellcat, he's like a 16, 17-year-old kid that be engaged in this conversation. But he was like, "Hey, Libra, outside of flat Earth,
and he's chasing after me.
He's like, you're a pretty cool guy." And I was just like, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah. They didn't like, saying, there's ballers that will never, ever believe flat Earth, but they don't believe in the moon landing either. Like, they don't buy that crap, But, yeah.
Well, we can always find common ground. One of the things I want to say here, and then I'll shut up, is at the end of the day, really, the arguments that get polarizing are what kind of divide us. And one of the things that I try to pull people off the timeline and up into here to just be able to experience that and digest for a second is that this is actually a community. Like, yeah, we might and some of us, some of us in here, like, we'll agree on certain points, but we disagree on other points, and we don't come at each other crazy. But it happens in the TL, and I'm like, if you guys pulled up and just listened for like 5 minutes, you would recognize that, like, for real, when I use the word community, I get mocked sometimes on the timeline. What do you mean community? Like, bro, pull up and just listen to the way that we talk to each other for 5 minutes, and you'll understand that even though there can be a disagreement on the circumstances or something we might be talking about, at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we can get along. Like, we might fuck with each other, we laugh, we rib each other. Like, Alan's probably the king of that shit. But it's what we do. Fuck, Shane's been in so many of my spaces, man. Some of the ones that I hold, he's over here literally putting together presentations while he's just listening to me and Cage fuck around. And we kept Cage up past his bedtime and didn't even get to hear him tonight. You know what I mean? It's a community. He goes to bed early, we kick it, we hang out late, he'll pull up in the morning. It is what it is. If you guys are just hanging around for a minute, come up off the TL and just listen to us be us organically. you might have a different opinion, but they won't even come in here. So it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, man, it blows my mind that we that we can't bridge that gap. And I really do. I try to when I can. I've gotten 2 dudes in here over the last, I don't know, 8 months, 2 guys that I've been able to pull out the TL. One of them was super drunk, then he came back sober, and he was all right. The other dude never came back sober. He was always drunk. It is what it is. It's fine. But I mean, we're just trying to show y'all like how we get down off the TL when we throw you a mic, and you're like, nah, I'm not doing that because you're just going to abuse me. And it's like, no, you've had a fucking bad experience on the timeline, bro. And like, this is who we are. Just come pull up and see see how we get down and see who we are. Like we're pretty cordial. Like we might fuck with you a little bit, ribby if you come out, but like Sacred always says, man, and Proud, you come with an energy, we're going to meet you with that same energy. At the end of the day, most times, man, you pull up here on some honest shit and you just want to play around and talk and shoot the shit, man, we're going to be cordial. So, fuck, I'm going to land there, but I just wish, I mean, like, that's my thing. Again, some of these dudes, man, they don't believe in shit, right? Spiritually. They're spiritually bankrupt. I'm not talking religion, but just like, if you don't believe in something and you find something that you're like, oh, that's my shit, and that's what you believe in, and now you're like holding on to it because it's the only fucking thing you have, like, I feel bad for them people. And I do talk about them in my spaces. Like, I pray for you guys, for real, that you will just find a way to come to a place where you can just let go for long enough to recognize that all you got to believe in is yourself at the end of the day. And we don't get that, and it sucks. But this community is a community, and I try to bring people off the TL to recognize that it is what it is. If you pulled up in here for 10 minutes, you'd see it. We all get down, we get along, we fuck with each other, we play around, we have a good time in the intros, obviously. That's not what this space is about tonight. But typically the spaces are, hey, we fuck around, we play with people, and then we get into the topic and we run for fucking hours. Just pull up and just hear just hear how we get down. I'm gonna keep trying to pull these guys off the TL, man. I'm gonna land it there, but I'm not gonna give up on other people, man. And I would expect the same on the flip side of that coin.
Yeah, that last bar was hard, man. You absolutely right. It's like just remembering not to give up. Because again, we were once in that position where we was like, oh hell no, man, there's no way that everything could be a lie and everything's in. It's like, man, a lot of things have been, we've been deceived. Whoa.
You asked if we could hear your fan before, and we can now.
I knew that would happen.
Joining us from the
sacrifice
ISS.
I'm willing to make.
Shane, coming to you live from the ISS.
Shane, how hot is it?
It's hot enough for me not to care about you guys. Sorry.
Appreciate you, bro. But one other thing that William said, it's really sad when someone can utter the sentence, "What do you mean, community?" Like, to me, that is heartbreaking. Like, what do you mean? You don't know what a community, you don't belong to one? Like, you don't have a squad? Like, you don't have...
You ain't got no lads?
Ladettes? No ladettes?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Is someone like Plotsky down there coming up with some comments and being like, I thought that we were just failing, screaming into the void. And he's like, no, has been my lifesaver. And by the way, when I use your work, I was like, well, we've been wielding it with Disastrous. I can't imagine what you're doing with it. And he's like destroying everybody, apparently. I watched some of his debates. That dude is awesome. So I was excited to hear from him. Speaking of like lifting it up, right? Because just when you think it doesn't matter, he's like, no, not only does it matter, it matters so much that we've created another you across the world. Anyway.
Dude, this guy crushes. You gotta watch his debates with CCs on, because obviously it's in a different language. But just like the way he presents and talks in the subs, dog, he's literally the Czech Witsit. It's insane, dog.
Yep.
Hey, speaking of shout Shout out to Wizard, but yeah, let's hear from Flocky, man. That's my guy. I can't wait. I know you said put the closed caption, but I'm waiting for the translation, bro. I know I'm a sideboard, but yeah, we need them upgrades. But Flocky, what's up, man? Good to hear from you, brother.
Hello, guys. I'm actually like blushing right now. It's all I do is thanks to you, actually, like everything, because like Orban said, I didn't get to flat Earth before I start question the narrative of system, and it actually came up to me recently. My wake up call was fluid. So actually, at the fluid, I was starting to waking up that shit doesn't add up, and I actually end up in a flat Earth like 3 years ago, and I immediately start to consume with it. And then later, as I said to you, I get to Alan and Shane and here this room, and it's amazing. This community, like. Actually, the mainstream is trying to turn this this community against us. They are trying say that we are like some cult or something like that, and it's insane. This is like the purest community I ever get in, because everything that connect us is like our desire to search for the truth and know where we live, what is our purpose here, and this stuff, and it's I think it's amazing, and I don't know what more I want to say. First of all, what Secret said about Will Duffy and financial system, it's all true. I worked in financial system for 7 years, and you actually don't do like a mistake in finance. You have always prepared stop loss and things like that. So if you want to rob someone for money, you will do that. If you want to do churning, you will do that. You can choose if you want to have your client best interest or yours, and it's always like this, and you have to choose. And Will Duffy, he made his choice. So anything that this man do is not trustworthy, because he made that choice that his own interest is before all of us. So it's not man we can trust. And the second thing I want to say, they will always try to label us as like unscientific, and because I had this debate with that mainstream and with that astronaut Remek, and we crushed them in that debate. And only thing that they was able to do, they're trying to, they don't believe in evolution, or they don't trust in geographic, or they don't trust in physics, and we crash them with physics and geographic. Yeah, exactly. And it's so funny. They don't have anything. Like if you learn the basic about MMX, MGP, and this stuff, they can't do anything about it. I just want to say props up to Alan for his presentation about Sagnac. It's like perfect. If you just learn basic stuff about MMX, MGP, and about just basic stuff, and they can't beat you. Like it's and actually last thing you said, I'm a Czech with it. It's I'm blushing, but people say that. Yeah, actually I'm not you are not the first one who is saying that. Like many people says that, and every debate I have, they always trying to say, we must bring better scientists. We must bring better scientists. It's everything they say. We must bring better scientists. Someone better.
I was reading your comments and people were like, dude, you crushed him too hard. This dude didn't know anything. And it's like, bro, exactly. But you got to start at the,
Dude, you're doing well when everyone calls you Witsit. That's like the community, positive reinforcement cheer. It's like, yay, Witsit.
It's actually so funny because we need to find someone in Czech who's like a robot polisher, because everything they do this today is like word salad. We don't understand you. You are not scientists. You don't have a paper. You don't have a degree. They do everything exactly as Mechtoon and Fight the Flat Earth and everybody. They just don't have anything else. They can say word salad, and I'm actually telling them, okay, so look at these words, and they are using because actually some words like a topographical plane, they are actually not in the like vocabulary. And I'm like, yeah, of course, but if you get a topographical and plane, like all these words have meaning. You just put them together because it's like
Context clues, dude.
Yeah, it's insane.
You know what's crazy is that Ozian is trying to bait me into debating FTFE on the moon. Me, okay? Me. Aurelian over here. He's trying to. So we had a space on it. We literally had a space on that. Why are you trying to fuck with me, dude, and draw me into? You have okay. So without making it sound like Gluck 3000, there are people in this community, and I'll call it a community again because it is, that are well versed in certain things. You want to come at me. You want to come at me on geopolitics. You want to come at me on a various plethora of topics that aren't flat Earth. I got you. I'm your Huckleberry, but you wanted to try to bait me into a debate with this dipshit on the moon. Like, how did you even find me, Ozian? Why are you on my jock? This dude's on my balls, dude, for the last 2 weeks, and it's hilarious. So you have people in the community that you've been directed to in the community because we all have our strong suits. Some people are well-versed in things. Some people might not be well-read on others. We have our strengths, our weaknesses. Some of us specialize in one thing. Some of us specialize in something else. And you want to jump on my dick and ignore Shane, ignore Alan, ignore Whitsett, right?
Well,
ignore Toby. And you want to come fuck with me. And you think that I'm too stupid to understand that you're trying to fund your grift off of me? You want... Come on, man. I'm not an idiot. But I just wanted to throw that out there, dude. These guys are so desperate because they can't actually stand toe-to-toe with a juggernaut in the arena of these types of subjects that they want to fuck with me.
He wants to get you with one gotcha.
I'm not well-read.
One gotcha.
They know I'm not well-read.
Right. He wants to get you with one gotcha, and then the globe is proved. You know, like that kind of logic.
I'm not gonna give it to him. And Shane knows. Me and Shane's been kicking in my space is pretty tough. We've been having a good ass time, man. And at the end of the day, that's what we do. We have fun. We do this shit for fun. You remember that, Sacred?
God, what a good clip, right? Just sitting around. It's like, you can come troll, right? You can come act tough. You can come say some shit. But just remember, right, that when you do that, we're here on Friday. On Friday night, all night, for fun. So, proceed or whatever, you know?
Oh, for real.
I didn't want to believe that, Orwellian. I didn't want to believe that they were trying to weed out the quote-unquote low-hanging fruit and ignoring Alan and Whitsett and Shane until it happened to me. Until I had PhDs arguing with me but blocking Alan. And I was like, wow, they are losing their marbles right about now.
Oh, for real. The thing that's what I told him, I was like, y'all are trying to fuck with me. When you got people that could literally dice you up into a million pieces, you want me to come to debate an idiot that I have blocked. I got FTFE blocked because he literally was trying to, he labeled me as a Nazi and then wanted to nuke my account because I'm a Nazi. Not a Nazi. But so yeah, so then jumps in and I'm like, how the fuck? Okay, so this is coordinated. I get it.
Oh, yeah, you did the right thing. You know, remember what happened to me? Ozian's like, I'm not going to debate you, but Craig, FTFE would be delighted to, said Jaren to me on the day of the debate. I was like, what? So Ozian's not coming, and Craig will come? Pass. Right? Like, it's like, oh, so you're going to set me up to, yeah, don't care. So, yeah, dude, if I can't suck attention from you, let me see if I can't outwit you and trap you into giving me some of your attention.
No, and that's what I find. I just find it funny. And so in one of my spaces, I made it clear as day. And I laid it out. I said there are people in this community, and again back to the community because we are a community, and I wouldn't call it flat Earth, right? This is Flat Earth Fridays, obviously. So shout out to the hosts and 107 episodes, but a lot of us we go beyond this. We're truthers. We are truth seekers. We're seeking the truth in probably any realm that we may have been lied to in for our whole lives. And we may explore things like that in spaces that aren't flat earth related. And they're like, oh, well, I got to dunk on you. I'm just going to connect you to this. I'm going to call you a Nazi. I'm going to stick a label to you. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work, buddy. But hey, can you actually debate me on something that I'm well versed in? No, they can't. They just want to stick a label to me. So it always comes back to trying to tie truthers that are speaking other truths, 9/11 truth, jet fuel hoax, whatever you want to call it, to Flat Earth Fridays, which I think is cute.
Dude, discredit by proxy. It's like if you're like a little girl and you have a fist fight, a fisticuffs with another little girl, and you lose, and your parents separate you. It's like, how do you still get to hurt that girl? That's the kind of mentality.
Shane, does it not feel like that though?
Exactly, that's what it feels like.
Exactly what it feels like. We're being in these spaces, just having a conversation about nothing flat Earth related, and they're in here screaming and screeching. And then, when they don't get what they want, they call you a Nazi or something, and it's just comical.
Discredit by proxy. I can't refute anything you say. Not only can I not understand the words you use or the math that you describe, and use the math that describe the concepts that I don't understand that you're relaying eloquently, but I just want any reason I can to dismiss everything you're saying. If you look at it from that framework, like, oh, your goal isn't the truth. You don't care about your argument. You're not listening to mine. Certainly, you're not actually trying to understand. Your goal is that, right? So it makes much more sense from that frame.
I will say that's new for me. I will say I've never experienced this level where people feel the need to misrepresent you. Like, I was getting tagged in posts about spaces, being called all type of things, and I wasn't even in a space. So
They track our follower counts too.
Yeah, the space didn't even, most of these spaces don't have anything to do with Flat Earth, and specifically nothing to do with Flat Earth Friday. And then they want to make banners and be like, oh, these guys are connected to these. It's pathetic, disingenuous reaching. But again, back to kind of what Sacred was saying earlier, man. I pray for these people because they don't believe in anything, so they got to grab onto whatever they can. It just sucks. It is a community, no matter how much shade they want to try to throw on the fact that we aren't one, we are one. And there are people balls deep in their own different subjects. Alan and Shane, Toby and Stone doing what they do. Man, I'm doing my own thing. We literally spend so much of our time, invest so much of our time into researching these things because we know we've been lied to. For a troll to clap at me in my comments and tell me that I'm stupid and I'm an idiot, yeah, that's funny. You guys need to try harder or just
Dude, do you know how hard it is to socially shame a truther? Like, we try all the time on each other for funsies. It's hard, guys. Right? So if you're gonna try and do it for real, you better come ready.
Can I just say it's not useful for either side to psychoanalyze the other side?
Maybe. It's the argument where both sides know the other side's in a cult, right? So how do you frame it like that?
Exactly. It's pointless.
I would say maybe that's fair, but I always go back to what Sacred said, man. We do this shit for fun. Like, we're literally here having fun. We organize as a community for fun every Friday night while people are at the bar getting drunk and probably making babies out of wedlock. We're over here discussing things that matter. So we do this for fun. How are you going to make them enjoy what they do?
I do this for fun as well.
I don't think that's fair because we were born and always were at one point in time globe earthers. Like, there was a point in time where we didn't believe in a flat earth, didn't know nothing about it. So it's like we live both sides of the coin to be judged to be on this side of the coin. I don't know. I think we got the short end of that stick, Bruce.
Oh yeah, no. To be fair, Proud. Yeah, you're dead on. I love Star Wars. I was all about space. I'm not a space boy no more. So it's a fair point. But yeah, no. Come on.
It's actually a great point. I wanted to say before Proud said it, like we were on both sides and we know both sides. And if you like want to do like one community is Globers and we are the second community, we ban Globers. So we like know which both, if we will say that it's both cults, okay, we know both these cults. And for me, like this no-brainer to choose like the truth cult before the lying
If I had to
cult,
choose between two cults.
I love that. If I had to choose,
clip us up.
Cult.
And like last thing, I was last week I was telling about that the big document, and they actually like did something like in the behind the curve. They cut it out like one whole debate with astrophysician or astrophysic, and we totally crashed that astrophysic, and he's actually a politic now. So they totally cut it out, like a whole debate with this politic astrophysic is cut it out, and they don't want to give us this material. So I did think because I trying to appeal to their emotion, I send them Flatlanders with general information about behind the curve and how it went on, and with these emails and everything. And I said them like, don't you think it's like interesting that you do the same thing that they did in 4 or 5 years back, and you said you won't do that, and you're actually like doing that now. So I'm like hoping they will give us these materials. I don't know, maybe they won't, but they gave us actually at least things they will like make public. They will give us this material, so it's like at least 50% win, I guess. But they did same thing like they did in behind the curve, which is funny. If our position is so weak, why do you have to do this thing all the time?
Why do you continuously strawman the argument if our argument is so weak? It's a very good question.
You're the man. I can't wait to follow up with that when you get the footage and stuff, and we could do a space on that, dude. Just dedicated to that. Yeah, that's insane, dude. They had to come in hot, like, oh, you know what? Actually, we got to protect this PhD, dude. We could throw those other dudes to the wind, but if this guy falls to some guy who got educated on the internet, dude, who got radicalized by YouTube, then there's gonna be a big problem here. Society's gonna break down.
Is that his Professor Dave you said, and needs help? Is that him?
No. This one is like politician in left side, and he's a friend with the director, so they have a connection. And I think that he like don't want to like drown him in the deep water, but it's what it is. So I said to him like, if you want to be honest, you have to like give us at least. I'm okay that you want want to show him in your movie. That's okay, but give us the material. Like at least some people who want to know the truth, they will see it. Like I'm telling him like, dude, my channel have like, I don't know, 4,000 subscribers. So at the top, like 10,000 people will see it. So what's the big issue? Like if some people want to know truth, give them the chance. But we will see. But I have actually like the first debate. They did not a movie, but like 3 series. So I have like first uncutted materials. I already have it, and it's on my YouTube channel. I don't know if you like can put it subtitles on it on YouTube. I don't know how it works in.
Yep, we got it. We got you.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, I've been watching your stuff, man. I've been loving it.
It's awesome, man. Okay, that's great.
I put your stuff in the Jumbotron too, so if anyone wants to go and check out his material, you can check out his 2 channels there. He's got the what is it? The how do you say your name again? Before I butcher it, sound retarded.
My actual name is Dominic.
Dominic.
I go with no.
Dominic, it is. That's
it. I go with no globe domo, and the Plochy podcast is like Plochy in Czech. Plochy is flat. So my podcast is
nice.
flat podcast. Yeah, Plochy is flat. And I'm sure, actually, I'm like thinking I will try to do something in Czech, like this community, but in Czech, because there's so many Czech people that don't speak actually English at all. My English is bad, but it's something. But like most of people in Czech do not speak English, or not in the level that they could comprehend you. So I want to do something like little, like maybe flat Fridays, but in Czech it would be like plochý pátek, or maybe like stojatá sobota, which is like stationary Saturday, something like that, because this is amazing and it will help to like people to build the community in Czech and don't be afraid to speak up, because this thing you are doing motivate me to do stuff I'm doing, and I'm making so many new like Czech flat earthers. Like I have a message daily. I have daily messages like, I thank you, man, like you changed my mind, or I'm sorry that I was rude to you, and this thing, and it's amazing. Like there's no better feeling than your hater turning up to be flat earther or at least truther. So it's amazing, and it's actually all thanks to you. So we are like building this community all over our realm.
Dude, check Flat Earth Friday is a great idea. But when I saw you do your presentation, when I watched your thing, I couldn't help that your PDF portfolio had map tards in it from a certain someone, had a bunch of illustrations and visuals that I recognized personally.
Yeah, man.
I was like, this guy's got all the right shit. Look at this.
Yeah, you're like, you are the best source. Best source,
had
man.
no idea. He was not ready for any of that. So I just wanted to say that, dude. I was like, I was scrolling through your presentation, so excited. I was like, look, I was that guy on the couch. Look, I reckon, yeah, there it is again.
Oh, dude, you fucking got me rolling with the map guard, Shane, every time. Hey, I wanted to ask this question just in general, and maybe there are some people in here that were wondering the same thing. So, do you know how a lot of the globe earthers, or the toxic globe earthers, I'd say the anti-flat earthers, say you were radicalized by YouTube videos? They're talking about Eric Dubé, or is there something I'm unaware of? Because I'm pretty sure they're talking about Eric Dubé, but I don't know. And like, it's a general, it's a general, genuine question from me, and I have some other people that are asking the same question.
They were obsessing him for quite a while. Yeah.
Sorry, Mark Sargent or Math Power Land are the two I hear a lot, and Eric Dubé, of course.
Maybe I can say, like, for Czech Republic and for Slovakia and maybe for Eastern Europe, it's definitely Eric Dubé. Like if you want to find something and you are like first in this topic, first time, you won't like find the shit. You will always find Professor Dave and like everything like anti-flat earth content, and then you find Eric Dubé, which is like actually weird, because when you think how long Eric is in it, and if you like watch his like stuff about gravity, you actually like learn in bad way. And when you start using his argumentation about gravity, you will get crushed. When I get to Witsit stuff and your stuff, I am actually like able to crush them, and that's the point, because when you are like using only buoyancy and density, you got nothing. They will always crash you because like you don't have a vector, you don't have nothing. And it's weird for me. Like it's good. I'm not saying it's bad stuff from him. It's good. Like you have some information, but you won't really learn like stuff you need. So maybe I don't know. If I were in his shoes, I would be doing everything I can to like share the best and most actual information I can do, because that's why I'm watching you. It's insane. You are like every week there is something new or something like more precise or like developed to like more comprehensible way. So this is things that I would be doing if I were Eric Dubé, and he's not doing that. So that's just my thing about us.
So again, back to my question, like one of the most used toxic anti-flat earther things is you were radicalized by YouTube videos. So my question is, was that Eric Dubé? Because I don't think it was. Is there something that I'm missing? I just anybody that has some sauce on that, let me know how.
Taboo conspiracy. Yeah, there's a lot of good videos. That's why they're attacking them. Like they go after the map because it's the strength of flat Earth. So they're gonna it's living in their head rent free. Yeah, there's a lot of
Miss that.
truth there. Yeah.
Repeat yourself. I missed that.
Which part
Start
about the
over.
channels? Well, there's so many channels on there that
What year was that? When they put the
prove it.
box under the wiki link.
I can't hear.
Under the YouTube video.
You robot and proud.
What the hell happened to her?
Yeah, Proud. You're a super robot.
They
My
don't
phone.
like video.
So Stone, was that you? You were explaining. You were explaining how we got radicalized on YouTube. My question was that, like, I get that in my comments a lot, and I don't understand it. So I'm appealing to you guys that have been throwing that for way longer than I've been in the community, to help me understand where exactly I was radicalized on YouTube, because the only thing I can come up with is Eric Dubé.
I would object to the term before I started to defend it, if you know what I mean.
Well,
What's radical about my position?
Understand it.
My first question, right? What's radical about it? I find that the globe model is far more radical. Astrophysical model, far more radical. They got a lot more splinting to do than we do, and I think it's about time that the language has been, misappropriated. I think we need to straighten that out.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word radicalized, but I would say the vast majority of flat earthers got there by just watching flat earth videos on YouTube.
Well, what would you call us if not radicalized then?
Can't
come on, man. You just opened up. You wanted to speak. Come on, Ruid. You're up here with the
That's why the Globers don't like video at all. It's always fixed. You don't see them posting video because it's bad.
Yeah, but Ruhib, it's not just videos on YouTube. We have PhD coming here saying that there is exclusive evidence that the Earth is not in motion, and every single PhD that's been in my replies for the past 50 episodes was crickets. I didn't hear nothing from none of them because it wasn't coming from a flat earther. Now it's coming from somebody that got a credential who's been in physics longer than them. So, I mean, you could say that it's just YouTube videos, but then when the PhDs start saying the same or echoing the same things that we have been saying, what argument do you have at that point?
Yeah, I don't make arguments to authority or credentials or anything. Like I'm in some other arena, I'm known for forcing a PhD geneticist to withdraw his major paper. Right? I'm not a fucking PhD geneticist, right? So I don't make those arguments. What I would say about most of the flat earthers, I think, generally are conspiracy theorists that weren't very good at maths and geometry.
It's poison the well, and it's organized crime's not a theory, so that's all red herrings.
So, Bruce, Ruhib, have you watched any of Dr. Bennett's work, any of his presentations?
No, I don't really care too much of the sort of space stuff, like all the. I tried to get into Mickelson Morley and that sort of stuff, and it doesn't really interest me that much.
But what does the Earth being in motion is beneath our feet? That's not space,
right?
So that's non-analogous. So that's what I'm saying. So when you say like, oh, most flat earthers don't know math and this and that, and I'm saying, well, if I'm using a hostile witness, y'all scientific community, we got people with the background that says, hey, when we test the motion beneath our feet, there is none. So it's not an appeal to a credential or anything. It's, hey, even your side have exclusive evidence, exclusive non-measurements of what's claimed to be in motion. So this is not just flat earthers. It's not just YouTube. Like there's papers on this.
Right, but there are PhDs in genetics and biology that deny evolution, right? It's not hard to find someone to agree with your position.
No, it's not
evolution
just
is only theory. The theory of evolution, it was only ever a theory.
Yeah, it's not about denying, right? It's not about denying. It's, hey, I'm a physicist who did my dissertation on relativity. And then I came to look into the details and found out that a lot of these things is abstract concepts, things that we can't validate or verify with the scientific method. And with specific instrumentation or specific instruments designed to test for these things, they come up with failed or no results, or something that doesn't align with the whole framework that keeps your globe Earth in motion. So
And
like,
I would suggest this PhD guy submit his paper to a journal, get it peer reviewed, and see how it goes.
see, appeal to consensus, appeal to consensus, appeal to general. But he actually spoke on that. He said, "Hey, like, I can't even do that." He's like, even me, if I try to submit something to a journal because I don't have an affiliation with that organization or with that entity, they won't accept it. And matter of fact, I'm gonna go retweet him right now. He tweeted this out. He said he submitted his information to 6 different PhDs, people in his field, still have not gotten no information back. So you're saying go to a journal that he can't get no access to, and even if he did get access to it, will they accept it? Because you got to get approved. So you're appealing to some other authority, and even when he's reaching out to his peers, he's not even getting any information back. So at what point are you just going to acknowledge what he's saying and not just appeal to everybody else who's trying to minimize the information that he's trying to put forth?
All right. Like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so I do believe if his idea has merit, it will be taken seriously, and if it doesn't, it won't.
Is that so? Would you say that when it's not acknowledged, not addressed, is that them taking it seriously?
Yeah, look, I've tried submitting papers to journals as well, right? Hostile journals. I know that it's hard.
So then why would you recommend that's the process to take if you know that that's a flawed process? Doesn't make any sense.
I ended up going to a guy from Nature who writes the like the magazine for Nature, so not the journal, and he sort of put a bit of pressure on to get me somewhat in the door to push for a result, basically.
So it's still, there's actually peer-reviewed papers on how peer review is a flawed process. So I'm just saying, man, at some point, we just gonna have to realize that there is a framework, there's processes intact or there's processes in place to keep a framework intact, to keep abstract concepts or concepts outside of the general accepted mainstream science away from people actually learning about it. And he's jumping through this hurdles. I mean, I just learned today that Dr. Bennett is over 90 years old. Like, he should be the most respected. People should be like jumping to read the things that he's been saying. He probably got the most experience out of any PhD physicist that's still alive today, being 90 something years old. So it's just like, if he can't even do it, you know how many times somebody done told me, well, Sacred, if you believe the Earth is flat, submit a peer review paper. Then I talked to Dr. Bennett, who got 90 years old, probably 40 years in physics, can't even get nobody to acknowledge it. That just seems like a fallacious approach, bro.
It's even you anyway. These systems and processes.
Conspiratorial.
Oops. You keep saying conspiratorial, but
the conspiracy is about hiding it, but it is level. That's not conspiracy part. I mean, there's a reason why the burden of proof is on the globe, and that's still true. That's why we don't need these systems and obsolete gatekeepers like you're talking about. But it's irrelevant. They mean nothing. Peer review. I only read your paper. They went over the highlighters. That was Winston said that. So it's like we don't need to kiss anybody's ring when we already know the Earth is a level stationary environment.
Yeah, and again, it's not just conspiratorial when there's peer-reviewed papers that's highlighting these same issues that has been echoed by Dr. Bennett himself. That peer-reviewed is a flawed process. So it's just like, at some point, you can't just throw these words out to cover the argument. You just have to acknowledge that it is a flawed process. There's a reason why it's structured like this. And maybe we should look into it instead of just dismissing it unless it's in an accepted journal by an entity that's keeping a framework intact by these flawed processes, bro. Like, you just got to be honest about that.
I haven't dismissed his idea. I'm saying if he has a good idea and it will eventually gain traction. You guys make as much noise as you like about it and it will gain traction if it's good.
So, like, if 12 more flat earthers challenge you about Rayleigh's criteria on an angular resolution, then that'll be a good argument?
No. If it's a good argument, not necessarily if a lot of people say it, but if it's a good argument, you've got to get the attention of people who know what they're talking
If
about.
the right people say it, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, people who can address it. Yeah, like Rayleigh's criterion, as an example, is rubbish. And if you spoke to someone in optics, they would tell you that.
So what was wrong with it? What was? Oh, go ahead, bro.
Ruhif, in your opinion, who's the final boss of academia?
What? The final boss?
Right, like who has the most say? Like who is the final peer review boss? There is none.
Yeah,
but in
I
your
don't think
opinion,
it's a
like
person.
who should be or how should somebody be determined as final end all say all be all? Unless you feel like consensus is win or the ultimate boss.
Consensus by itself is fallacious, but a consensus of experts is not fallacious. Right? If you're able to convince people who are studying,
Yeah, a good argument doesn't matter if they have a vested interest in not.
Hold on, Libra. Hold on, Libra. Hold on, Libra. Hold on.
That's your conspiracy.
What, that they're trying to hide the aether? That's not conspiracy. That's fact.
Okay.
So I believe it, Bruise Ferret, but I could be a flat earth pilot. I could be a flat earth astrophysicist. Whatever the box checks, you feel me? I could do whatever I gotta do to get to that position and still hold to my own beliefs. So if me and all my flat earth physicist friends decide we don't agree with your model, it's gonna be consensus, credentialed, and you can't refute it. So consensus doesn't necessarily mean like you're all right, but at the same time, what you're calling like the credential that gets determined, like this is accredited because of what? If I get that same credential, is it still accredited or nah? Now there's different parameters
If you
now.
get it, like if let's say you're a pilot, right, and I would then ask you to plot a flight path from Sydney to Santiago. Sorry, almost said San Diego.
Bro said what? Yeah, Alan.
Man, I almost said San
Alan
Diego.
isn't here right now. Oh
Santiago.
my God, this guy.
Yeah, so like, I would ask you to demonstrate your proficiency by plotting a flight route.
I can hear you laughing, dude.
As a flat earth pilot, and you feel like because I am credentialed, that would get the respect of the masses. You don't think they're going to call me a quack and
Oh, they probably
disregard
would.
me?
Yeah, but if you plotted a flight route on the AE map as opposed to the globe and flew it, yeah, that'd be you'd probably die
They've
first.
done it. David Weiss's pilot friends did it worked on it for like 3 to 5 years. So, again, the burden of proof is not on flat Earth. That's proven. The burden of proof is on the globe.
Okay. All right, last question. Last question for Ruhip. I didn't want to get to dastardly, but Ruhip, how would you plot your path without referencing a fixed coordinate system?
What do you mean a fixed coordinate system, as in lat long?
Like a coordinate system that's given to us. How would you plot that without appealing to a coordinate system that's based on a globe that requires corrections?
I would use lat long. I'm not sure why that's a problem. Why is that an issue?
Yikes.
Hold on. Did Ruhip never steal, man, like our argument for coordinate systems?
No. He understands, which is why I said yikes, because now he has to pretend that he doesn't to argue the position. It's weird.
Oh, I keep telling you, Shane, there is a distance that we measure in reality that matches one of those coordinate systems. Or sorry, the distance between 2 points matches one of those.
But except you're not really considering reality. You're measuring distances on a sphere and a graticule, and then measuring distances on another celestial sphere, and you're going, look, it's a sphere, right? Because you're calculating using cosine. You're not going out there to the tip of Australia and laying your rum line and measuring how many lengths of ruler it actually takes. You're taking a cosine of a latitude, computing a distance. Oh, come on.
I'm measuring distances out in the world in reality with a freaking trundle wheel.
All right, so
I've
then
done it,
when
Jesse's done it, and Bacon's about to do it.
So when you ratio a meter to a proportion of 1/10 millionth of a terrestrial meridian, you don't think that's a problem then when I'm computing
No,
distances for geodesic compared to geodesic?
No, that is the original definition of a meter, yes. But if I'm at one latitude and I measure a certain distance across 1 minute of longitude, and it's the cosine of the latitude.
Oh, so that's what I said. But so you know that when so you think they changed the definition of a meter from a 1/10 millionth of a terrestrial meridian to one portion of a ratio of light speed? You think that that was a change?
It was a change to guarantee, what's the word, certainty or invariance or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, but it was 39 point like English inches before, and it was 39.37 English inches after. So what changed?
Right. So the original meter was meant to be 10,000 kilometers from pole to equator, and then they had to remeasure it and ended up to be like 10,014, whatever it was, a few more kilometers. Right. And they thought, oh, are we going to like remeasure this distance, or are we going to define it as a constant? And they ended up going, yeah, this is more. What's the word? I can't think of the word. More robust. More robust to define as constant.
I like how you were in the heads of the people who were at the conference in 1867 who met at this to decide how they were going to use it. But yeah, before the conference, 39.37 inches, and then after the conference, 39.37 inches. All they did was pretend that 1/10 millionth of a quarter of a terrestrial meridian wasn't equal to 1/299,782.58. Right? It's the same amount.
Measured. They had a physical piece of metal, like Invar metal. That was the definition of a meter, and they just go, "Oh, how many inches is that?" They didn't define it in terms of inches.
39.37 inches is still one proportional unit of a quarter of a terrestrial meridian on Earth, 1/10 millionth, right?
But that's not the definition of it, though.
But it is.
No. The 39 point whatever inches is not the definition of a meter.
No, now it's 1/10 millionth a part of the distance from whatever. Yeah. But that's like the distance of light equal to travel in a vacuum, which is 1/299,792,458 seconds, which is equivalent to exactly the same 39.37 inches.
I'm sure it is.
So what is the disconnect, bro?
It's the meter or anything like that is not defined in terms of inches.
The meter as a metric of unit has now been a ratio which is applied to a meter in the metric system, which then goes, of course, to centimeters, kilometers, right to miles, and then right to statute miles at the 1.1 equivalence rate, right? So,
yeah, but they're not defined. The imperial system, I think, is now officially defined in the metric system, which I find hilarious. Well, but they used to be something else.
This started because I laughed because you were like, the distances on the AE map or whatever, like they're different, right? On the graticule is the graticule. The distances are determined by the grid long lat line, not by the visual pre-scaling of lines people draw, right? You know that. I know you know that.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say.
Say you know it. Come on.
But we measure these distances in reality, which gives you which model is correct.
Reality, right? Like, so when I use Haversine on the AE map just from coordinates to get actual geodesic distance, of course I do, because the longitude line.
Don't use Haversine on an AE map.
Of course I do. Of course I do. Straightens out great meridians right into that linear direction. If the curved longitude line on a sphere, say the distance from the North Pole to the equator, gets straightened out and linearizes the same AE map. Now it has a linear line measuring what? Longitude. It's literally the measure of longitude as a mutually equidistant projection straightened out. So geodesic to linear, right? Same distance. Can't be anything else.
If you are using the Haversine formula or the Vincenti, probably the Vincenti is more accurate. If you're using that formula to get a distance between 2 points on the graticule, you are assuming the Earth is a sphere.
You are definitely computing two distances on a sphere, right? So you have your hemispherical vision giving you your celestial sphere based on angles to the stars, comparing those angles to the stars themselves, and a 1-for-1 sphere to sphere, and you're going boom sphere. Never once measured the Earth. I thought you said you got your run line out to go measure the Earth. All you did was calculate graticule to cosine of latitude to come back to the graticule to compute sphere.
No, I literally got a trundle wheel and walked, measured the distance. Didn't look in the sky. I could have done it with my eyes closed and still got the same result. I measured the distance physically, and it corresponds. The width of a minute of longitude, or any distance between longitude, correlates to the cosine of the latitude. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere.
Graticule. I got it.
Yes, I understand what a graticule is, but on a map, there is a different physical difference between those longitude lines, depending on what map you use.
Physical distance. So, like you're saying that the size of Australia is physically wider on the AE projection than on the globe.
It would be, yes.
Drew, if that's retarded. And I know you said retarded.
Yeah, sorry. I would never use that word.
Heard you say hardcore. Oh my god.
So the AE map is wrong. Do you agree?
The AE map is a azimuthal equidistant projection of the same thing as the globe. So if you don't like, say, the directions on a globe, then the AE map is retarded for you. You can't have one and not the other.
Okay, but is there a map that you can use that doesn't give you errors or distortions?
There is no flat Earth map. We have a curved spherical graticule only. All right, you have the celestial sphere and a spherical graticule. That's it.
Okay, we don't need a celestial sphere. Like it's a physical.
No, you do. No, you do. Cosmography, dude. Like you don't have maps without stars. You don't have geographic coordinate systems without the stars. You don't have latitude without Polaris, the North Pole, and the sun. You don't have any declination for any celestial marker for anything that's on the ground without anything in the sky.
Right. Okay. Anyway, we've had this before.
Look,
5 times.
Look, I wanna get to Dastardly, but Proud, you want to jump in real quick? I don't know why. I don't know if you can see Cole, but you want to jump in real quick before Dastardly go? As co-host.
I wanted to ask Ruhiv what he thought his was the most accurate measurement. It seemed like they were arguing like the original measurement unit, but no, let Dastardly go.
Well,
yeah,
okay.
You still like breaking up a little bit too.
Yeah. The most accurate measurement of what?
Hold on, we'll come back to you in a second, Ruhiv. We'll come back to you.
Oh no, I'll go now. It's all good.
No, don't go nowhere because I still want to build on this conversation. But this is the people that do it. Unless you got to. I mean, I know you probably got stuff to do. You on the other side of this plane, so you know.
Exactly. Yeah. 15 minutes. All right.
Dastardly, thank you for being so patient. I appreciate that. It was good. Dastardly, darling.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Oh my gosh. I went through so many different things I wanted to talk about. Originally, I thought we were going to steel man the flat earth position as I don't know if I'm a glober or what I am, but it went so far beyond that. First of all, I want to say anybody who demands peer review for something is a pathetic loser. You need consensus in order to understand something. It's ridiculous because the consensus view on everything is wrong if you just look at the world. About 10 years ago, maybe 9, I started to realize that we were lied to about pretty much everything. I'm not a flat earther now, but I know for sure that everything we've been taught in school has been bullshit with a little sprinkling of truth here and there to make us believe it, you know? Oh my gosh, that little British dude who thinks he's so smart. I'm not a flat earther, and I can't stand this little dude. Like, let me hear the peer-reviewed studies before I believe it. Come on, dude. You can't believe something unless a bunch of other people agree with you? Give me a fucking break. Sorry for the
He has to burn the proof, but they can't prove it because it's not real. Yeah.
Oh my god. What?
You mean Cox, Brian Cox, or whatever?
No, the dude
No,
who's
he's talking
just
about
speaking
Ruhiv.
bruised. I wouldn't mind if Bruce Ferret comes on with me. I'm probably not as well spoken as he is because I'm not British. But I
Neither am
know
I, you
what I
fucking idiot.
know without
this
having
fucking
other people fucking agree with me. I know what I know without needing other people to agree with me in order to believe it.
All right. Can I just call you a fucking idiot because you've insulted me? I'm not British.
Oh, what are you? Oh.
There we go.
Lighten up, Ruhin, lighten up.
Okay, so anyways, I
Yeah.
just
I
wanted
think
to
you were
say
quite rude, Dastardly.
what I
Quite rude,
wanted
I
to
have to
do
say.
originally was to
Dastardly's writing her name.
Yeah.
what?
No, he said Dastardly's your username. Why would he be so offended? No,
Go ahead, Dastardly.
Dastardly's
Go
your
ahead. Go
username.
ahead.
So why
Finish
would you
your
be so
thought.
offended?
Hold on. Finish your thought, Dastardly. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything you guys said because it was like kind of talking over each other. But the peer reviewed thing really, I'm not like a triggered person except for that peer reviewed bullshit, because anybody who demands peer reviewed studies demonstrates that they cannot think for themselves. Period. So, basically what I originally wanted to do was steel man the flat earth model, because I'm not a flat earther, but I definitely don't believe in any consensus at all now, because I've learned that the consensus, everything that is consensus is bullshit. And I'm sorry, I'm just like a little bit bamboozled about like how people can pretend to be intelligent and demand peer review. It's so ridiculous.
Hey, that is a really good point, but you don't have to steel man the whole flat Earth model. You could just steel man like maybe a phenomenon
No,
or
what I
one
wanted to
argument.
do, was steel man gravity, because I wanted to see if I understood, because I spoke with Witsit in one of the other Flat Earth Fridays, trying to understand that part of it, because it's honestly the thing that most attracts me to you guys is I've always loved electromagnetics, and there's something. I'm a radar girl. I was a radar technician in the Navy, and I just love it. So that's the thing that attracts me the most. And so my steel man for gravity for you guys is, well, it's not gravity. Gravity is bullshit. The downward acceleration is caused by, well, okay, sorry. First of all, there's a torus field, which I don't fully understand yet. But then there's, sorry, I got a little heated because of the peer reviewed thing. Hang on, give me a second. So, there's density with every single object, and that is because of electrostatics. And when something is more dense than another thing, it will be drawn more downward more than the other thing. Like a helium balloon is lighter than a rock, so it'll rise and the rock will fall. Does that kind of make sense?
Absolutely.
You're about halfway there.
Mass attracts mass
still a little bit iffy
electrostatically
on
at
it.
best.
And I
They
haven't
won't
been
acknowledge
in
it.
radar for a long time, so I'm really ditzy also. But
They won't acknowledge it because they have to hide the aether. So they'll say mass attracts mass, but what is the mechanism where that is? At best, it's electrostatic. You know.
the mass attracts mass thing has always thrown me off, because I'm like, well, why doesn't my boulder in my front yard attract
pile
all
of
this
rocks.
sand
Yeah.
that's around it? You know, like there's no demonstration of that I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, if it does, it would be electrostatically at best. So, but they don't want to acknowledge that mechanism, which it has to be because they can't acknowledge the aether. They have to. They want to keep robbing us and selling their own stuff back to us, like free energy. So, you know. I think it's buoyancy, density, and electrostatic force. I believe it.
Well, you guys were talking about a lot about this space and the community and everything, and I'm not like, I guess I feel like I'm one of you because you're so welcoming, but I'm not I'm just an anti-believer in anything now unless it's fully proven to me. So that's why I don't call myself a flat earther, but you know, watching globe debaters, they're pushing me towards flat earth because they're so illogical and emotional, and they're all like government sycophants. They're just
Hey, y'all see? I told y'all I was not lying. Y'all keep on behaving like that. Y'all got y'all
Some
got
of the
50 million
some
dastardlies watching us, and they like, oh, I don't like that behavior. And
right.
Some of the best globe flat Earth recruits are flat earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck the flat earth or whatever his name is. FTFE.
Oh God.
That guy, he was talking shit to me in comments on YouTube, and I'm like, I'm not even a freaking flat earther, you know, like, anyway, so, I've taught my kid who is in public school against my will, I've taught him trust your own instincts and to question everything and believe what you believe regardless of what's taught to you, and don't ever go with what the consensus is. You just got to question everything, and that includes flat earth. But one thing I want to say before like I take off is I'm not trying to brag on myself, but I've got kind of a good discernment situation going on since I started this whole journey like 9 years ago. And I really, really, really don't trust that Antarctica thing that they're talking about. And I would love to see somebody try to fly over Antarctica, as long as they don't fly into something, if you guys are right, like fly into a wall or something. I don't want anybody to get hurt. But I just really don't trust it. And I've been watching Jaren a couple times this week, and he's been really kind of, I don't know. It's just weird. And I'm
It's
not
another stunt.
I'm
It's
not a
another
flat
stunt.
earther, but I'm just like, as an outsider looking in, I just don't trust that whole situation. It's really creepy to me. And I don't have the best words to describe it. I just think you should doubt it.
To try and get out in front of what's disclosure, because flat Earth retention is 99.9%, while the globe is dying, and so it's becoming a groundswell.
Testing.
we hear you, proud. We hear you.
Okay.
That's
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
No, I just
That's
want to make sure
beautiful.
I could come through. That's really what kind of helped me with Steelman and Gravity was learning that it's a agreed upon average. So it's just an agreed upon average at the rate that things fall, and that kind of helped me get into like being able to like kind of understand it a little more. But what, real quick, if you don't mind me asking, what age did you enlist in the
Oh
forces?
my gosh. I was so gung-ho. I was right-wing conservative Christian, like, give me John Philip Sousa. I was 20 years old, or no, 19, about to be 20. And I was hardcore military, like, let's kill all the bad guys because America's the best.
America.
Fuck
You know,
yeah.
radar proof flat Earth. There's a good video on that.
I worked on the
Appreciate that.
Aegis Spy 1 Bravo radar, which is a guided missile radar.
Is it line of sight 257 miles, right? On the Aegis, or
Gosh, dude, it has I wish I could go back to school right now to study it with new eyes, because I really don't remember a lot of it. And maybe there's enough unclassified stuff that I could go read about it, but Man, I wish I could.
Would you?
I just didn't think about it. I really honestly was one of those people recently who was like, what does it even matter what shape the earth is? You know?
Well, it's the secrecy, and see,
Yeah.
that's not even the conspiracy part. They're hiding it.
All I needed to know was how to fix it. And then when I got out to the field, we didn't even use our troubleshooting skills. I was so disappointed because I'm a dork who loves troubleshooting. And they just were like, oh, let's replace this $10,000 piece of equipment and that'll work because it's a similar fault that we had before. They didn't even like test anything. I love troubleshooting and I never
I'll
even
find
got
a
to do
video
it.
for you.
It was so stupid. Huh?
I'll find that video for you.
Oh, that'd
Isn't
be
it nice that the with the radar, all these other our enemies haven't taken advantage of? If there was a curvature, they could fly right under the radar. You know, it doesn't curve, right? The radar's straight out. I'll find that video.
Okay.
I think about that a lot too. If I could go into those rooms around those teachers and all the science, like right now with fresh eyes, would it be worth it?
Mm-hmm. It would be fun. I just think, okay, I just wish that dude who was demanding peer-reviewed papers, I wish that he could start thinking for himself and stop depending on the consensus of others. It's just so
They
sad
have to.
and so pathetic. It's pathetic.
They have to shift the burden of proof. They have to shift the burden of proof.
Hold on, Libra. Let her finish. Libra, let her finish.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's it.
I'm sorry.
No. That's okay. That it's just pathetic. Go ahead.
All right. Response time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dastardly.
Hold on. Before you get to responding, Ruben, I'll let you go in just a second. Let me just double back to the Steelman. The Steelman was about, I would say about 60, 70% valid. I like how you incorporated density and how the compactness of matter is held together by electrostatics. And yes, everything does seek equilibrium relative to its environment based on its relative density. And then we do have this electrostatic vertical gradient, which some would say is caused by the ether, the flow of ether that's coming down to Earth, which is that flow, which is that downward bias. And yeah, for pretty much that's it in a nutshell. So you did pretty good on that.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, Sacred brought up that Dr. Bennett saying something about the motion of the Earth being zero or whatever, right? And my response was that topic doesn't interest me. I've tried to look up Michelson Morley, those sort of things, and I just don't care. Right? It doesn't affect the shape of the Earth, in my opinion. So what I said was, if his idea has merit, then he should, try and submit it to a peer-reviewed journal, make as much noise as you guys can to get it looked at. And if it's a good idea, it will gain traction. I didn't say anything along the lines of if it comes out in a peer-reviewed paper, I will believe it. That's not at all what I said. The end.
Why do you need other people to believe it in order for it to be true?
Right, because I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not an expert in that field.
Until other people believe it?
No.
So I guess he's asking, what's the difference, Ruhip? So let's say that he submitted it and it got reviewed. Then what? Are you going to read the review of his paper and then you're going to acknowledge it?
No, I will not acknowledge something as true or certain unless I understand it, right? I only give sort of tentative acceptance of things that are published in scientific journals unless I actually understand it. The big thing about appearing in a peer-reviewed journal is that experts have assessed it and
what is an expert?
Given it a pass.
An expert
Someone that's well
is
studied in
somebody
the
who's
field.
gone through a university, who has imbibed information and has been able to repeat that information, and then they're given a paper and they're told that they're an expert. That does not give somebody actual knowledge of something. And that doesn't peer review from those morons. Like, what does that do? Like,
That's not an expert.
anybody who gives credence to peer review is pathetic.
Right. Someone, your opinion of what an expert is of someone that has never been an expert in anything. Right. An expert can demonstrate that they know what they're talking about. Just like I asked Proud.
Define
Right,
expert.
I asked Proud if she was an expert pilot, could she
Why
plot a
don't you
flight route?
define expert?
That's why I asked you, what's your definition of expert? Because if me and my flat earth friends decide that we want to get PhDs but still believe in our beliefs, you guys are going to discredit our expertise. It happens
We're
all
not
the
even
time.
going to get PhDs from these people. We'll create
if
our
you can
own
demonstrate an
university and
understanding.
give ourselves PhDs just like they do.
If you could follow a curriculum which is regurgitating what they want and believe,
No, it's not.
then I wholeheartedly believe, like, yo, if you follow what they're saying and you understand the mainstream understanding of it, but you just don't believe it, what are they like? They can't stop you from getting your PhD. If you could
That's
steel
not what an
man their
expert is.
position,
Oh
they can't
no,
stop you.
they can. That's what they were saying. Like,
I would like him to define expert.
Yeah, someone that can demonstrate knowledge and
Third time.
understanding of a topic. It's not just regurgitation. Regurgitation is not understanding.
But a steel man is. If you can accurately steel man a position, and I'm not talking about one time, I'm talking about following a curriculum and a course. Understanding the mainstream narrative of Mickelson-Morley. Understand the mainstream narrative of the Saginaw Effect. If you can follow that, get your degrees, and go along with the program, but you don't wholeheartedly believe that, knowing you're in that program, unless you're blabbing about it on Twitter, I don't think they're going to stop you from graduating. Does that make sense?
You won't get a PhD, but you can graduate.
right, you got to get sponsors. Somebody got to be like you adequate enough in order to become a doctor of philosophy.
You have to be
do a doctoral
you have
dissertation.
to be in line with the consensus argument.
I got PhD students in my DM right now saying, "Hey, Sacred, like, send me whatever you got on flat Earth. I just can't talk about it right now. I'm trying to get my PhD." I'd be like, "Damn, bro, that's crazy that you can't even speak your mind in pursuit of your own educational expertise."
I'm talking about after that. So y'all saying it's too late now? Hold on, I gotta get my ice cream. Y'all saying it's too late now because I'm a flat earther already? Because I've already got on the internet and talked about the what did Aurelian say? A radical view. I can't get a PhD, and they're gonna trust that I believe in the mainstream now. Is that what you guys are saying?
No, this kind of comes down to you guys having a conspiratorial mindset about academia, right? And I would
straw man. You're straw manning.
Define conspiratorial mindset.
Hold on, y'all. We gotta let them finish.
Everyone's lying to
sorry.
you. It's all a conspiracy, right? The government's running things behind the scenes and lying to you, right? It's all a lie, right? That's the basis of everything conspiratorial.
Well, mostly it's a misinterpretation. Most of them is a misinterpretation. But I don't even know what you mean when you say "you guys," right? That's why I was asking if you actually followed some of Dr. Bennett's work, because if you did, you probably wouldn't be making statements like that. Because he just had a whole live and a presentation demonstrating the misinterpretations and how they know that there's these corrections that they're making, and they're just ignoring these things just to keep the earth in motion. So, like, you saying "you guys," like, what do you mean? Like flat earthers and PhDs?
Flat earthers. Like I said before, you can
But
always
what about
find
the PhD
someone.
though? What about the PhDs?
The PhD flat earthers?
No, the PhD that says, "Hey, we're not in motion." So we say "you guys" as a flat earthers. I'll say, well, what about the PhD who isn't a flat earther, who's a geostatist, and said the earth is not in motion?
Yeah,
What about him?
I don't know his theory. That's why I said go and make as much noise as you can to get other experts to look at it.
You gotta have other people agree with you.
That's why Libra keeps on screaming on strong man, because you're saying "you guys" like it's just flat earthers, and we're trying to tell you it's not just flat earthers. And they say, well, I didn't look into it, so you're speaking on something ignorantly. And I actually believe you, because you said, let me just ask you this, Ruth. Why is your globe oblate? What causes the oblateness?
Rotation.
Now you told me motion has no hinge, it has no bearing on the shape of the Earth. You literally just said
orbital motion. You're talking
What
about
do you-
orbital motion.
how you have rotation without orbit?
You can have rotation without an orbit.
Wait, the globe Earth can rotate without an orbit? In this model? Hold on. You believe in a helios? Well, you really don't, but I'm just going to appeal to that. You believe in a heliocentric model, right?
Right.
So that requires orbit and rotation.
Yes.
You can't have one without the other.
No, I believe we are orbiting, right? But my arguments that I make, I don't argue about the orbit of the Earth at all. I do argue rotation and curvature.
Can you have in your heliocentric model rotation without an orbit?
No, the Earth is orbiting. I believe that, yes.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask you again. Do you believe in a heliocentric model that you can have rotation without an orbit?
The Earth is orbiting around the sun, yes. Like there can be a sphere that is rotating without orbiting, right? The sun's not really orbiting anything. Well, the galaxy maybe, but it's
Okay, yeah, the galaxy, it is orbit. Why are you just saying things that just factually incorrect, bro?
Well, it just depends on your reference frame, right?
In a heliocentric model, the sun is orbiting, bro. It is.
Right.
So you just hold on. You said that it wasn't, and then you just said, well, it kind of is. So I'm gonna ask you again, bro. There is an answer to this question. Can you have rotation without orbit in a heliocentric model?
And I've answered it. The Earth is orbiting around the sun.
That's a claim. I'm not asking about what you believe in. I'm saying in a heliocentric model, whether you believe it or not, can you have one without the other?
No, the heliocentric model is the Earth orbiting around the sun.
Thank you for answering. No, you can't. So you need both in order for the Earth to continue to rotate, which means motion is
have
explicit.
a rotating sphere without an orbit. They're not
not in your heliocentric model, bro. You need both.
Not in the heliocentric model, right?
Right. So when you say that motion has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, that's factually incorrect. Because you just conceded, Ruhif, that you can't have rotation without orbit in a globe Earth heliocentric model. So you can't say that motion has no bearing on the shape of the Earth, bro. Just ignore. See, this is the part where that's why I talk about steelman it. So when you sit there and say, hey, I don't really understand Michelson-Morley and all this motion and stuff, it makes sense why you don't get these simple concepts. Well, this particular one, I'm not talking about anything else like you like a master in refraction. But I mean, if you don't understand that you can't have one without the other, and that this specifically causes the Earth to be curved and oblate, or at least oblate anyway, like you can't say that there's no bearing on the shape of the Earth when it's required to have this motion in order for it to be oblate.
Can I clarify? The heliocentric model is the Earth orbiting around the sun. The geocentric model generally is still a rotating sphere, but other things orbit around us. Does that clarify it?
How's that? What's the mechanics behind that?
Well, it's rubbish. Geocentrism is wrong.
No, you can't disprove the geocentric model. You can only set it aside on philosophical grounds.
Okay,
What is
sure.
your proof?
The center of the sun is the Barry center of the
What's
solar
your
system.
proof? I would like to hear your proof.
Hold on.
Evidence?
Hold on. So we're talking about a rotation, right? Because we get the sidereal rotation. We're trying to figure out what's actually rotating, right? So when they go to test these motions, they can detect this 15-degree rotation, but is it who's doing that?
No, man.
Proud, you don't hear me talking, Proud?
I do.
Was that you with the sound effects?
Yeah, last call, y'all.
Wait, what? How you just interrupt while I'm cooking? Totally forgot what I was gonna say. So yeah, we're talking about rotation and orbiting, right? So we can detect this 15-degree rotation, right? But we can't detect this orbital motion. And both of them are required for this globe to be orbiting and oblate. So when you say like motion has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, you have to concede that that's incorrect.
No, because there's theoretically a possibility of a geocentric Earth, in which case things orbit around us in these weird epicycles.
Oh, so you're saying that when things move around us, that causes us to be oblate?
No. Again, you're confused. The oblateness is caused by rotation, doesn't have anything to do with the orbit. Right? The orbit, if you're heliocentric, then yes, we're orbiting the sun. If you're geocentric, then no, it's not orbiting.
What's causing the rotation?
What's causing it?
Right.
Well, as far as I know, it's how the solar system formed.
In a heliocentric model.
Yes, I believe it's heliocentric, yes.
So how can you have this thing rotating if it's not orbiting? What's causing the rotation?
Again, there is the theoretical possibility of a geocentric solar system. I don't believe it, but it is a model where the Earth is rotating but not orbiting.
And what's causing that rotation?
Again, I'm not 100% sure because I don't study it, but I believe
that is the whole point I'm trying. Thank you for finally answering. You're not sure. So you're just making claims about things. And you did say like, hey, this is not my thing. I don't really deal with motion. But I'm just highlighting to say things so definitively when you say you don't understand motion and then saying motion has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Everything is factually incorrect. And it's because you don't understand it, admittedly. And that's the whole point, bro. I'm not trying to make an example out of you. I'm just trying to show you the logical approach to the things that you said that just aren't true.
So there are 3 topics here: curvature, rotation, and orbit. I argue curvature and rotation. I don't argue orbits because it involves relativity, Michelson-Morley, blah, 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 which is over my head and not interesting. All right.
It's super interesting because you can't understand it.
I got some I got some bad news for you. The 15 degree per hour measurement mainstream explanation is dependent on relativity and special and or general depending on your flavor, which your boy happens to be an expert in. Neither theory predicts a fringe shift pattern to even measure Earth rotation. Super unfortunate. But anyway, continue on, lads.
How, like a gyro's relative depends on relativity?
Unfortunately, according to the mainstream paradigm, since it is using electromagnetic propagation, yes.
No, just a mechanical gyro or even gyro compass.
No, we're talking ring lasers. Oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, also ether wind, latitude dependent.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a measurement, dog. It's kinematics. Everything you've described so far is kinematics. It couldn't tell you if the sky is rotating or the Earth.
Cool.
Hey, Ruth, I'll leave you with this, and we'll slide over to 58 in a second. Oh, no, I think it's flat labs and then 58. My bad, 58. I'll leave you with this, bro. I just challenge you to go try to sit through one of Dr. Bennett's presentations and then come back and say, I don't understand it, before just saying, I don't understand it without looking at it. Because you might look at the slides that he lays out so simply, and you might actually understand what he's saying when he's talking about the lack of motion, and we're saying any type of motion that we are detecting seems to come from an ether wind. And a lot of these things have been experimented with and demonstrable. So
that's fair. Alan, can you send me a, I don't know, less than an hour presentation?
Less than an hour?
I would just like to say one thing before I get off. That I'm not a flat earther, but all of these dudes who claim to be globe earth are really pushing me towards it. And it's because
we love them for that.
Huh?
They always they're the best at it.
Yeah, they're illogical, they're unscientific. As much as they claim to be scientific, they are not scientific. And I value logic so much that there's no way for me to possibly be on their sides now. And I wasn't coming into this wanting to be a flat earther. I really wasn't wanting to be a flat earther, but they're really
nobody was, Daz.
Yes.
Nobody was. We all were trying to debunk flat Earth and fake.
Yeah.
But go ahead, continue.
Anyways, that's it. Anyways,
Wait, Dastardly, before you go,
the community conversation earlier, I feel like I'm a part of it, even though I'm not technically a flat earther. I still love all of you guys, including this dummy who wants peer-reviewed studies.
Not the ad homs. Chill, Dad. You're doing so good. Or is that insults? My bad. Go ahead.
No, yeah, he's a dummy. If he wants peer-reviewed studies, he's a dummy. Period. Oh, but I love you guys. Bye.
Dastardly, the video. I posted something in the bubble about the German bombing beams, which is the same principle as radar, but well, as far as flat Earth goes, I'll post a radar video on my page where I find it.
All right. Anyway, time for me to go. But Dastardly, the first step one is admitting you're powerless over alcohol and that your life has become unmanageable. Okay.
Loser.
Okay.
You little faggot. Shut the
All
fuck
right.
up.
Chill. Okay. Hold on. Ruben, thank you for being a good sport. Dazzly, you're funny as hell, but you got to chill a little bit. Ruben, we'll see you later. Maybe next Friday. I think Alan's going to send you something for Dr. Bennett. It's probably not going to be under an hour. You got to have a longer attention span in order to have these conversations, bro. So just set a little bit of time aside. And if you want to do an hour a day, we got you. You got enough time before this Friday and next Friday. We'll see you next week. So shout out to you. Appreciate you. Alan, go ahead and send that to him if you can. And let's slide over to Flatlands. I think Flatlash, because I think he was next. And then we'll go to 58 after that.
All right. Thank you, Sacred. Thank you, Proud. I'll be out. Thanks, Alan. See you.
Later, G.
I don't think he answered with the most accurate device for measuring distances. Maybe he'll DM it to me.
Oh, you gotta ask. He'll definitely be in your DM. Flatlash, what up?
Uh-oh.
Did we lose Jay?
I don't hear him.
Digital.
Maybe he's making a salad or something. I don't know.
Okay, we'll double back to Flatlash in just a second. Let's slide over to my man 58. 58, welcome. Episode 107. Glober's gone wild, and 58 pops up. What's up, bro?
Yeah, I was really hoping to say hi to Ruth, but now he's gone. That's a bit of a shame.
Oh, my bad. Listen, bro, like, I know, I appreciate you being respectful, but like, when you hear people like jumping in and you really want to catch somebody before they leave, you feel free to come off mic. That's cool. I ain't gonna trip over that.
Yeah,
but he'll be back next week.
I was dying to say hello because he's a fellow English person like me.
Y'all Aussies stick together. Upside down, but y'all.
No. Wait, I'm no longer Aussie anymore. I'm now English, apparently.
Oh yeah, you are English. What's up, bro?
Read the room.
Oh wait, is that English?
Tea and crumpets and whatnot.
Yeah, tea and crumpets. That's right.
I ain't gonna lie. When I try to mimic your accent, it could be either or. It might come out English. It could come out Australian. You know, you never know.
Hey, give it a shot. I want to hear. Go on. I want to hear. Have you tried one before or not?
I'm gonna practice and then I'm gonna come back to you. I got you.
Okay, cool. No, I didn't really have much to say. I don't know. Like I said, I just wanted to jump up and say hello to Roof, but he's gone, so I don't know what to say now.
Give us your best steel man for a flat Earth argument.
And then tell us how you feel about the dishonest
today.
community.
Not going to happen today. I wouldn't mind asking Shane why Polaris is 37 degrees below my horizon, but yeah.
58. We talk
down
about
in the listener, right? He's in the listener. He's in the listener box.
Yeah, he might come back up. I don't know. But we're talking about steel mans. We're talking about globe earthers and anti-flat earthers misrepresenting flat Earth arguments. This back and forth between Ruhif and us kind of just demonstrated what we're talking about. It's like if we're making arguments and it's hard to understand the arguments that we're making, and you're trying to refute it, we're not going to be able to build. So even after all that back and forth, he conceded to not really understanding how the motion affects certain things and how if we don't detect it, it should affect everything that we experience. So like that's why we're trying to establish that baseline to try to raise the level of the conversation, because I know you see in the comments it get really toxic. So to avoid that, we're trying to see like, okay, can the globe earthers, I don't know if you're a globe earther, anti-flat earth, like some days you kind of cool globe earther, sometimes you're a little toxic, I'm not really sure. But we're just trying to see if we can establish a little bit of common ground, at least an understanding, even if you don't agree.
Okay.
So is there anything that you've heard about flat earth that you can repeat back to us of our argument for the flat earth?
Did you want to statement of flat earth, did you?
Not the whole flat earth, just a flat earth, just a flat earth argument, like anything that you heard about flat earth.
Looks flat.
Leave it to 50.
That's all I'll give you. I'm sorry. I did want to ask, what is globe has gone wild supposed to mean anyway? Is that what you were just running over just then?
Say it again.
What is globe has gone wild supposed to mean anyway? Is that what you were just saying?
Oh yeah, so globers going wild. So like, y'all be wilding. So in my pinned tweet, I went over this earlier in the space. You had your interactions with Witsit. And we've had interactions with all different type of anti-flat earthers. And a lot of us been seeing a lot of misrepresentation, right? As a matter of fact, like one of the things that you were involved in, actually, we was going back and forth with one of your Aussie mates, was them misrepresenting an argument that we had in Flat Earth Fridays a few months ago. And this is in regard to, you remember when they were saying that I had cropped content in regards to the Eratosthenes? And I was saying,
but I backed you up on that one, right?
Right.
You remember? Because I said that it was some other guy. I'm sure you remember his name. I don't remember what his name was, but he cropped a video, and right at the point where the good part was supposed to start, he chopped it there. You simply retweeted because you were probably busy monitoring the room, and I backed you up on that and said, "Look, you probably just retweet it. You didn't really realize that he'd cut it right at the critical point." But the truth was that guy had cropped it. He cut the most important part off it, and that was where the rowdiness came about.
So let me break this.
Is why do you feel like your community has to do that? And I'm sure you probably feel like it happens on.
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I looked at the video initially, and I was like, okay, why is Sacred retweeting this? It technically was crypt, but then I went back and looked, and I realized that it was not the dude who cut it. And there, I came out there and honest, and I think I might have backed up on like a Wednesday or a Tuesday or something like that, because I think he jumped in with some other person. But look, I'm not going to go out there and claim responsibility for what other people have said.
You align yourself with those people, Swallow.
Yeah, but you could go out there and say you align yourself with all of your people too, and then I can go and point to one person and say it's your fault. Well, that's not fair, is it?
So that's not really the argument. Let me just break it down for everybody real quick so they understand. So, Flat Earth Fridays, we got globe earthers that come in here, they hear arguments and they think they could just repeat it to flat earthers, like as we haven't heard those arguments before. One of the arguments that globe earthers make is that Eratosthenes proved that the earth was a globe. Okay, so that was the claim. So we said, well, wait a minute, like that's not true. As a matter of fact, we don't even have to tell you that that's not true. We can appeal to people on your side, like people with credentials, astrophysicists. As a matter of fact, one popular guy is Neil deGrasse Tyson. So then while I'm in space, just like I am right now, I said, hey, anybody in the comments, can y'all send me that clip? Because you just like 50 said, I'm doing a bunch of stuff. So all the level heads started spamming me clips, like just crazy. And I seen one and I went and I quote tweeted it and posted it up top. And in the clip, Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when Eratosthenes did his quote unquote measurement or experiment, whatever they called it, it's really just a calculation. He says they only accounted for 2 points on a surface. And he said, if the sun was local and it wasn't far away, and if the sun didn't have parallel rays and it was actually crepuscular and angular, as we observe it, then that same calculation could work on a flat Earth. So Eratosthenes didn't actually prove that the Earth was a globe. He assumed that the Earth was a globe with the sun at a very far distance, with sun rays behaving in a specific way. So we had to show him that, hey, it's not the flat earthers that are saying that. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that. Now, this clip came from like a video that was like maybe 9, 10, 15 minutes long or something like that. And the part that was cropped out was the rest of it where Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but it wouldn't work on a flat earth if there was more than 2 or 3 points or whatever the case is.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Which I don't
I remember your point.
Yeah, which I
remember your point, and you're spot on.
Right. So what happened was we were just talking about that. Eratosthenes did not prove it was a sphere. He just assumed it was, and they made a calculation based off of that assumption, and they derived everything off of that. So that was the whole point. So then one of the anti-flat earthers said, hey, Sacred is up misrepresenting things and cropping content and posting it. And the same individual, this is what Proud was saying, is friends with 58. I don't know if they met in person, but they're globe earthers as well. He's an anti-flat earther.
I haven't met any of these guys in person, so
yeah. So that's why I wanted to clarify. So 58 said he never met him, but they're both globe earthers. I consider the other guy more of an anti-flat earther. Now, this anti-flat earther had tweeted at me, if you can find anything that I've been dishonest about, I will delete my account. So then he went and started tweeting for some reason. I don't know why. It was just completely unprovoked. But that's why we were holding this conversation today about misrepresenting. He said that I'm the one that posted the content and cropped it. And I'm like, yo, all I did was quote tweet somebody else. So he was just like, no, you cropped it, you posted it. And this guy's been on Twitter longer than me. So normally 58 is pretty honest when it comes to just like random different things. He has his bias when it comes to globe earth. So sometimes I can go to 58 and ask him and say, hey, like, what do you think? Do you think I was dishonest or not? And 58 will tell me. Most of the time, I say about 80% of the time, he'll be straight up with me. And he said, well, if it's because somebody came in and said the earth was a globe because of Eratosthenes, and you were just highlighting that it wasn't that, then you quote tweeting that is not a problem. And you didn't post it and you didn't crop it like it was asserted. So in that regard, the other guy was wrong. You agree with that, 58?
I think that I have no doubt there's probably a lot of confusion that was going on at the time because a lot of people were doing things quite quickly. But I wouldn't mind my own 2 minutes to explain that, yes, I totally agree with your interpretation on Eratosthenes. And if you'll give me that minute, I'd like to place my view down, if that's okay.
On, before we get, I'm gonna let you get the mic after. I just want to walk everybody through this and just make sure that everybody understands the order of events. So when he said that I posted and cropped the content, and when he also says, if I'm dishonest, if you will find where I'm dishonest, I will delete my account. You do agree that that was dishonest because I didn't post and crop the content. You agree with that? That was the whole premise to why you said you supported me, right? Gotta be honest with you. Gotta be honest, bro. You're on the spot. I'm saying, you here. This is what we're just trying to establish a baseline, bro.
Well, I
agree that what he said was incorrect, right?
Do you have a screenshot of it?
Yeah, I do. I could post it up top.
Okay, because that would be more easier than just going on hearsay from 5 months ago.
Oh yeah, and I'll post it up top in like 5 seconds. Hold on 1 second, so everybody can go see.
If it was the one time, like for me, it's fine. Like Swala, you're not responsible for things he says or does. Like that's whatever. And I feel the same way. We can't monitor every single like flat earther that exists, but yeah, if it was just a one-time thing, I would understand that. But like people who are constantly making and misrepresenting you to make their claim or make their point seem more real, it just makes us wonder, like, are you guys doing this, or some of them doing this because they really believe it, or are they just dishonest and they have an agenda? So that's why we have our moments where it's like, okay, it's not a conspiracy, but some of them are untrustworthy, some of them are blatant liars, some of them are dishonest. Like,
Well, Brad, can I say one thing? There's probably been about maybe five or so instances where I've like jumped into a thread and have not read the 10 tweets above it and have misrepresented something because I wasn't well informed of the messages that had been happening for the last 2 days. And you make a comment and realize, when you scroll up, it's like 50 tweets, you go, okay, so maybe I was slightly off topic. I was not 100% on the right topic. And that can happen.
Yeah, no, that
That's
that
good
definitely can.
self-awareness.
Yeah, that definitely can happen, right? But this was being clarified, right? So if I say, "Hey, bro, like this is what actually happened," like the same thing I did with you. I did whatever I articulated to you, I articulated to this individual. This, for some reason, you were able to understand where I was coming from. So up top, I went ahead and posted it. This was one of the like 20 tweets that I had sent them, trying to like clear my name, because what happens, this is what we're talking about. When they can't refute the arguments, they try to discredit you. So it seemed like his approach was, let me show people that Sacred is a liar and a deceiver, so y'all stop paying attention to him. And I'm like, well, what did I lie and what was I deceiving? Like, I was just correcting somebody that said something incorrect. So if you go up top, it's the tweet that says, stop deflecting and answer, Piper. And I said, based on your offer, and since you purposely made a dishonest claim regarding me posting and cropping something that I did not, will you now delete your account for being purposely and unnecessarily dishonest, or does your word hold no value? And for context, I took I took screenshots. So the first screenshot shows Piper tweeting at somebody saying, I listened in. So he was there in real time. He said 100 crypto keys is being pulled up for posting cropped content. He's done this before. All my content is cropped. I only got 2 minutes and 19 seconds. So yes, all my content is cropped, but I never misrepresent anybody or anything purposely. I fit everything I can within the 2 minutes and 19 seconds because I don't pay Elon. He said he deserves this hard time he's receiving. So then he says to me, if you can find a tweet where I have been dishonest, I will delete my account. Deal? So that's when I said, okay, well, you're calling me. You're saying that somebody's unmuted. You got to mute up when I'm reading this. Just real quick. So he's saying that I posted content, and we all know that there's a difference between tweeting something and actually posting it, and quote tweeting something. That's the reason why if someone posts something that violates TOS, anybody who quote tweeted it isn't held accountable, right? Because a quote tweet or a quote post is different than actually posting something. So I don't even know why he would say this. So when I went to 58 and asked him, like, hey, 58, like maybe I'm confused. Like, what do you think about the situation? And this was 58's response. 58 says, if the context of your spaces was about if Eratosthenes doing the experiment to find out if it was a globe, I believe highlighting the video assisted you because he wasn't proving the globe. One could say you only quote tweeted it for that point. So 58 is acknowledging that not only was I not lying about what Eratosthenes' experiment was, I didn't even post it. I just quote tweeted my guys that already had the post from years ago. So in this situation, this is why we're talking about misrepresentation, because we're just like, why is the anti-FLIRF community behaving like this? Why do they have to say these things and misrepresent what actually happened, especially after admitting you were listening the whole time? And then you have someone like 58 who wasn't there, and he clearly understands what I was trying to articulate and can clearly see that I wasn't posting cropped content to deceive anybody. So I'm just asking 58 now, like, since we're talking about misrepresentation, do you agree that what Piper said was wrong and dishonest, being that he was listening the whole time? You agree with that, 58, right?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I agree that obviously you didn't post it. As I've already said, it's in your fourth thing. So that question is over for me as far as, because as I said, I did it 5 months ago. The only confusing technicality would be is what is clarified as being a post these days, because even Elon said the other day, he retweeted something for Camilla, and someone was saying that they should, fucking take him to the Senate or whatever like that because of the fact that he retweeted a Camilla video which was false. So if you he's putting something as a retweet, as a quote tweet, kind of posting anyway. So that's where the technicality comes into play.
Nah, well, posting
So you
crop
think this is
content.
semantics?
Posting crop content is different than quote tweeting someone that posted crop content. You do agree with that, right?
It could be. Did your quote tweet say anything?
Yeah. What I quote?
Or did it merely actually retweet it itself?
No, I quote tweeted it. So what I said was,
so you said some words in your quote tweet.
Yeah. So I put Neil deGrasse Tyson debunking Eratosthenes, which really was just me in real time just saying, yo, he's debunking the claim that Eratosthenes was proving that it was a globe. So it's just like something I just really quickly quote tweeted so it could be right on my page and I could share it.
Well, look, the way I'm going to view it, Sacred, is technically you're right, but I think that the fact that you also put quote words in it puts you in a gray area. And that's where I'll leave it. It sounds like a gray area because you actually wrote the words, Tyson or whatever like that did this. So it's vague.
So if you
just straight retweeted it and you didn't even do anything about it, you just retweeted it with no words, you probably would be in with the thing. But because you wrote something, it's technically that part's post.
It's only gray area because it's your people. If it was the
pretty
other way
gray.
around, y'all would not be screaming the same tune.
I think it's pretty great because you put words into it, so you've technically made your own post.
It's
pretty great.
So then why did he take words out to explain what he did?
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna let you jump in. Okay, just let me do this. Did I post cropped content?
You didn't post the video, no.
So that was the claim that was made. And because you agree with me, you have to agree that this person was dishonest. That's it. Now you have to agree with that, right?
But you wrote words in the quote tweet, which puts it into a gray area. So that's as far as I'm going to take it because I know you're going to drown this. You're going to drown this baby until it's dead.
Well, no, I didn't start this. I didn't start this, right? I was minding my business.
But I know you do like to try to drown the baby.
Hold up. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't start. Well, maybe I did. If I did, my bad. I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
No, you're right.
Let's drown this motherfucker. Fuck that. Drown that bitch until it's done being used because it's frustrating, Swallow. We don't misrepresent y'all.
Yeah, like if I said that about you, 58, like you wouldn't appreciate that. Like if I went around saying you posted something that you didn't post, like that would infuriate you. Then you would be calling us liars and deceivers, right? And I didn't engage with this person. This person decided to engage with me and say something that you agree isn't accurate. So this is what we're talking about. People like reverting to trying to discredit the person providing information so that no one else pays attention to the information. That's a dishonest approach. Now, if anybody did that to you, 58, you would be livid, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right, man. So, I mean, look, we're not holding you accountable for what nobody else is saying. We appreciate you being honest about that. But we're just saying, why do it gotta be like that? And then for somebody to give their word that they'll delete their account after being dishonest, and even the globe earthers like yourself are saying, yeah, what you said wasn't true, that means that their word doesn't even hold any value either. It's like, why would you put yourself in a situation where you would be held accountable for a lie that was unprovoked? What was so triggering about me showing that Eratosthenes didn't prove the earth was a globe, that you had to go lie and misrepresent everything as you were there listening. Like if I ever did that to you, 58, you would probably like, I don't know, wild the fuck out, make a whole YouTube video and drop this shit on me or something like that. So we just saying we would just love for y'all to hold y'all own accountable. Like,
well, I can go and speak to him about this.
Dishonesty.
I can go and speak to him about it. But the only thing is, right, is he said something very critical there where he wasn't listening. So if the fact that he wasn't listening, he didn't hear what you were saying.
No, he was.
He just saw the video.
No, he was listening. That's why I read the
Are
tweet
you sure?
to you.
Was he in the space?
He said the first tweet, the first screenshot is, I listened in, period. Okay? That's what he said. I listened.
I said I listened in. You're right. It does say that.
Right. So he was there the whole time. So he heard the globe earther come in here and said, Eratosthenes proved the earth was a globe. That was the whole reason why I brought that up. I'm like, bro, that's not true. I don't even have to tell you. Let me show you the astrophysicist that's telling you what it is. Eratosthenes didn't prove it was a globe at all. So that was the only point that I was making. And then we just moved past it. That's it. Like, it was not even nothing to be that deep about. And then he just crashed out on me on the timeline. Somebody that ain't never come grab a mic in 107 episodes. And now you're misrepresenting me. And then you want to sit there and act like flat earthers are dishonest. Like 58, at what point are you going to like not align yourself with this type of behavior and call them out? I mean, you don't got to, but I'm just saying, at what point you just going to remove yourself from these anti-flat earthers? You are a globe earther. You probably never going to be a flat earther. Hopefully one day you'll come true. But at what point are you going to say, yo, enough is enough, bro? Like, y'all taking this too far.
I am an individual. What I say, I stand by myself. I've told other people this before. I got people in my chats telling me how many jabs I've had. I got other people telling me why that I believe in this space-time relativity and stuff. When it's like I've already said that I'm a Newtonian. So other people are misrepresenting me all the time. But that's beside the point. I don't really like talking about beefs because I know you like to bring up beefs with me, and this is obviously what looks to be an 8-month-old beef. Why don't we talk about Eratosthenes? Because I did want to go and get my 1 minute thing out on what I believe Eratosthenes did, so that we're clear, so that we understand each other.
Okay, I'll say this by closing, and I'll let Prague go after you get your 1 minute. The whole point is 58. I've seen you like time after time after time call out quote unquote flat earthers for being dishonest. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, I don't agree with this. Like, you make a point. Y'all lying. Y'all dishonest. Y'all grifters. Y'all this. Y'all that. So you stand on this principle. So I'm saying, why don't this apply? Why don't that same energy apply to people that you are friends with? Because you will never, ever, no matter what clip we ever dropped on you, 58, you know for sure we never misrepresented the words that you said. Ever. I couldn't do that because the moment that I do that, this shit like this would happen. So we're just saying, if this is your principle, right? If you stand on this, according to flat earthers, it would seem, if you were honest, you would have to apply this to anti-flat earthers or just anybody in general. You can't pick and choose. And that's why we were talking about it, because we're talking about misrepresenting. And in order to avoid misrepresenting people, we're trying to establish what we call steelmans. So if you can steelman my position, we remove that possibility of misrepresentation. So I'm trying to find a solution here, but it takes both of us to come to this solution. It can't just be the flat earthers trying to bring the communities together. It got to be the flat earthers holding flat earthers accountable and the globe earthers holding the other globe earthers accountable. It happens both ways. So I just used you because you said you was his friend. That's it. But I'll let you get the minute and I'll let
You heard me. You even heard me maybe about, I think it was on episode 100. I think I came out and I said, I think that fight the flat earth guy was a bit lame in, not saying that he'll go to Antarctica. I said that, McToon not going there was a bit surprising and I was a bit disappointed. So I stand for myself as an individual, and there's plenty of, globe earthers who rub me the wrong way sometimes. Like, I can't even stand that creaky blinders guy. shits me to tears. There's a whole bunch of globe earthers which I disagree with, and I was even telling someone just 2 days ago that what Carl Sagan said in his Eratosthenes thing was scripted all wrong. The way he said it had huge loopholes in it. It's completely wrong. So I stand by myself. When I say things, I say it for me, and I don't say it for anyone else. Other people can go out there and disagree with it, and I stand for it by myself. And I'm more than happy if I see someone from the Globe Earth community say something wrong, I'll say it. I even did jump up one day. Someone noticed that I said there was a something on Flurfherder or something like that where it showed that the gravity on a disc would make them go sideways or something like that, and that the water would pour off the side. And I said, well, this is not the case because the flat earthers we talk to do not believe this. So there's been plenty of times where I've stepped in and said, this is not the model they're talking about. This is not what they speak about. You can't go out there and say that this is the case because that's not what they say. So I'm sure you probably don't notice it because I don't think you necessarily watch everything I say, but when I do see something that I disagree with, I say it.
Yeah, man, and you've been like way more fair than a lot of other globe earthers. That's why I don't really consider you anti-flat earth. Sometimes you do crash out on us. I still heard that you unfollow me, gang, just over the rainbow. Well, you know, because we got some really good conversations, but this is all we're saying.
Over the rainbows, what?
Yeah, man, you crashed out on me over some rainbow. That's why I was like, damn, bro, we got really good conversations with you and stuff. But we rather have conversations with somebody like you who can be intellectually honest, even if you don't know everything, right? Like you have conversations with Witsit, maybe some of that conversation about physics get a little bit too technical. That's cool. Like we're not ever gonna really like care about that because there's a lot of things that we all don't understand. But we're just talking about the approach.
I mean, most of us. We didn't necessarily go through fucking 6 years of university. Most of us, you know, maybe we work in an engineering company, or maybe we work, you know, at a fucking supermarket or whatever like that. Most of us haven't necessarily followed these sort of things. So if someone pulls something from biology or something, I'm not going to know. And that's just the way it is. We can't go out there and expect everyone to know every single topic about every single topic that's raised.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I don't really care. Like people come in here and you make mistakes, but you're being like civil and cordial, bro. There's not even if we wanted to, we couldn't really make no content because you being civil, you having integrity in your conversation. It's only those that come up piping up crazy, talking shit about flat earthers or acting like they know stuff and then make mistakes, which makes for great content. And we don't misrepresent none of that stuff. But like, bro, somebody come in here and not understand a concept in physics that they ain't never studied, bro. That's not nothing to be making fun of, bro. We just gonna talk about it and figure it out together, and that's what we really want. And I'm glad you called out Flurfherder because he's another one chopping up content and misrepresenting my words. That like he's really one that did it. He took out words from something that I said, and then he posted it as if I said something about flat earthers, like blatantly.
Do you know? Hey, Sacred. I've noticed something getting around in the last week or so. I'm not going to say the word. It's the other N word, and I don't necessarily want to go out there and make associations with that sort of stuff at all. But I've noticed other people want to go out and use it. I don't personally think it's constructive.
Rhymes with the game Yahtzee.
Yes, Yahtzee.
Yeah, and you know what? That's a conversation to be had another time because there is something that needs to be clarified. But yeah, man,
look, it probably most of it all spawned out of Caleb going completely balls up out of control. It's spawned from there probably, but realistically, it's been carried on further.
Yeah, nah, I do agree.
Oh my goodness! I'll have to mute myself. I got a baby.
Yeah, go do daddy duties, but listen to Proud because I'm pretty sure Proud want to say something to you. Go ahead, bro.
I'd still like my 1 minute. Just give me a sec.
I thought you got your 1 minute. What the hell? You want another one?
No. You said I was going to have my 1 minute on Eratosthenes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Get your 1 minute.
I'll lay it out. I agree that Eratosthenes was not trying to find out the shape of the planet, right? And two observational locations does not prove whether or not it's a globe or flat. It is, I don't know what the word is. It doesn't prove either, right? But the one thing I did try to say to you back on that same day where all those screenshots were happening, right, was that Eratosthenes went into it with the prior belief, because obviously other people would have been talking about it at the time, the prior belief that it is a globe. So he wanted to use those two objects, or the well and the stick, right, to be able to create a calculation to do the circumference. And that's what his goal was. His goal was not to prove whether it was flat or globe-like. He was trying to use two particular references to calculate a circumference. That was his goal. There you go. That's on my 1 minute.
Perfect. I agree. Now what you did you just steel man somebody's argument? But yeah, I agree. He was calculating a circumference based on the presupposition we live on a sphere. The sun was at a 90+ million mile distance where the sun rays hit the earth in a parallel fashion. That was all the assumptions in order for him to make, almost parallel. Those are the assumptions that were made in order for him to make the calculation. So that's all we were saying. And so any globe earthers that are listening right now, y'all heard from the globe earther that y'all didn't. It's not from the flat earther. Y'all heard from the globe earther. Eratosthenes did not prove the earth was a globe. Just a calculation.
Yes. And like I have said before, Sacred, I have done Eratosthenes like tests before, and they're good fun. I know that you probably never watched my videos, but yeah, I did that one, and I enjoyed it. And it does get more messy the more calculations you did. I did one that went up to 6 observations at once, and it wasn't good for flat. It was good for globe. So yeah.
Hey, I that's interesting. I'll probably go watch it this weekend. Take a look at Shane's posted some content up top in regards to Eratosthenes. I want everybody to go check that out too. He probably got like so much documentation on Eratosthenes and all these different types of presuppositions within that framework. So y'all save that for later. I know Proud wanted to chime in and say something too. Proud, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in on what Swallow said. I don't care if this beef happened 2 seconds ago, 20 minutes ago, or 24 years ago. You want that shit to die down, tell your people to stop misrepresenting us. Simple as that. Straight up. Like, it don't get no simple point blank line of sight than that. Tell them to stop misrepresenting us because it makes you look bad and it makes y'all community look bad. Straight up.
That's a fact. Or continue to do it, and you're just gonna push, people on the fence right over the flat Earth because nobody wants to align with dishonesty, or purposely misrepresenting and lying about shit. Like this you just shouldn't have to do that if you got the truth on your side. So anybody that's listening, just think about that. Flat lads, you still there? That man probably passed out. Flat Earth Riders on it. He probably having dreams about Eratosthenes right now.
Zella?
Hi again.
Hey.
I don't know if you guys remember me. I don't particularly have anything to say about Eratosthenes. I'm not familiar with that. I'm not sure what's funny, but
You said it right. Most people who don't know who he is says it so horribly wrong.
well, I heard you guys say it, so I would hope that I could get that right.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
You will be surprised. But what's up, man? Welcome to what's we Stationary Saturdays?
Yeah, he catching us at the last call. What's up?
Yeah, we about to
Oh,
probably
really?
wrap it up soon, but yeah, man. But feel free to get your shit off. What's up?
Well, I mean, if the floor is open for me to just start or to make my own argument, my biggest qualm with flat Earth is, and the thing that has never been explained to me by any flat earther that I've had a conversation with, and I brought it up the last time I was in here, and I didn't quite get an answer. How do the stars rotate in opposite directions based on whether you're in the northern or southern hemisphere? I again, like I'm open to hear what you guys have to say, but I've just never gotten an answer. So
that's a great question. Right now, the mechanics behind how the stars move and stuff like that, there's no way to really know. Right, but we can demonstrate it. So we can scale,
because the globe model explains it, like it accounts for that phenomenon specifically perfectly. Like there's I mean, that's the problem, is that I don't believe a flat Earth model can, because if you have a flat Earth model, then north would mean going towards the center of the Earth, and south would be going towards the outskirts of the Earth. Is that a misrepresentation of what you believe?
No, that is a good steel man. You know what a steel man is? That's what we're kind of talking about today, like steel manning positions. It's like giving the best argument or explanation for the opposing arguer. So basically, you just articulating what you understand about our position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right, yeah. So everything looking outwards would be south.
Right.
Now, can I definitively say this is how it works? No, because we got to incorporate, a potential firmament, a potential ether wind. Do we know exactly what stars are? I don't think so. There's no way to really verify that. But we can demonstrate it, right? So we can scale it down, and we can show how you can have these star rotations looking outward. The mechanics behind it is just, I wouldn't know. But can we demonstrate it on the flat Earth? Yes, we can. There's a couple posts that Proud shared up top. If you want to go save it, there's a 29 second post, and there's a 1 minute and 29-second post. I can explain both of them to you, but I would rather you go watch it first and then come back with some questions. Because it's just a demonstration of how you could see some of these things looking outwards. So it's demonstrable. Now, are we saying that this is exactly how it works? No, like there's no way to know. I mean, we don't even know what's 8 miles beneath our feet, right? It's just, but we can demonstrate it. So basically, we have these observations where there seems to be like these reflecting or polarizing properties.
Okay, but here's my qualm, if I can, because this is assuming that there's a firmament, so to speak, correct?
Right. This particular demonstration, the two that we posted, incorporate a firmament or some type of surface above.
Okay. So amongst a number of other things, meteorites hit people's houses and have injured people in the past, right? Like this is like, it's not really something you can argue with. So how exactly would that happen if we have a firmament?
So wait, you said that I've never heard about this. You said there was a meteorite that hit somebody's house, and you're saying like they was able to go to the house and pick up this rock that fell from the sky?
It's happened a number of times.
But just real quick, because I really want to be specific, because
Right.
I've seen meteors come into the Earth atmosphere and create some type of a force or some type of a ripple effect explosion, or disturbing the environment without making any direct impact. So I'm just trying to clarify, when you say meteorite, that's different than a meteor. So I want to make sure that I'm clear on what you're articulating, because I've never heard or seen this before. And just to clarify, a meteorite is something that hits the surface of the Earth. A meteor does not hit the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean,
so are you? Yes. Are you saying that a meteorite hit somebody's house? What happened to destroyed it? I'm guessing, and it created a crater, and it was able to go and retrieve the meteorite that hit the person's house.
I mean, I can go find the evidence. I mean, if you'd like. I know that I'd rather. I'm not a fan of just claiming things, especially when it's about phenomena like that. But I can find it. I guess I'm not exactly sure how spaces work. I don't spend a lot of time on here, but would I post it in the little thread? Is that how that works?
Yeah. So there's a little chat bubble that you could just
Right.
like put a link there, or post a video if you want to.
All right.
Now the interesting thing, right, is that they conceptualize meteorites, right? Which a meteorite is something that actually hit the surface of the Earth. That's what they claim that's happening. A meteorite was conceptualized before they found or discovered the first crater. Now, if something hits the Earth, it would cause a crater, especially something that massive, that they say is that massive, moving that fast, moving that big. Yet, they conceptualized what a meteorite was before they discovered a crater. Do you know when they discovered the first crater?
I can't really say that changes much, because you conceptualize. I mean, we were aware of the existence of meteors, just via observation, and the idea of making the distinction between a meteor that is still in space and one that's happened to hit the Earth's surface. I don't think that pushes the argument in one way or another in terms of whether or not there's any truth to it. But here,
all right, let me clarify, because you made a little mistake. So if it doesn't enter the Earth's atmosphere, at least from what I'm aware of, it's not considered a meteor. I think those are asteroids. So that's completely different. So there's an asteroid, and then there's one, like if a piece breaks off of an asteroid, enters into the Earth's atmosphere, it becomes a meteor. The only time it becomes a meteorite is if it makes impact with the Earth's surface. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
so when you say, hey, a meteorite hit somebody's house, what I'm saying is, I don't know if they ever retrieved a real meteorite, especially if they conceptualized what it was before they even discovered the first crater.
Yeah, but
now hold on. I'm gonna let you finish. So that's why I asked you, and I want you to just take a wild guess when you think the first crater was discovered.
I'm not sure, but that doesn't change the argument. Are you insinuating that every instance of a meteorite hitting the surface of Earth is a lie? I mean, there's a number. There's like handfuls of instances where meteorites have slammed through people's roofs in their house.
All right, so I mean, let's take a look. Let's see what you have. Let's see if they actually have a solid piece of meteorite that hit somebody's house and they was able to retrieve the actual meteorite. I'd like to see that. I didn't ever seen that before. And then we can go into what that actually is if they retrieve the meteorite. But it would be interesting if whatever you post, they never retrieve the meteorite. So I just want to see what happens.
There's a picture of the meteorite right here in a post. It's happened in San Carlos, Uruguay. I mean, this is just one of the instances. Well, it's not letting me post a screenshot. I guess I can just link it.
No, you should be able to post a screenshot. You should be able to just attach a picture.
Yeah, it's like grayed out, so I don't know. Oh, well, I don't know what's going on. But there's a link, and I just sent a screenshot, which sort of confuses me.
All right, post whatever you have, and we'll take a look at it real quick.
So I've sent like 4 things now.
I just want to be clear. Like, first you was asking about star rotations, and we're talking about meteorites now. But
right, but we're talking. But it is relevant because we're talking about whether or not there's a firmament and how that would how you're using the idea that a firmament exists and that it operates in such a way that it would substantiate your ideal about how the stars rotate differently depending on what hemisphere you're in, northern or southern. So that's how we got here, and it is relevant because if it's true that meteorites, that you know, all of these instances aren't just lies, that meteorites have pierced the Earth's atmosphere and hit people's houses and have been retrieved, then you know that sort of puts the whole firmament thing down the toilet.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, is that you, Shane?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shane just did a whole presentation on meteors. I'm interested in seeing what he found because I wasn't able to watch it. But before we get to what Shane has, I'm scrolling down your timeline, and again, here we go with like the weird stuff. 27 minutes ago, who effing cares about posts or reposts? Laughing my ass off. Flat earthers have nothing of substance to say.
Oh
so
yeah, well.
So hold on.
No,
Hold on, bro. Don't make me mute you, 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 bro. Don't make me mute you. I'm talking. So you say flat earthers have nothing of substance to say, so they go off on ridiculous tangents to avoid taking responsibility for believing in something that's demonstrably false. So that's a lot of smoke that you're tweeting at me about, and here you are not keeping the same energy. Now I appreciate you.
I was just going to be respectful, so
hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. But you're not respecting me as I'm speaking now, just because I'm realizing the energy that you have on a timeline that you don't keep while you're on the mic.
And I'm telling you that I'm willing to keep that energy because last time I was in here, I proved it. We were talking about how you believe that if
why are you so triggered, bro?
Goes.
Why are you so triggered? You're stuttering and everything.
I'm talking. Dude, yeah, see, that's ad hominem. Like you guys.
As soon
as somebody actually starts poking holes in your argument, you get to the point.
What's the ad hom?
You, especially you in particular, you start attacking people personally, and like you're stuttering.
Hold on, but
stuttering doesn't.
Sacred's always cool. Listen,
what
bro.
you're saying, and it doesn't disprove or prove
what I'm saying. Why are you so triggered, Zila? Why are you so triggered?
That's you're proving my point right the fuck now.
Well, why are you so triggered?
Last time I was in here, you were completely like dishonest.
You want to get it out? Go ahead. Get it all out.
I proved that the atmosphere was tethered to the Earth's surface.
Scream louder. I don't think your neighbors can hear you. Scream louder.
What the fuck? I have my own apartment. Okay.
Oh, you don't have a house?
See,
okay.
That's the thing. As soon as there's holes poked in your argument, you get defensive and you get.
Oh no, I was just scrolling through your timeline.
You ad hominem because.
Well, what's an ad hominem? What did I say that was ad hominem?
Y'all were cool the whole time.
Me stuttering is ad hominem. That has nothing to do with whether or not my argument is true or false. It has nothing to do with whether your argument is true or false. Yet you're
do you know what an ad hominem
as a means to get a rise out of me or somebody else, because that's what you do. Every time I've come in here, that's exactly what you do, because you attack.
Hold on, let him get his shit off. Proud. Let him get his shit off. What are you doing? Nah,
I will.
Let him get his shit off. I want to hear him cry. I want to see how upset he is. Go ahead, Zila. Cry some more. Let me hear.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're saying cry as a means to get a rise out of me because you feel personally attacked, that your little theories and such and whatever else are having holes poked in them, and then you get mad when people are defensive or have a different energy on your fucking sad little Twitter space. But last time I was in here, you were entirely disrespectful, and I have an entire DM conversation to prove it. But you're like sad middle-aged men without real jobs. Like that's the only reason you believe in these things.
You live in an
I mean,
apartment.
it's
Wow,
well
I'm
documented in
done
political
crying?
literature that conspiracy theorists typically don't really have a lot of good going on in their life, so they cling on to conspiracy theories as a means to
so
make
far.
themselves feel powerful and feel like they're more intelligent than people because you know things, you know the prophecy and this, that, and the other. But
That's
Wow, look at
I'm
this
currently
guy.
poking holes in your argument about
Look,
in your argument about
look
how
at this. Look how upset he is. It's funny.
that's exactly what I'm talking about, because you can't actually defend what I'm saying, and I'm
I was
proving to you
literally
right
gonna
now that
acknowledge it.
meteorites have hit the Earth's surface and we have retrieved them. They have hit innocent people's houses and we have retrieved them. We have evidence of the holes in people's roofs and we have retrieved the meteorites. So how is there a what do you call a firmament? That's
Wow, you
it's
were really
not
triggered. You can't even
possible.
get your
It's
words
not
out, brother.
possible.
Hey,
And
Sacred. I posted something up in the nest of a meteorite hitting someone in New Jersey, and this is what I was talking about before. Where I don't know why you guys like to always go back to beefing each other, but stick to the science.
Hold on. 58, what
And
you
for
mean?
ZLA, I live in the southern hemisphere, and yes, I see that stars go the other way.
58.
Who
What do you mean
initiated
you?
the attacks?
Yeah, who initiated the
Us?
abrasiveness? 58.
you, last time I was here,
Us when we just had a
so you're holding.
conversation.
for
So you're holding on.
kicking me
Him
because
when
I
he got
proved
triggered
my
because we
point.
read his Twitter feed.
Yeah, 58. Who initiated this?
You read the Twitter feed, which started off, but he
Hold
came
up.
in and he talked about star charts and asteroids, which was just fine.
Exactly.
It was
He
just
fine up
fine.
until he realized, we realized his true intention and how he really felt. He couldn't even
Yeah,
keep
but
his
he
cool.
asked genuine questions.
I proved my point last time, and then you fucking
You can't even tell me. You can't even tell me what episode
like
that
a
was, Zyla.
sad
Tell me
little,
what episode
like,
it was.
you
Tell me what
crawled
episode it
into a
was.
little hole
Tell me what the topic
because you
was.
couldn't
can't.
defend
You're
your
full
position.
of shit. Tell me the episode and tell me the topic. I'm waiting. Okay,
I don't
then.
remember the episode because I have a life and I don't remember.
Oh, you have a life. That's why you here, right?
I don't
But you're
That's
remember.
why you here
you're
crying.
so sure he hurt your
I don't
feelings,
remember your
but you can't remember the
episodes.
episode.
Nobody gives
Get
a
out of
shit
here.
except for sad
Get out of
middle-aged
here.
people.
Get out of
Nobody
here. You
gives
sat
a
here
fuck.
kissing up because you wanted to talk to us so bad, but then
No,
when
I
you
just
read your
wanted to
Twitter
prove you
feed
wrong
and
again.
you
I just wanted
realized
to prove you wrong again.
head, now you're changing
sad.
your story. Now
Your
you're
life
changing
is
your story. It's pathetic.
meaningless,
You
so
came in
you
here with that
clinged
same
on
energy
to a
and been like,
fucking
I laid out this
conspiracy.
point, this point, this point, this point, and this point, and y'all didn't refute it. Instead, you sat up here, tried to kiss ass like shit was sweet, and now you're getting pressed. That's the problem. I'm not gonna let you talk over me because it's my fucking show. So like I said, you should have came in here with that same energy, bro. You waited until we read and pulled your cards. You would have probably came up in here, oh, hey, guys, thanks for letting me speak. Great show. I had fun last time. I don't know if you guys remember me. You should have just came in there with that energy. Yeah, last time when I came in here, y'all kicked me out because I said XYZ to refute your little theory. But you didn't do that, and you couldn't say that because you have nothing. So it's really interesting how you went about it, how Swallow went about it, how everybody in here was able to get their shit off. And you only got triggered when we started reading your tweets, bro. Because you still in here. We didn't kick you last time.
Shit.
You didn't get kicked last time. So you just
Triggered
left
as
because you
hell.
couldn't refute nothing. That's what's funny. We don't kick you. Who are you? Who are you? I couldn't even pronounce
Nobody
your
even
name, bro.
knows.
Exactly. Like, relax.
You absolutely did kick me. You absolutely did kick me, and you muted me when I
because
proved
of
my
why?
point.
Because of what point did you bring up that was so
jumped to the
earth-shattering
ad
that we
hominem
couldn't
shit,
answer?
where you go,
What was the
oh,
point?
he's
Go ahead.
crying, oh, he's mad.
What was the point? What was the point that you brought up that we
Demonstrably
couldn't answer?
stupid. None of you have formal
What was the
education.
point that
None
we
of you
couldn't answer that
have
we kicked
any
you? What
idea
was
what you're
it?
talking about.
What was it? What was the rebuttal? What was it? What
Abundantly
was it
evident.
about? Motion? Was it about curvature?
No,
Was it about gravity? Was it about dark
It
matter?
was about motion. Are you going to let me?
Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
It was about whether or not the atmosphere was tethered, whether or not the atmosphere moved with the Earth in terms of rotation, and you guys were like, oh, but how does an airplane fly without having to speed up 500 miles per hour if the Earth is rotating at the rate that it is? And I proved you're laughing, but I'm proving what I'm saying, and I can back it up with actual evidence. You guys don't have any actual evidence. You have YouTube videos by other sad middle-aged people.
Yo, they are so upset. Look at this guy. This is crazy.
Bullshit you just
gravity,
said. What you just said
Wow.
is
and
incoherent as
you guys
fuck.
were dumbfounded by that fact, and you
It wasn't a
fucking
fact.
muted me
That was
and you fucking
incoherency.
kicked me.
That was
If I really want
foolishness.
to,
That
I
was
can go find the silly
tomfoolery.
little episode that nobody really gives two fucks about. Holy
Right, that's
shit.
why you're
been in
here.
here for an
I would
hour.
literally like. Yeah, I
Says the
don't
guy who's
understand
been
how
in
you
here
guys
for
live
an
with
hour.
yourselves.
I know you don't
It's
understand,
actually
so.
the saddest
I know you don't
Incoherent.
the saddest demographic of human on the planet, because you
We're
have
Thai
all of
boys.
the information at your fingertips. You live in a first world country. You have
Wow.
an iPhone, but you can't take this. Just like you.
Let him
Look,
cry.
he's
Go ahead.
stuttering. He
Wow,
can't
you're
even.
Brief
He
him
can't
away
even.
from
Yo,
while
what's
he
so
cries.
funny? He can't even get like a whole sentence out. Watch him start crashing again. Go ahead. Do it again, Zila.
I articulated myself unbelievably well.
Look, he's still stuttering. See?
Again, ad hominem. Literally had nothing to do with what I was saying. And even though I have evidence for everything that I'm saying, and you know that I'm right, you just jump to ad hominem. Anybody that respects these people in a debate is a moron, because if you see how they're acting now, you genuinely cannot come to the conclusion that these people are respectable. In the marketplace of ideas, these people have nothing to say.
You
I'm
feel
not
better?
going to waste my time with
You feel
people that
better?
aren't going to address my
An hour
arguments.
You feel
That are
better?
just going to
says.
say
You
just
feel better?
resort to ad hominem and then mute
You feel
me.
better, bro?
So have
Well, let's talk about stars,
sad
brother.
middle-aged
You
lives.
feel better, bro?
Let's talk about stars.
Once again, Swallow. Who started the attack?
Wow.
Oh, did he leave? Let the record show that he just left.
Oh,
Wow,
he
let's talk
left.
about
Oh
I ain't kick
shit.
him. I ain't kick him.
He left.
I ain't
That's
even read his profile,
crazy.
bro.
Hey,
Bro
that's
got
supposed to be
triggered.
my thing. I'm supposed to be the rage quitter. Come on.
Bro,
Hey man,
I
you
hope
got
everybody
outraged
saw
today.
that though. We literally were all cool. We had multiple conversations, 3 different topics, just in the span that he was on mic. And as soon as Sacred went down his TL, he got triggered because he felt like he was gonna get in trouble. Like seriously, that's why I don't even be reading y'all tweets. You come up here and you don't pop shit. And I talk to you cordially, and you talk to me cordially, and then I find out you was tweeting shit. Oh, now I'm gonna be on your head because why you didn't have that same energy? You got me smiling in your face, but you know you was just talking shit about me. What's up with that? You could have said that when you came up here. He didn't
But
want to. He wanted to stay
they
in here.
not
That's what it
like
was.
that. They not like that, bro. It's so funny, bro. But I mean, look, like we had so many different conversations, like with Globe Earthers that came in here, and that was like the first crash out. And it's funny, 58, that you said that I started it by reading a tweet that he tweeted out. Like 58, you should have just said, "Hey, Zila, why did you even tweet out that shit?" Like you ain't
Right.
have to.
Like,
You
how
ain't have
did
to
we
do
get
that.
in trouble for addressing the bullshit? How? How is that our fault because we're reading what somebody in our face has to say about us? That's like you inviting somebody in your fucking crib and they're calling you all type of shit in the bathroom on the phone. You using my electricity and my Wi-Fi to disrespect me, my guy? Get out. No. Makes no sense.
Yo, it's so funny, bro. It's
Sorry, y'all. I had a
unfortunate, bro.
Margaritaville earlier. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah, you got to. But yeah, it's so funny though, right? Because it's like the moment that he get his car pulled for not keeping the same energy, then we get held accountable. Like it was just nothing but tears that whole time. And the important reason why we was having that conversation is because we don't want to talk to dishonest Globe Earthers. So yeah, we're gonna spend time on seeing who's misrepresenting the things that we're saying, so we can actually have a cordial conversation. That was the whole reason why we were talking about that. But to crash out on the timeline and then come in here like everything's sweet, it's just weird, bro. It's just weird. That's all. That behavior, like, if y'all Globe Earthers like this, that's your guy. That type of shit right there. Anyway, Shane, did you want to like say anything about these meteors? I'm gonna go to you.
Yeah, you want like a real quick 2-minute cool breakdown on how it actually works, because they're like, oh, it proves it all, and it's like, no, counter. It's like, guess what? Before we go into it, guess whose side it's gonna support, guess whose side it's not gonna support. So like when you're looking at stuff in the sky, stellar phenomenon, right? If you imagine, say like a David LaPont double toroidal bull magnet situation where we have 2 toroidal fields and we live in the dielectric plane of inertia in the middle, then you have these like ejection zones necessitated geometrically by the shape of the toroidal field and like the way that the magnetic fields work. And around those fields, you have these like plasma discharge. Anyway, the plasma discharge sort of sporadic meteor impact, which is what they call it, sporadic meteor, meaning that it's not in a stream, a well-known prepared stream. There's these sporadic meteors that don't know where they come from, except they only ever hit in the same 4 spots in the whole ecliptic plane. And it's literally the north toroidal, south toroidal, anhelion. So like where the sun is in the top of the toroidal vortex, which we know of as the ether wind, and then right in the middle of the toroidal vortex. And I mapped it out and just threw like an overlay over it. And if you look at it, it's like, oh, it's exactly where you'd think it to be if the Earth was flat and we had a moving ether wind toroidal vortex over the center. And it's like the final kicker is like, oh, you know what else is cool about it is that it lines up specifically with the sun and the solstice, just like ether wind interferometry, just like every other measurement that you look into. So all meteors in the sky are in either as predictable streams that come out via the predictable solstices. By the way, 100% not symmetrical in their predictions, nothing to do with the globe. North is not like the south, very different, right? It blows their minds. They have no idea. All the papers that they write actually talk about coinciding with the sun and the symmetry in the sky and the solstice and how they can't predict why all the sporadic meteors hit the north toroidal vortex. So yeah, that's meteors in a nutshell.
GG's. And I'm for sure finna watch this presentation over the weekends. I need the full sauce. And Product linked a thread that we tweeted out a while ago, kind of explaining how meteors and meteorites could happen on a flat Earth. But I like that breakdown. That's in 2 minutes. So I'm super excited to see what Shane presented.
No Globers want to refute that. It feels almost unfair because the only opposition ran out of here, but like.
Now, so Hall is still here, and his silence implies consent, I think.
Silence is acquiescence.
This is what we talking about, man.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. But at least y'all got to see exactly what we be talking about, bro. Like, these are the guys that, like, we probably shouldn't spend so much time, like, on a timeline with. Like, you know, you never really know, like, who's toxic and who's not, who's, like, mentally unhinged and who's not. Like, you just never really know. But people that just jump out the window, just start talking crazy and then projecting their own insecurities. It's just pray for those guys, man. Like, seriously, they got some shit going on that they need help with. So, hey, Z-Law, man, feel better, man. Mental health is important. Get well soon, brother.
I just don't want people to think that they're getting kicked in Flat Earth Fridays. Like, that's all I know.
Oh, hell no. Nah. Like, we was waiting for him I wanted to hear what else he wanted to cry about. He had a lot of stuff to get off his chest. I think I do remember that conversation because I feel like he was the one that was saying, like, yeah, about the atmosphere, how the atmosphere is in lockstep with the earth, and he didn't know how that worked. And I think that's why he got triggered. That's why I be saying, bro, like, it's the same thing with some of these other anti-flat earthers. Like, they'll come up like real tough and we'll forget them because they'll never come back. But they'll be scarred from that first interaction when they got cooked. And it's like, damn, bro, like, I didn't know you was harboring all them feelings this whole time, bro. So, hopefully he gets well soon.
Dude, how much of their behavior do you think actually is a direct result of previous butthurt? Like, is there a ratio we should?
Oh,
dude. Start keeping track.
So, you know how like the gamma factor is a function of the square of velocity instead of like being directly proportional, like as a linear function. So, if you were to examine the butthurtness of it, right, that would be 1-to-1 proportional for sure.
Are you sure that's not the inverse square law, which is like, you know, the harder it is, the
no,
proportionally harder it hurts? No, okay.
No, this is first order butt hurt.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
I think it happens in different ways.
Well, imagine holding on to butthurt, right, for like weeks, a month, and then imagine being muted and then quietly retaining your butthurt, like politely, in someone else's house until the permission has come for you to release your butthurt so that you may rant your stuff or pretend to not be butthurt. Like the whole thing is kind of confusing, dude.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's because you're talking about relativistic butthurt. We're talking about butthurt at such a high velocity that there's a different law of physics. You have to actually do a butthurt transformation.
So it's like I
don't
can't
think
tell
he
you the
would've.
radial distribution of the butthurt, but I can tell you what it would look like mathematically from the butthurt itself looking at us.
I don't think he would have corrected for his butthurt if Saker had never read the tweets. If Saker didn't read the tweets, he would have still been using the same butthurt measurements from the origin.
But then
Sorry.
the butthurt meter contracted, so we actually couldn't tell how much butthurt there was. We had to do
Well,
previously stolen the rest contraction.
Here's
from
the
a
thing.
topic.
Here's the thing. If we're also butthurt, we won't be able to measure the amount of butthurt in the other frame.
Dude, but oh yeah.
So we'll actually predict 0 butthurt, but somebody's butt will still be
dark.
hurt. So like our butt theory will be wrong. But we'll
then
just
there'll
tell
be dark
everyone that
butthurt.
it's right.
Dark butthurt has been
That's
found.
it.
It's actually the exact portion, and we actually right the whole time, and we predicted it.
Relativistic
I think all
butt.
butthurt frames are equally valid.
That is a postulate of our theory.
That's
Have you been
postulate of
studying,
our theory.
Proud? Have you been studying butt theory?
I think this
Relativistic
helps.
butt.
I think these science jokes help. Get my notes. At you guys.
So what happens is the speed of butthurt is a constant, right?
Well,
You know,
relative odds. I have some math
so
that I can
we-
tell from the butthurt itself, right? So it's different, you know. Covariantly transferred from coordinate systems to one butthurt to another. The amount of butthurt stays the same between transfers. Come on, man.
It does seem to apply to all scales, though.
Yeah. One of the most easiest things that I found out was like you're going that way in a direction of 1,000,000 miles an hour. And so the whole spectrum is going that way. And it's not really going that way. Like they make the whole spectrum go like.
Well, it's relative to your butt, really. So.
Oh, is that the butt frame?
From within the butt frame, within the constancy of the butt, right? Yeah.
Oh no, Shane! Do you know where the ECI goes? No.
So, dude, it's from the center of mass. You don't have a Barry center in there, do you?
It's BCI.
There it is. BCI, dude.
Hey Alan, I just noticed since you're up, I wanted to let you know I put $100 on that BitNews thing, so
Nice, bro.
that's all done.
Oh yeah.
Sorry?
It's hard to let someone who thinks they know something about meteors try to like stand on it hard for like so long. Like, I know it's proof. They find it. I found it. And I'm like, no, they didn't. No one's ever found it. You don't know anything about meteors, right? Just to let them go and go and go and go, and then be like, okay, does
Shane,
anybody really want to know what happened with meteors?
Didn't some dude in New Jersey get clapped though by a meteor?
I don't know. They got meteors and meteorites, right? Meteors would be the ones you can see that never hit anything, and then meteorites supposedly hit the Earth, but I've never seen one.
Oh,
so.
let's see.
The dude definitionally would have been wrong from the get-go because he was screaming, "There's meteors!" No, false, right away. But the definition of the word you're using is wrong. It would be meteorite if it was a thing that had an impact, but whatever.
See, I was gonna make an example out of him, but I was like, he seems like the type to get triggered. So I was just telling him instead of just like asking, well, do you know this? Do you know that? I was actually trying to like be cool.
Dude, I seen you trying to facilitate, and then it just, once he had an out, he was like, "Oh, thank God, they finally discovered I'm an asshole."
Yeah, like the asshole came out of the body. Like this was 9 pounds of asshole and 8 pounds of suit.
This fucking facade is fucking killing me, man.
Like the Men in Black suit with a cockroach guy is walking around, and then at the end it gets so haggard that he just falling off his face and shit.
It's like, are you okay, dude?
That proves the theory, because if you think of the butt is like the surface of the Earth, and the hurt is the atmosphere, right? and it's in lockstep with these guys. Right? It just follows them everywhere they go, and they can't avoid it. You know, it's gonna be seen. That guy. I was really hoping, Shane, that you could get on and go back and forth with them a little bit, because not only do you have a whole video on how the meteors, first of all, they could be those little balls, you know, that look like fireworks, right? Those little smoke bomb things that they find all over the place.
Balls from space, yeah, mysterious.
Yeah,
doctor's back.
yeah. In fact, I was just showing. I was just posting balls from space.
They just
I was
can't figure it out.
They probably come from high altitude airplanes. Right. So if that's the case, anyway, regardless, I was posting one. I was looking for those balls earlier to post in another chat because they were talking about meteors, and there's one where over I don't know if I guess Peru, somebody saw like a meteor in the sky, and then they found one of those balls. So if you look up balls found all over Earth, they actually show the streaks in the sky, and then what they found is one of those balls.
Yeah, it happened.
Anyway, so that's. Yeah, and so that totally explains it. By the way, the guy that was on acting like meteors, like we don't have an answer for meteors. And then the other thing you said that they all fall in like the same place, but that was just like because the craters are all in these one little areas, right? And those craters are actually geysers dried up, right? Or no?
No, the craters are all over. Craters are all over the place, dude. So like the meteor impacts I'm talking about are specifically meteors, right? Not meteorite. The lights in the sky. Those happen at a specific convergence point. And if you look at the map, it's like right above the center of where a north toroidal vortex would be at the most active point if, say, a 3D magnetic field was spinning around a point in the middle. It's like, oh, it's almost exactly like that. And it's like, oh, it is that exactly. And so they had the most activity right where the sun is, essentially, and where the sun travels, right in the sun's path, when the sun is there, and specifically when the sun is not there. And
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about, because you were saying there's these dried up geysers, right? And those dried up geysers look just like the craters that they're saying where meteors hit.
Yeah, that's different. That's like comets, the big comet thing that like no one's ever seen happen, but scientists are 100% sure they know exactly how they form. They're like, yeah, so this is how it works. Well, no one's ever seen this. Well, yeah, like, look, no one's ever seen any of this happen, but we know for a fact that this is how it happens, is how they start to explain it. Yeah. And they have compression points that don't match. They're like, so you should have like ejecta that rock around the side of it. And it's like, oh, so we've never seen that. And it's like, yeah, but it should be there. Okay, not in all of them. You know, they all hit 90 degrees, never leave any ejecta, never any particles. They all smash just at the right angle to obliterate themselves upon impact to 100%. It's like, well, that's crazy. But yeah,
exactly.
And the big
there's never so and I'm sure that guy's listening right now because he wants to hear people talking shit about him, and then he can just like have something in his pocket to like, oh, they were talking shit about me, but now we're talking shit about you because you're wrong. You're wrong on every level. Of course, they have to have stories of people having meteorites coming, like hitting their house, of course, because they have to keep the narrative going. So you're going to believe the little news snippet about somebody having a meteorite in their house, right? They can even show you a rock and say that's the meteorite. It doesn't prove anything, right? So none of that. No, there's never, ever been anybody seen that thing in the sky and then gone right over to the impact and be like, here you go, right there in real time. Never. And that would happen. We'd have tons of that happening already if there were actually things falling, like they say, rocks in the sky. This doesn't work. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, you should
we would have the proof already.
Everyone should just Google balls from space if you haven't looked into any of this and look at how many governments are like, oh, this crazy ball. And it always is the picture of the exact same thing. The structure looks like a ball firework with a hole in the middle, and the smoke comes from a thing. Like it looks like a streamer or literally a firework. And they're all over the world. They fall in all over the countries. They're like, oh, it's satellites, it's a fuel tank, it's a hydrogen for a spaceship, it's whatever the fuck we say it is, because everyone doesn't want to say that, oh, look, it's meteors. Those are what meteors are. Anyway.
Yeah, and I wonder if that part of that is that because that would really put to question the firmament, like he's saying. If they want to hide that, part of that whole psyop is like, oh, if there's rocks from space, obviously there's no firmament. Yeah, that would make sense if you really thought there was rocks from space, right?
Yeah, and
so that could be part of what goes into that. Yeah.
Right, like you should be looking up constantly in fear. Like you can get wiped out at any point. Don't worry. Don't remember what happened to the dinosaurs. Don't ever be comfortable. You should always be in constant fear. Yeah.
And whoever that guy was should look into Shane's information on the Southern Stars, because there's lots of really good information there that Shane's provided for us as well. as other things that make it work on a flat Earth. So there's no
I
problem there, by the way.
fundamentally disagree with all of that. I'm sorry, because I live in the South and I fundamentally disagree with all the riffraff that he talks about. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead and explain why.
Well,
You can't just
the
call it
global,
riffraff. You have to explain with specificity.
the global explanation of why stars work is an understood phenomenon. I don't need to. What he's done is wrong.
What?
I don't need to. They told us how it works, and what he's saying is wrong.
No,
and that's all I have to say without any specificity. What?
What he's saying is not it.
Do
I
you
was
need me
told
to
that,
explain?
and he said that
Do
it's
you
not
need
it.
me to explain?
That's a really good point. Oh, I'm going to say that you're wrong, and there's no need to explain why I'm saying you're wrong.
Do you
That's
need me
really
to
good
explain?
debating. That's really
Do you
good.
need me to
Yeah.
explain?
Yeah,
Do you need me to
specificity would be a
explain?
preferred thing. Yeah, that's what you do
Oh
when you
my
make
God!
a point.
Okay, you just keep talking. Do you need me to explain or not?
You should explain. You should feel. You
It's
should feel the
so
need
easy.
to
This is the
explain.
thing.
No one needs
So
you to explain
easy.
anything, but you should feel the need to actually justify your statement.
So easy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Right. So, as the globe depicts, that the globe is rotating once every 24 hours, right? Around the point from solar to solar, right? So 24 hours is measured when we see the sun. Now, the stars are roughly where they are, right? They do move, but they don't move that much in the grand scheme of things, right? Now, as we rotate, stop it. I'm talking, stop it. As we rotate, the stars will appear to be rotating in certain directions depending on where you are on that globe. If you're on the northern side, if you're on the top side, then you will see the stars rotating in one particular direction. But if you're on the southern stars, and if you get your bearings in like looking towards, say, the north, then everything will be facing the opposite direction. It's very, very simple. It's not that hard. If you were to look,
I don't think the narrative that we were all taught about the southern stars with the globe model is lost on
nobody
anyone
was
here.
taught anything
We
about the southern
didn't need
stars
like a
in
lesson
schools.
on how the globe says it works. You were
Nobody was
saying that
taught
you
about
thought
how the southern
Shane's
stars work
idea
in the
was
school.
riffraff.
No, I doubt anybody was ever taught how the southern stars work at school.
Well, that's interesting. A lot of people probably weren't. But if you learned about it in any way, we know the mainstream excuse of why they say that the southern stars are going the opposite direction on the globe model. It's not lost on us. We didn't need a lesson in what we were taught to think. But you called Shane's idea riffraff, and why is it you think so?
Yeah. Yes, it is riffraff because of the fact that he's put the rotation based on a flat plane, and it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way because if it was flat,
why?
And if we considered Polaris to be top dead center, right in the middle of the North Pole, straight up, right, and if it was rotating based on that particular rotation, then everything done in the southern end will all be just sliding. So if you went down to Antarctica based on a flat Earth, then the stars will be sliding across the ground, which is not the way it works.
Sliding across the ground? What are you talking about?
It will
That's
be
a straw man.
sliding. Yes,
What are you talking about? That's a straw man. Explain why they would be sliding across the ground.
If you were on a flat Earth, and if Polaris was the center of the rotation, and that was top dead center over the top of the North Pole, then as you go down to the flat plane where Antarctica is a ring, if you were looking south, all the stars would rotate. It would rotate in a sliding fashion, 90 degrees to the ground. So it would be parallel with the actual ground itself.
What? Sliding. Okay, Shane, do you want to handle this? Please.
I don't understand.
I've sketched it before, and people don't have a clue.
Have you considered that that's because that's correct?
That's because you're wrong.
Actually, I'm right. I live down here. Get stuffed.
Oh, I know lots of flat Earth Australians.
I tell you what, I'm sick of Americans telling us how it works down here. It's pathetic. I'm just talking with Canadians and Americans.
We got lots of
who
Australian
do
flat
not know
earthers
how the
that'll explain
stars
it to
work
you.
down here. It's fucking ridiculous.
What are you basing squish stars on, though? Who sees those?
Well, if Polaris is top dead center, I've just explained it. This will be my third time. If Polaris is top dead center, straight over the North Pole, and everything is rotating on that axis, realistically, everything on the outer edge should be sliding side on. That's the way it should be.
Okay, well, let's start with
it won't roll upside down like it does on the Walter Bisson model, because that's proving flat Earth wrong. And you seem to think it's right, but it's proving flat Earth wrong.
Well, I know that everyone likes to say that, right? But let's start with the assumption that the observations that you know on the globe are the same observations that I know on flat Earth, because we both live in reality, right? So let's just assume that when I go to the equator, I see what you see. When I go south of the equator, I see what you see. And when I'm north, I see what you see, right? So my explanation is incorporating actual observations. Actually, I have Stellarium open right now to coincide with my explanations to make sure that I'm in line with what my hypothesis is, right? Because I'm at the equator, I'm looking north and I'm looking south. So the whole thing that you disagree with is because you don't want me to be right. But my position is that you observe the world in the dimensions of the globe, right? You see in a radius, a sphere 3959 around you, essentially, meaning that when you progress laterally, the stars do progress 1 degree per 69 miles-ish with a linear, logarithmic relationship, but linear-ish to give you the impression that you would be on a sphere. Since you see in a hemisphere, right, and you see in a radius of 3959, when you go to the equator, you are just far enough from the center of rotation for it to dip onto the horizon. If you go to the equator, you'll see both poles. You'll see the equatorial trails. You'll see your perspective and your vision giving you the limits of your vision as a sphere.
That's not ridiculous. That's not real.
And your stars would just be to converge at the equidistant poles, right? So from the equator, you could just about see the South Pole creeping up out of the horizon. And if you go a little bit south, you can't see Polaris looking back north, right? Looking north from the south, they're going counterclockwise. Looking south from the south, they're now going clockwise, right? Perspective, just like you have a toilet paper roll going in one uniform direction. Say it's on your nose, right? And you look left and it's going clockwise. You look right, it's going counterclockwise. Same uniform motion, super easy perspective and counter rotation. That's all that is. Now, when you go to the south, you got circumpolar stars rotating around what you know is the counter convergence called by the limit of your optics down there, right? The same limit we have up here is, of course, the same limit I have when I go south of the equator. Of course, I have a latitude-dependent optical convergence rising with me.
I heard that one again.
It circumnavigates the stars that I'm looking at, right? So optically, my explanation is exactly what Stellarium has. So when you say stuff like it should be elliptically sliding, right? You have to account that my observation, again, we both live in reality, right? My explanation for what I see, I'm not trying to explain a black sunrise, right? Like for me, the sun rises and sets every day. I have an explanation for that. I don't understand why you think
horizon, right?
I don't understand you think the stars would look visually different to me, and then I would have to explain that. No, my explanation works with everything that you see, and in fact, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between my model and your model.
Because it doesn't, because you think that this dome over your head is real, but that isn't real. Look, the thing is, right, the best way that I can go and formulate it in a way that everybody can understand, right? It's raining outside, right? You go out, you open up an umbrella, right? I'm sure everyone's used an umbrella at some point in their life, right? You pop the umbrella, you go underneath that umbrella, you look straight up. That's Polaris, right? If you spin that umbrella and you see the little plastic bits which hold the that's at the end of the metal, which is there to stop you from poking your eyes out, right? That's the stars that would be out at Antarctica. If you spin that umbrella, right, those plastic things are just simply going around you in a horizontal manner, right? There's no reason in your fictional idea of being able to carry an orb with you every single place you go, that if you go to the equator, suddenly the stars will be going straight over the top of you and diving straight down when you're underneath an umbrella. It doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous.
No, I'm not carrying anything with me. I'm observing the world as if it was
Yeah, but I'm trying to give you a visualization with an umbrella. Do you understand my visualization with the umbrella?
I understand your deficiency with the understanding, which is what I'm going to have.
Deficiency?
Yeah.
Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that fucking shit, Shane. Come on, fuck off.
I thought we're having good banter, man. You're
Nah,
right.
yeah, but you just said I have
I think it's
deficiency.
obviously
I don't
it's
think
obvious
so.
you're deficient, bro. It's
I don't
obvious you're
think
deficient.
so. You're not understanding at all. You're not carrying an
You're just
orb
claiming
around
that. You're
with
just
you
claiming that.
everywhere you go.
Hold on.
There's
Why don't we-
3959, which
All right, hold on. Y'all can't talk over each other. 58. If you think that you're not deficient in your understanding, then ask him to explain how you're deficient in your understanding, and then you can refute why he thinks that. Unless y'all don't care about that, then y'all could just talk over each other. But I'd rather not. I'd rather actually hear you guys individually. And then we're gonna get to the hands. We're about to close up soon, so can we just kind of chill out, guys? One at a time, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we let Placo take over? What do you guys think? I think he can. Wait, crap. What was his name?
Dominic.
Dominic. Why don't we let Dominic take over? What do you guys?
Thank you. I just want to say it was a nice presentation of both sides of cult. You can choose whatever you want. I just have a question for you, 58K. Maybe you are right. For sake of your argument, maybe you are right. Maybe we are wrong. But I'm like, if you are intellectual, honest, and you want to get to the truth, why are you choosing this difficult topic where can be both sides can be right, both sides can be wrong? Well, if you want to search the truth, why don't you go to easier topic where you can make a point for our position, and then you can say, okay, they are right here, or maybe we are wrong here, and then level up. Why do you choose this stuff before, I don't know, maybe water, physics of water, or something like that? It's just something you can do for yourself. It's something you can look up. It's easier way for me. It's not the way I would start if I want to know the truth. If I want to argue and it's this way. But if you want to really search the truth, this is not the way. I don't think.
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but this is my expertise in this particular area, and what Shane's saying is not correct, right? You've got to understand the way you can see the world. If I'm walking through a living room, is there a 6 meter round orb that's floating around my head that is constantly spinning as I move? No, it's not. That's not the case. So this orb theory, this particular dome of person's perspective, is all completely wrong. And it was brought on. It was brought on because people saw the Walter Bisson model, and they saw the little dome over, and they went, "Oh, we're going to adopt that." That's why it exists. It doesn't exist in real life. And look, the truth of the matter is, right, is I tried to keep it very, very simple with this umbrella theory, right? So the umbrella comes down, and if you spin it over your head and you look out to the far distant part, you will see the umbrella is sliding on a horizontal perspective. That, I'm sure people can understand. If anyone's got an umbrella at home, pull it out, pop it, spin it over your head, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, what it does make sense is if you go to the equator, and I know this for a fact because I've been all around the world. I'm in the southern hemisphere. I've been to the equator. I've been to the northern hemisphere. I've been as high up as Norway, right? Now, if you go to the equator and you watch the stars all through the night and you watch the sun all through the night, it goes straight overhead and dives straight down. And then when it hits the horizon, it's gone. It's gone for 12 hours, right? Now, if you're visualizing the stars in a flat Earth perspective, like it would be painted on the underside of an umbrella, you'll understand that it's not possible for both the stars and the sun to dive at a perpendicular angle straight at the horizon. That doesn't make sense. And Shane is talking out of his ass, and he cannot correctly talk about it at all.
I don't think you've looked at any of Shane's stuff. From listening to you, it's obvious you haven't looked at anything that Shane's done. It's just a perfect exchange, right? It works. It works. You want to deny it
Shane has
because
posted
you're a
multiple
baller.
videos to me, and I tell him they're all wrong. All of them, they're all wrong.
Okay, maybe. And
They are.
what do
They
you know
are.
about? Okay.
Stop believing him. This is ridiculous.
I have my own mind.
Okay.
What do you know about perspective? How do you see like maybe a train when you see like a railroad in far away? What do you see?
In most cases, light is pretty much dead on straight. There are instances where light does bend a bit, but in most cases, it's pretty much straight. So say that again.
I'm asking about railroads. Railroads. If you are looking them in the like far away, what do you see? Do they like
Sorry, railroads. What's railroads? What do you mean?
He said
railroad tracks.
Railroad tracks.
Oh, railroad tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yes, railroad tracks. Yes, they will converge towards the center, but that's a completely different topic.
Okay,
The
and
parallel.
what do you see about when you look in the street and you see like street lights? Okay, and what do you see in far away? What do you think?
Nice. I know. I've seen this. I have seen this.
This is how we
many
see.
times.
It's not about like
I get
your
it.
reality.
It is true.
Okay, and
Yes,
this reality,
it
you
is
have
true.
to like this reality, you have to like calculate when you are looking on the star and everything that you see on the sky. That you have to calculate with this.
Wait.
You have to.
Yeah, I know this. I know the street light theory, right? And you are true and correct.
Street light theory.
I've heard this one. I'm not to be trapped. I'm sorry.
It's actually observable.
You are correct in saying that everything is coming towards a point. When it comes to those street lights, they all point towards a converging point. But there's one thing I need to educate everybody in this room right now, right? Depending on where you are, latitude-wise, on the Earth, the angle of the stars and sun will correlate with your latitude. Now, that's got nothing to do. That's got nothing to do with streetlights being in a straight line. It's got everything to do with your latitude. And what you got to understand is, as you as a person are rolling around the top of like a curved surface the whole way around, your view angle will change 1 degree for every latitude you do. And that is the truth.
Yep, we're all educated on that already. It's nothing new. In fact, that's included in Shane.
Yeah, so optical displacement versus physical Earth curvature displacement, like, you know, optical equivalence. That's why dude was hitting you up on why you pick an argument where there's a dead optical equivalence, where where your best argument is nuh-uh.
Optical doesn't matter. It's a true angle based on your latitude. Optical does not matter.
So Dominic called it immediately. He was like, kinematic and dynamic equivalence, homie? What are you doing?
Yeah, can you explain why it doesn't matter since you're so dismissive of it?
Well, because this whole lampshades going off in a certain direction, like lamp posts and railway tracks, right? That is an optical illusion, right? But the star pathways, they move throughout the night, right? So it's not like the pathway of the sun is sitting on a particular railway track and going straight. They are moving all through the night. But that's we have to do time lapse to be able to get this sort of data. That's how they move. We don't have railway tracks of stars in the sky. They have to move that way.
Just for your own sake, I know they're gonna school you in a minute here, but just for your own sake, I'll let you know the most respectable and intellectually honest people on your side of this argument that we've talked to for years now acknowledge that there is an equivalence.
Yeah. See, so what I see here is you're saying that our vision doesn't really affect what's going on there, and that it's happening, and we have perspective in some things, but not with that. But that's not really the case. Like you mentioned before, how we don't have a globe following us, or a half bowl following us, going around our heads and things like that. But I think what Plokey, whatever. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, brother. I think they called you Dominic. What he was saying was that you're not really correct in that stance, because the entire celestial sphere is derived from that limit of our vision, right? So
Okay.
If that's the case, and that's for both models. So if it's
this
like you
whole
said, it's an
idea of bringing
equivalence.
back to vision is kind of silly because the thing is, right, is that we point telescopes at it and we take readings, right? We'll find out if it's like 42 degrees this by like 165 degrees, which direction it is, right? So forget about your eyes. All you do is you physically get a telescope and you get the readings. You don't have to worry about whether or not you're blind, colorblind, whether or not you're cross-eyed. It doesn't fucking matter. You get the telescope, you get the readings, you put the data in, and then you don't have to worry about your vision at all.
I don't think I don't think that's true. Like it's not because it's not only our vision. You said bring out your telescope. Okay, the telescope can see a certain distance. The result is going to be the same. It would just be at a farther distance.
Can you see the star rotation with your eyes if you go out and look at it right now?
Can you see the stars rotate in the sky?
Can you see the star rotation with your eyes right now?
Oh, I'm
obviously not
time here, but if I was outside at night, yeah,
that's right. You can't. So it's not a visual optical illusion, right? This is the star trails is something you need time to be able to consume. You need time to be able to take many hours of data points, right? And the truth of the matter is that most people, the way we've figured out all of this, the star trail and all that sort of stuff, is people have gone out there with a telescope and they've taken data every single moment. They just they track it. Where are they? If they get a notepad out or whatever, or laptop or whatever, and they take the data points all the way down, right? So there's no optical illusion with that. They just point it at it and take the data. And that gets rid of all optical illusions.
That doesn't help you.
Yeah,
it doesn't help you.
It doesn't help. It's the same thing, brother. That's what we're trying to say.
The whole streetlight thing. All the streetlights are there at one point in time. All the streetlights are there at one point in time. That's your optical illusion, right? But when you point a telescope at it, you're dead center with your telescope. It's on the crosshairs. It knows exactly where it is, right? So there's no optical illusion with that.
No, there is. See, that's the thing. Even your telescope has a limit.
And like honestly, if you heard like there is a kinematic equivalence, like this is like honest truth, and if you like something that will solve this issue for you, it's like experiments that you can seek up. It's MMX, Michelson Morley. It's MGP, Michelson Gale Pearson, and you can like find out the truth. And there is like there are information, if you like look up the information about behind the curve and you look up information about Bob Knodel, there is like the truth about this topic. There is an issue for you because you are still telling us about the rotation of the Earth.
You guys are not worth talking to. You haven't listened to a single fucking thing said.
You're just gonna proclaim that you're right and we're wrong. That's not really listening. We learned nothing from you. We knew everything you were saying before.
You're showing me brainwashing material right now. You're showing me brainwashing material. Enough.
Hey, you have no argument. And
go out there and do a time lapse. Go out there and do a time lapse this equinox. It's fucking September next month. Go and do a time lapse. If you can't
time
do
lapse only works on a stationary area.
Do you realize like we both see the same thing, but we have like both we can interpret the things we see on the sky. There's equivalence. Like there is no proof what you are saying, and I'm telling you there is a.
Which country are you in Europe?
In Czech Republic, yeah, in Europe. And
yeah. I'm in Australia, right? We're going to see different things. I'm sorry to say, we're going to see different things.
Because like
I'm in Australia, you're in Czech Republic. We're going to see different things at night.
Hey, he's right. There's an equivalence, and you're just denying it. There's an equivalence.
Yeah, there's an equivalence, man.
Do you realize there's an experiment?
Equivalence is something equal.
Hey, yeah.
That's not an equivalent. I'm going to see it go the other way. You're going to see it go the other way.
It's equal, and you're just denying it. You're just saying, nah.
The star is going to go the opposite direction, and you're not listening to me.
Do you even realize that in your model, when you look up in the sky, you have to say that everything you see is an illusion, that it's just illusion that we see that we are in the middle, and you have to like pretend that is an illusion. Like you have to add dark matter, dark energy, and all this stuff. I
don't care about dark matter, dark energy. I don't care about that shit.
But that's the sky.
Sacred knows this. Sacred knows this. You can't go out there and slander me with fucking dark matter and dark energy because that's not my topic. I don't necessarily subscribe to it.
Yeah, but you are talking
What I
about
do
sky.
know is that the star goes in different angles based on Czech Republic and Australia. And if you go out there and observe it, you will see what I'm talking about. But you won't because you'll just go to your propaganda website.
All of
We're
those
not
different angles
disagreeing
are
with that.
totally acknowledged on the flat Earth side, and there's a total equivalence, and you're wrong.
Right.
Yeah, on your fake little dome, which is stolen from Walter Bislin. I don't think so.
Have you ever looked up something from some information about Michelson-Morley? Have you ever? Like, that's groundbreaking, like, experiment.
Don't get me started on Michelson-Morley. Don't fucking get me started.
Why did
Oh
you
yeah, I'm sure you would really have fun. You'd have a lot of luck there, wouldn't you?
You don't like that experiment? Why don't you? Like, did they?
You've been watching a lot of Whitson, haven't you?
Around sun?
Are you one of Whitson's fucking ball sucklers?
It's nothing about Witsit, man. You just have to read the paper. The paper has about 14 pages. Like, it's nothing about Witsit. You have to read the 14 pages.
Yeah, it's the actual thing. Right?
And when you get the information that they want to measure the Earth orbit, velocity of Earth orbit around Sun, and they get almost nothing, but they get something, but almost nothing, but they get something. Then you go to the Michelson-Gale-Pearson, and then you will find out they measured 465 meters per second, which is like very, very like subtle move, but they measure it in like 98%.
You're boring me. I don't give a fuck about Michelson-Morley. You're boring me.
Experiment, they measure sidereal rotation, but they don't measure Earth orbit around Sun.
Oh, I can't say because
wait, no, you're wait, now you're bored.
So you maybe have maybe you have a ball, but it's like staying on place, man.
Well, it's not.
So you're saying don't get me started on Michelson-Morley as if you had knowledge about Michelson-Morley. Don't get me started as if you were going to come in with some knowledge about it, and then a guy starts explaining it to you, and you're like, oh, you're boring me. I don't care about that. Well, don't get you started. You mean you can't get started? You mean you know nothing about it? Is what you should have said.
I'm fucking sick of it.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick, Shane? When you're dealing with the models, I have a question about our vision and the apparent positions, right? So we're saying that the celestial sphere is apparent positions, and my question is, if those are apparent positions, the real positions, in order to fit on a sphere, in a celestial sphere, how would they be positioned outside of that celestial sphere to appear where they appear? So what I mean is, like, we're seeing a celestial sphere. Outside of that celestial sphere, where must those stars be, do you think, in order to be projected where they are? Would it be in a plane above, right? And like the plane above is spinning and we're seeing the plane as that celestial sphere? Or does it map to like a sphere within a larger sphere?
Well,
I don't think that maps. But
yeah, we don't see the celestial sphere, right? We only ever on both models observe a hemisphere. The celestial sphere is just a mathematical construct of a completed map of all the longitudes of the Earth. So they looked at the sky, they realized that you could make it descend or ascend if you went north or south, right? And they mapped those relationships with a grid line. Boom, latitude is born, right? You have the lateral delimiter across your bisecting great meridian, but the celestial sphere, like, so it's only math. And you said what's the difference between apparent and real? So as far as I'm concerned, dude, there is no real position for it. We've only ever observed apparent. Celestial navigation uses apparent. The correction books and almanacs are based on apparent. NASA themselves says that it's only ever apparent. We only ever see an apparent. And they say that we observe the sky in a flattened dome. There's someone to tell Walter Bislin, I guess he's wrong or whatever. And then the actual position isn't ever actual, right? This thing that it has to converge on a spot that's physical in the sky. In my personal belief, dude, nothing in the sky is physical. Like, nothing in the sky is actually physically there. If the old astronauts, when they go up past I don't know how many 60,000 feet, all the stars disappear. They have conflicting stories about who saw what, how many stars were there. Did you see him? I saw him. You didn't, but I did. Who's who? Yada yada. So what my personal thing is, there is nothing up there. So any physical convergence that would be like, say, a triangulation effect of a star, There's a reason that they only use the apparent, that they pretend the distances of the stars are actually light years and difference between them, but they actually treat them as an equidistant web of unilateral stars that move and rotate together. When it matters, they're all the same distance. When they want to pretend and play Fantasyland, they're all different based on this and light years, and there's a ratio, and actually it goes back and forth, and it could be whatever I want it to be if I just pretend. So where is the real self-convergent point? As far as I'm concerned, there is none, right? You're just ever seeing your apparent, and then there's like if you were to go in the south and see an apparent position, now to go in the south, those are two different apparent positions, just like you'd see from a sun ray at like a lake, right? You don't see the sun ray going to my feet. I don't see the sun ray going to your feet. That principle is actually true for everything in the sky.
That's interesting. Now, me personally, I do believe I do believe things being up there. I don't know how far they are, but I see what you mean about that, because there is conflicting stories and things. But I think we do have things that can see farther, outside our system, and things are there, in my opinion.
Well, they can't, though, right?
Can I ask why you believe that, like, strongly? Why do you think that it's for sure a thing?
Why do I think things are out there?
Yeah, why are you like so adamant that it must be a thing rather than just not, like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't?
But they can actually see further, right? You know that? Like, telescopes increase angular resolution. They make what was unresolvable resolve. They don't actually bring anything that isn't apparent into your apparent. You can increase the rate of resolvability to a point where you can resolve it, but it's still there. Like, everything that you're seeing with the telescope is there. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so like we can see stuff. What I think is, like, we can see stuff there. What it is, I have no idea. Whether everything is solid or spherical, or things like that, I have no idea. Whether they are what do you call it? The word escapes me right now. But whether there's something else, I don't claim to know. I do think there's some type of perceived distances. Whether those distances are real or not, it's another thing, Like you said, it changes the angular size, but it's not really changing distance in any way. So yeah, I see what you mean too.
It's really weird the way Alan says that, something's at the 3959, but we can see further, but then there's nothing there. So what is it? Pick something. Because as far as I'm concerned, stars are many light years away. And when someone goes up into space and you say, I can't see the stars, the thing is, right, is if you're looking dead at the sun, or you're looking at the reflection of the moon or the earth, it blinds you to the stars. You need to be looking out into deep space to be able to see the stars correctly. You need the window in your craft to not have any reflections of the sun, the moon, or the earth right next to you, so that you can get a pristine image, because you can only see the stars when you have no light interference, which is why people who take telescopes try to go far, far, far away from cities, right? The closer they are to cities, it's all a mess. They can't see things properly. That's why they go up into the mountains, up to the hills. So there's no light, pollution. And if you're in a spacecraft and you're looking out a window, the last thing you want to do is see Earth right in the center, because when you got Earth right in the center, it's going to blind you to the stars behind it.
Did you?
That's the story.
I will interrupt for a second. 58. Okay. Did you ever talk with some astronaut and ask him about that? Did you ever?
I don't need to, because it's
okay. But I did. Honestly, okay. But I did. But I did.
Photographer will back me up.
Okay, never mind. But I did. Okay, I did. And I asked him about if he seen a star bright shining, and he said that he seen them bright shining right from the start up in the lower orbit where he was. So that honestly disprove your claim, and he was there. So
okay, what's his name then?
Remek. You can check it up. He's Remek, he is only Czechoslovakia astronaut.
Okay.
That he was there, and
I just need to get you to quote it. That's all.
Remek, and his video will be online in 2 weeks.
I like your inflection on astronaut there. That was nice.
Thank you.
I like how you said only. Like there's a hierarchy of astronauts, and that yours is lower than ours or something.
I like how the light coming from light years away requires that they also have to believe that there's vast areas of actual nothing in space, like literally nothing. That's an interesting claim.
I mean, that stuff. One sec. That stuff's just for funsy, though, right? Like everything for celestial navigation is put at 6210. So like the idea of like, oh, it's so far, it has to come in at Earth curve rays. It's like, bro, they 6210 it by default for cell nav. So like if you're not a so if it has to come in parallel light rays from infinity, but it's also equivalent at 6210, then yeah, we're definitely swooping up the optical equivalents, dog. You can't stop that with your fucking umbrella. Get out of here.
Hey, but don't talk about dark matter and dark energy. But he not need to start so far away.
Dude, I explicitly left it out because cell nav is geocentric anyway. We don't need no dark matter to cell nav. We just need a 6210. What was that 6210? If you make it into a radius, it'd be 3959 optical equivalent. Oh my God, it is an optical equivalence. That guy was right from the beginning. Here we are an hour later. Everyone could have been in bed tucked away. Our fucking androids are tired, boys.
I'm gonna call it. I'm glad we called him up out of the retirement or wherever he was down there. This was a great exercise.
Hey, Alan.
Yeah, good for the listeners.
What do you make of star positions? This is one thing I've really been thinking about too, because our vision and then how the distance is involved. Like, what the hell are we looking at from your perspective?
I think Aries' failure told us all we'll ever know about the stars, bro. That they're already moving. They're already we're seeing them as they come in, and it's all we'll ever see is that apparent position. They're already gone.
Well, that's a good one to give us a little synopsis of the Aries failure. That's a damning thing that they tried to use for a globe proof that really was never a globe proof. It's actually flat Earth proof.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to make a shape claim out of it.
Well, not a shape claim necessarily, but the star movement. Yeah, that was a big thing. Whether it's the stars moving or us, I think Aries failure definitely is all we need.
So I'm on board with the perspective of viewing this entire thing from our limited perspective and how that makes things look in the north and the south. So I'm on board with that. I think that's a legit solution to it. But then it's like, if it's only apparent positions, how I don't know, man. I don't understand how it could be only apparent positions, and then if like they have to be coming from somewhere, these apparent things that we're seeing.
Well, they are. What's your problem now? I don't get exactly what your problem is.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to even think about my problem.
Well, anything in the sky is apparent by default, right? Because it could be somewhere where it's actually not, but we can't.
But why
sure.
do we say it could be somewhere where it's actually not? Let's start there.
There's optics. Well, if there was a firmament, let's just say there was, then that would mess everything up, right? Because we're seeing through like a lens. You can see that. You can say the sky's a lens regardless.
Yeah.
Right. So that messes up the actual position as opposed to the apparent position. Like when you look up at a skylight, like you ever stood up at, like if you ever looked up at a skylight in the room and you can like see the sun through the skylight, but then it would change its apparent position completely if you like take 2 steps in another direction because of the skylight. It would just have that effect.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think that's logical too, to see it as like a lens. But all right, so I don't believe in the whole expansion theory that everything is expanding faster than the speed of light. I think if that was the case, I think if that was the case, then we wouldn't be able to continuously see the constellations where they are. And we for thousands of years we've been seeing them where they are.
Yeah, that's obviously all just wrapped up in the heliocentric bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. So, but if that's the case, then how are we? I mean, apparent. I kind of don't see them as apparent positions anymore. I kind of see them as that's where they are.
By the way, did you know the reason they have to claim that they're moving away at light speed?
It's something to do with the dark energy thing.
Oh, what's the thing called, Alan? I forget the name of it.
D3. They are where they are for you. That's why when I look at them, they're going to be different from where you see them slightly. Right? That's the whole thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like okay, but if we're standing on the same, stoop, we see them relatively the same, right? So from
relatively.
Almost identical, yeah.
Still different.
Yeah, almost identically though.
No.
Say again.
Like, would we see the same sunbeam going towards us, or will we have our own identical one always and forever? You'll never see mine, and I'll never see yours, no matter how close we stand together.
Yep.
Yeah, but for example, like, all right, if we're looking at a street lamp way far off in the distance, right? It's there. It's our own view of it. So yes, we see our own light source of it from that light source, but we know where the light source is, right? We can point to it. It's right there. I see it there. I point. You point. We're pointing at the same location.
No.
The sun and stars are a little bit different, huh?
Not far away. If you like look up in the street light in far away, you will see them like that lowering, and they will start to vanishing in your vanishing point. But they're actually on same level, and same thing work for your vision on the sky. You can even imagine like if you are like a circle, like flat circle that is circling around your head, but you are seeing them lowering. You are seeing them like depend on your position on the ground and depend on your vision.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about perspective, like in that manner.
So real quick though,
about, like,
real quick though, we won't even see the street light in the same position. It'll be slightly different for both of us.
I know, but like if we're standing on the same stoop and we're looking at the same light source, yeah, we're seeing it in slightly different, but it's almost exact. Like you're 1 foot away from me. We're seeing it in the same, the same spot.
Right.
And the only
exactly.
Hold on a sec, David. The
Like
only
if I point up at the Big Dipper and I use my finger and I point up at the Big Dipper and you're standing right next to me and you point up at the Big Dipper, our hands are going to be in this just about the same exact spot. So we're seeing them from a slightly different thing, but like, yeah, what's up?
Yeah,
like just about, but not identical. Yeah.
The only way we're going to be able to distinguish the difference, though, from like the street light, for example, is because it's physical in our realm to grasp, right? So when you apply it to the sky, you already went into it knowing that it's not the same. It's just not the same. Like it is individual. So like, I feel like you're trying to wrap it into the physical part of it with the street light, and then when it gets to the sky, you're like, but same though, even though it's not.
Well, see, that's the thing. I kind of see it as it is. Like again, if I'm standing here, you're standing next to me. We both point up at the Big Dipper. We're both pointing in the same exact freaking direction. Now, from across the country, it would look very different. And that's like we could never triangulate the sun at a distance, right? So I get that aspect of it, but I see what the dude is saying about the difference in the hemispheres, right? So I'm on board with that. The perspective is changing it from north to south, right? We see Polaris in the north. When we go to the equator, we see the vertical and then the vertical rotations. And then on the south, we see the opposite rotations, which is the same rotation, just from a different perspective. So I get that. That maps up. That's what we say is equivalent. But the positions themselves that are moving, the stars, they seem to move at the same place, the same places over and over again. Why are we calling them apparent when they continue to move in the same places over and over again?
You mean because there's a ground position?
I'm not going to agree with you any fucking harder than I already did. I don't know what to say to you, man.
Wait, Shane was saying something.
I'm just trying to understand.
Shane, what were we trying to say, Shane?
No, I got him. I got you, Shane.
Shane.
Right? You mean the ground position. You mean there's a definite spot on the grid of longitude, latitude that coincides with a right ascended declination. So there's a spot in the sky, depending on
Yeah.
the time, that will relate directly to a 1-for-1 to a spot on the ground. That's true. But you can
Yeah.
never actually see where that spot is. You can only calculate it roughly based on a cosine of where you appear to see it optically. So you're like, how many degrees off my horizon is that? Let me take a measurement. Let me do some trig, right? Some sine, cosine, and big. Let me just figure out. And it's like, yeah, well, then I'll calculate it. So you can calculate it, and I can calculate it, and our calculations can be similar, but we've never seen the same thing, right?
Yeah, like how Polaris is underneath my ground.
Oh, dude, the old Nadar, dude. Did you not see? Did you not
Yeah.
see the new
This is the
specifically
thing.
tailored address
I
specific to
saw
you
it,
message?
I
or no?
laughed. I
Same.
laughed. 'Cause
So
that's
did
the
we.
thing.
Hey, shout out to Indio, by the way. He made a great point last week, and his gotcha for Globers, and that you have to have this celestial sphere reference so that you can then also calculate this when the star's not where it's supposed to be, right? You have to then refer, especially down there in Australia, by the way. What does it say? 0.7? Was it off? Like, what was the percentage off? Alan, was it?
0.7
What you were saying?
Arkansas, I think it was.
Yeah. Okay.
From
Yeah. So
me,
that's quite a
from
lot.
me, Polaris is 37 degrees below the ground. 37 degrees.
No shit.
In
Keep
your
an eye out.
imagination.
It'll pop up or whatever.
Yeah. If only I could just reach up to the stars and give it a good pull, I could be able to pull Polaris back into my frame. But
Right.
37
Hey, you
degrees
know
is a
you know
lot.
what people are talking about when they're talking about the plumb bob having to adjust to the gravitational potential. Do you know what we're talking about when someone talks about that?
Yeah, it's
The
how we
plumb
do
bob.
leveling and stuff.
Oh yeah, right. So it's going to be like a little bit off. You know, they have to, like if you leveled your whatever it is you're using, your station that you're using to observe the stars, and it won't line up right? So you have to make those corrections by then referring to your spherical reference frame, right? You have like a guide. So those corrections, you wouldn't need those corrections, right? If it was actually a sphere. They have to correct to the sphere because it's not a sphere.
Yeah. And then that sphere is corrected to the original plane.
But hold on.
Yep.
Like, so you know the circumference that you think is the globe. Like, if I took that circumference and I made it on a flat plane away from me, but it was the same exact size, right? Would you be able to grasp that thing when it goes away from me comes back in exactly the same time?
Mm.
I think he's dipped out. Hey, Alan, I was trying to remember that thing that you know they say that they have to. I'll go. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hang on 1 sec. Multiple people talking.
So
whatever it was, go ahead.
I think
No,
it was
he's not
D.
talking.
No, I think it was D3. I don't think Swallow was replying.
No, it was
Swallow.
Was it?
He was trying to pipe up as soon as I started talking.
Yeah.
Swallow.
Maybe he's having technical difficulties.
I'm busy making dinner.
He's busy making dinner.
Dinner
Okay.
time here. It's
Never
night time
mind.
for me, guys.
Are you
Good
making
timing on your
shrimp?
dinner.
Daytime for you guys. It's night time for me. Funny that.
Okay, good. All right, we are definitely done with you anyway because you had no points to actually bring to the
I've
table.
got no voice.
Hey,
I got no voice. Get stuffed. I'm the only one who's actually been speaking logic in here.
Hell yeah, brother. Hey, what's up, brother?
You know that streetlight effect you had before? If we followed that narrative and we placed the sun in the same sort of perspective as the streetlight, the sun would just go perpetually off into the distance forever and it would never come back. It would go 1,000,000 kilometers away.
Nice.
That's not logical. That's not logical, guys.
Hey,
nice draw,
can I
man.
quickly chime in real quick? Is that hello? Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Ambassador.
Oh hey, Swallow. You know there are loads of YouTube videos by Globers, by the way, just like regular astronomers, that give classes online, and they're Globers. and they'll tell you that even if you're in USA and you're in your yard with, doing like a time lapse or whatever of the stars, if you face north, the stars will look like they're going counterclockwise. And in your own yard, in North America, if you face south, directly south, the stars will look like they're going clockwise. So it's like Shane was telling you, if you keep a roll of paper towel right on your nose, if you look to the left, they'll go one direction. If you look right, they'll go, the opposite direction, even though the paper roll is moving just in that one direction. So
yeah, I agree with you.
No, wait. You don't need to be in the southern hemisphere in order to see the stars going clockwise. You can do that.
Yes, I agree with you. But the difference is, right? The difference is the fact that when you guys look north, you can see Polaris spinning, like, above your height, right? Whereas I have to look south to see something spinning. That's the difference. You get one of your astronomers that you watch YouTube with and send them south. I'd agree.
I just explained that to you. Well, the thing about the spinning is that's all the apparent position, because everything converges. Again, you have to go back to the street light analogy. Everything converges, right? It all like compresses, and so the stars are doing the same thing. And we only ever see apparent positions. Like I remember as a child, when we were driving one time and the moon was kind of like just to my right, so it wasn't very high up in the sky. And I was just a 6-year-old child, and we were driving, and I remember telling my mom, I said, the moon is moving along with us. So it's like the moon was sort of keeping up with us in a way, because it's always going to be apparent position, whether the sky above, I'm talking about a flat earth, right? Whether it's actually a physical dome-shaped dome or whether it's a flat ceiling above us, we're always going to see dome shape because everything converges at a distance. So, what you see and what we see as flat earthers is always going to be the same. And it's like Shane was explaining. I was very confused also about this whole thing. But I think if you watch his videos and take it in slowly, you will understand how viewing and vision works. It's a little bit tricky. It took me a little while to really understand, but it doesn't matter if the dome above is flat or whether it's curved. It's always going to look curved to us.
Liliana, look, I understand what your point is, and you are generally right? You're about 80 to 90% right. But like I tried to say before, it's about the center point. It's about the center point of the spin. You see, you guys in the north see Polaris. That's your center point. When you look up, you do your star chart, there's a center point, there's a circle right around that. When we look north, we don't see a tight circle going around Polaris at all. You've got to understand that we see Sigma Octantis to the south. And this can't be explained by what Shane's model is. And I've watched Shane's model. I've watched them slow. I've watched them fast. I disagree with them all. And I don't know whether or not Shane's ever left America. I would like to know if he's ever come down the South Hemisphere or not, because I live it. I've lived it for 40 years. And maybe you should once in a while come and listen to me too.
I think we have a street light theory problem here.
well, look, Swallow, I have watched Shane's videos. It's very clear to me. So I don't know how you understand. Because see, your umbrella.
Have you watched any of mine?
Your umbrella analogy is not correct, actually. Because that's
I was trying to. Look, would you agree that?
Hang on, can you not interrupt real quick though?
Rotate over Polaris? Would you agree the stars rotate on the axis around Polaris?
It was an invitation for you to say, "Oh, please continue, Lily." Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, but you need to understand the umbrella narrative.
No, look, see, you know what? Polaris is not necessarily at our center. It looks like it is, but it's not. It's only because that is our field of vision. So we don't know where the center is. We don't know if there's a center. All we're ever going to see is apparent positions because that's just how it is. And so no matter where you go, there's going to be some star that looks like it's the center, but it really isn't. It's all just apparent positions.
I'm sorry, I would say that most people would agree that Polaris is generally the center of the North Pole.
Yeah, I mean, it does look that way, of course. Yeah, in our view, it is. But then, like you said, when you're in the south, something else is in the center.
Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis. But Sigma Octantis is not as perfect as Polaris. It's quite a bit far out. But I'll ask you a question. You just said, I've watched tons and tons of Shane's videos. How many of my videos have you watched?
I haven't.
Zero.
And if
Yes,
you,
zero.
well, you know what? If you have them online, I mean, on Twitter.
I do. I will send you a video. You watch it, and you'll understand it from an Australian perspective. And then maybe you might be able to compare apples for apples, and go, he has some interesting points, and he does live in the Southern Hemisphere, somewhere where Shane doesn't. Shane does not live in the Southern Hemisphere. Sacred does not live in the Southern Hemisphere. Alan does not live in the Southern Hemisphere. Pretty much everyone up on stage does not live in the Southern Hemisphere.
Well,
so
there's lots of Australian flat earthers that understand this.
Southern Hemisphere credentials found.
Yeah, well, on the plane down below, he's got everything wrong too, but he doesn't listen either.
58. I have a question. Do you know how horizon, how does it work? Do you know that, or do you think it's like objective, like curvature of Earth?
Well, the horizon is slightly, it's slightly optically, it's got a bit of an optical illusion to it, but it is a hard horizon, which is very, very tricky to see because of mirage and stuff. But it is an optical, there is a hard part of the horizon.
And this optical horizon?
It's about a quarter of a degree below your eyesight.
And this optical horizon, do you know how it works?
Well, because of mirages and so on and so forth, it's like a mirror effect. So it stuffs everything. It stuffs your vision up. You can't get it correctly.
I think there is the issue that you have with your interpretation what you see in your sky. Okay, so if you know how.
No.
Okay, never mind.
No. I'm sure most people in this room would agree that when you're taking observations across the level, you're going through the most amount of atmosphere as possible, right? And so that's going to warp your vision. Looking straight up, you're only having to deal with about less than 100 kilometers worth of optical issues. So looking across horizons, you get the most amount of problematic refraction. Looking straight up, you're just fine. Looking 45 degrees, you should be pretty darn close to fine. But looking horizontally, big problems.
Hey, Swallow, can you send me a link to some of your videos and stuff? I'll check them out. I want to see what you find that's different about the perspective argument that we have, and why it doesn't work.
Is that D639?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. I know. I'm gonna eat some food. I'll pass it off to other people.
Hey, it's actually been last call for about 2.5 hours. So y'all go ahead and say your finals.
My finals are always, I love all of you. And Swallow, it's okay. You'll figure it all out. But don't be angry, because it doesn't really, it's not productive. We're all here trying to figure out the truth. And and I think, if you go beyond this whole stars and, what we see, just keep that aside for now until we figure it out. I think that we should check into other issues like motion and curvature and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess I'll add a final thought. I wanted to kind of jump into it earlier, but topic was mostly vision. Um, the measurements at a large scale, I think that's something that we kind of should look more into and find if they find like the longest measurements that we have, and kind of compare those to what we see. Plane survey measurements. Sorry, I should specify. Did any of you see that 100-mile bridge that I posted in the group chat?
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I think that would be a cool thing if we could do like an experiment on that bridge.
Why? Where, like, what kind? What do you mean?
An optical experiment, I guess. We maybe measurement if there's a way to do the horizontal measurement at like driving, as you're going across it, that would be cool. And like if we had some kind of a visual demonstration, how people do like the lasers and shit. Like if they were just like on somebody at the beginning of the bridge and then or somewhere on the bridge and then someone driving off in the distance, and so we could get a measurement of how far they are, and then either shooting a laser or some type of visual on them, with a camera, something in far off in the distance. You go over, say.
Oh yeah, I did see that or whatever. Did you see the critiques to it or whatever about the expansion and stuff and all that?
No, there was a critique. I missed it.
Oh yeah, there was. Yeah, it's pretty not feasible.
What do you mean? What was not feasible?
So the bridges expand, like one that's not 100 miles, just like the Verrazano Bridge, for example, expands 18 feet every day just from thermal expansion and contraction. So and then on top of that, they're built off center or what, like they're not built like level so that when they're under actual load, they'll become level and stuff. So I don't know like I don't know. What is this?
Oh, so you're saying, with those things, it wouldn't work, the experiment?
I don't know. Like you're talking about driving over it or something like that. Doesn't seem like it would be a good way to metric to do it if it expands 18 feet plus or minus on just a regular size one. There was just a lot to go over. India had some other critiques on it as well.
Got you. No, that makes sense. If it can't be done, it can't be done. I was just one idea.
Lots of straight bridges. You can see it from like overhead. I mean, it's flat, bro. But hey, Alan, I was going to ask you. The thing I was trying to remember, like the reason they have to say that the stars they're moving away from us at faster than light speed is because otherwise the sky would be filled with light. What was that thing called again? I forget.
Oh, Ubler's paradox. Yeah.
Ubler's paradox. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole night sky would just be an opaque white. Early, yeah.
Yeah. If they didn't say that they're moving away from us at faster than light speed.
Because all the light would have just, omnidirectionally collided into each other, and it would just be like a big, cohesive light beam in the sky at night.
Right. That's so funny.
Yeah, that doesn't actually make that much sense to me. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because we don't see light. We only see the light source, and then we see what it illuminates, but we don't see light in between that.
Right.
It's invisible.
From their way of looking at it, the way that the way that it even shows up the way that we see it as a small dot is because it has to be so far away. Otherwise, it would be. Otherwise, because of their size, is assumed, it would be exactly like that. So they put it that way and then separate it through distance to explain why it's not a giant, why it's like we see it how it is, and why it's not dog shit.
Right.
And they don't claim that we're seeing the light source. They say we're seeing the light that reaches us because, for all we know, that star could have died out a million years ago, and it's just now getting to us.
Right. Yeah. Which I don't think that's the case either. You guys think that's the case?
Well, obviously not. No, of course not. I mean,
I
these
don't
are all
know.
like
I don't know.
heliocentrics.
They make a pretty convincing argument with intrinsic redshift with no proposed mechanism other than just trust us, bro.
I like inherent.
Yeah, exactly.
assumptions,
Definitely
so.
not the case.
Absolutely.
Like after reading "Seeing Red" by Halton Arp, I'm slightly more convinced that the Big Bang Theory may be correct, boys. All the cover up they did to ignore his data and protect their model was really made me feel secure.
I'm definitely more comfortable.
What was that source again, Alan? Would you repeat that for the audience's sake? It was called
Seeing Red
by
by Halton Arp. You can go to ethercosmology.com and search in the little search bubble and type "Seeing Red," and I'm almost positive it'll magically come up in PDF form.
Bro, I can't believe I bought that whole the light can be arriving thousands of years later and what's out there could be already gone. I can't believe I bought that shit.
Dude, I used to love it, bro. I used to think I was so much smarter than other people because of how much I internalized it and thought that the meaning of life was out in the fucking stars that nobody could ever get to.
Yeah.
It's crazy the stuff that they get us with, man.
When we're young, we believe any damn thing, bro. Protect the kids, man. Seriously.
Did anyone else have any final closing words? Or is it about time to play out some music, some outro music?
I have maybe one question. I hope it will not bring big debate, but it's actually with the.
All right, so Donald Trump sorry, what?
It's actually with the doom or firmament or whatever. My question is when I'm thinking about electrostatic and that you need two Gaussian surface. And we have this electrostatic grid with potential and everything that we know about it. How it would work if the upper Gaussian surface would be curved? It wouldn't work, right? Or would
So it would have to be a sphere within a sphere. So as long as the two equipotential surfaces had the same concavity and were separated, equidistant from each other, then it would maintain a uniform gradient in that way.
Awesome, thank you. That was bothering my mind for a while.
Yeah,
Awesome,
no
thank
worries.
you.
Yeah, so check it out. Actually, there was a guy named Edward Dowdy Jr. who used the argument of treating the sun and celestial bodies as Gaussian surfaces, so that what he could do is invoke, instead of saying mass, attracting mass and gravity and all that, he would invoke the displacement he would invoke the causal mechanism for the motion and stuff is through an electric gradient. So by treating it as a Gaussian surface, you just change the mass into charge potential and electric flux that equals out, that emanates outward from the body at R squared, right? So what they're doing though, by doing that, is invoking where the gradient would be the strongest would be closest to the sphere, and then as it gets further away, it's going to be less, right? And then that's the way they describe it on Earth. Right, but the gradient gets stronger as it gets closer to the sky. So it's actually the wrong prediction for them, in that regard. So, because their whole thing is we could be a Gaussian surface too without another one on the outside. It's like, okay, cool, but then at least our gradient would have to be on the bottom of the sphere, right, not at the top.
Yep.
This is amazing. Yeah, I use that as an argument in the debate with
nice
Gaussian surface and grid.
Yeah,
it's a good argument.
Yeah, it's amazing. When I heard that first, it was from you and with it, and I was mind blown that nobody in science is not bothered by this. Victor, I think it was Victor Hess in 1918, first one who measured it. Like it's gradually like from ground to sky, and it's 100 volts per meter, right? Something like that. Or fluctuating a little bit, but it's like it's insane. It's like goes against the spherical model. It's go against like what would be on radio distribution. So I don't know, like nobody is like talking about this. It's like we live in the cult of scientism. Like,
Yeah, I guess your answer there would be Big G, right?
Sorry, what was that? I tuned out a second. I was reading chat. Who's the Big G?
He was saying like he doesn't know why there's no like scientific uproar about that. I'm like, well, maybe it's because of the Big G just stands in the way.
Oh yeah, no, they can never go back on any of it, man. After they committed to Cavendish and like weighing the Earth and then applying that to the sky with Newton's equations, like that was a wrap, dog.
Yep.
They're locked in. Every time I say locked in, I play the Witsit song in my head, like the like, I don't know the name of it, but you know, it's like locked in, glocked in, or whatever. God damn it! It's permanently ingrained in my head. I hear in lyrics now.
He got you.
okay, so for me, it was really nice session, and I just want to thank you, everybody here, especially to like Alan, Shane, Secret, Proud, like this place, this room that you make, like it's amazing, and just keep going because you are making like new people that is like same as us, and they are not afraid to speak up, and like we always like rant about the system and how it's wrong and everything, and how we are better and different and everything, but we are all the same, and we are the system. The people is the system, and more people we will wake up to how it should be and how it should work, the better place it will be for all of us. So it's like I think this is the way, and I think if there will be any change about how we perceive our place where we live, and the system and finance and everything, it will be like this way if we share the truth and make more people that they want to share the truth. And this way, I think it will be like peaceful revolution. That's just my idea, but I think this is the way to change this realm.
I guess I could add one thing for everybody who may be a little newer and want a lot of information in a little bit of time. If you got a couple hours, the presentation that I think Shane and Alan did last week, where they go over a whole bunch of stuff, man, that is a really good video to watch. I don't know the name of it though exactly. Alan, Shane, you guys know the name of that one?
Was it Sagnac or Relativity?
Sagnac, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm about to do that again tomorrow on Earth Awakening.
Are you really?
At 10 p.m. Eastern, and I added some new stuff and refined some arguments. Shout out to Franco, right? Like I know he can be a pest sometimes and be annoying, but he's been hounding me in the YouTube comments, and to the point where I had to try my bestest to refute him, and then I realized I was wrong actually, and he was making a good point. So he actually refined my argument a little bit by
Nice.
finally accepting his critique, which he stubbornly beat it into me. So
That's awesome. That's
played.
awesome. So I'm definitely tuning in for that.
Yeah, it just got even better. It got even more technically precise.
That's excellent. Guys, yeah, if you're interested in this stuff, man, take a look at that. What's up with the androids? Did they power off?
Yeah, everyone's got a low battery, bro. Well, dude, and then we got, I guess we'll be awake soon, too. Got a big event today, boys. I think. Allegedly.
Oh, he's alive. I saw it.
I saw it
On
too.
Twitter for update.
You guys want to have an emoji fight? Who can emoji faster than me? Ready, go.
Dude, I saw you emoji in earlier and I was a little concerned. Your emojis per second rate was way too high.
Shinku does that.
Yeah, I have a mouse with a macro like 12. Okay, I have a mouse with 12 macros.
Dude, that makes so much sense now, dude.
I have a super mouse that has all the buttons that you have my thumb. So
dude, it was spamming it so fast. It was doing like a cascading.
Everything I have is a macro, buddy. I don't press keys or anything. That's dirty.
Never pressed a key in my life. Yeah.
If I want to type Alan, I have a macro that says type ALAN, dude.
Dude, //SH and then it auto completes at it like transmorphs into @Shane.
Yep. Yeah. I only gotta do it once. Minimal effort, dude.
Yeah. You don't have friend macros?
Everything I've said, I've already said before. Nothing I've said is new because of this specific reason.
Shane, you're on Windows or Linux?
That's a very personal question, Ethan. I can't believe you asked me that.
Did you just ask me about my operating system, dude? You never ask a Android or about their operating system.
Oh shit!
You know who I vote for, too? Jesus Christ! How personal can you get?
So,
but do you smell that though, D3? It's Windows. Like it has a stench to it, right?
Yeah, I that's what I was leaning towards. Yeah. That's what I was leaning towards.
Do you politely decline to answer anymore, or what? Jesus. Well, this was a fun one. I'm glad it wasn't an hour. You guys were like, it's only going to be an hour. But then we started having so much fun. And you were like, nah, let it roll.
Yeah, I missed most of it. I fell asleep earlier and just got back a little while ago, a couple hours ago.
Ruhif was here. Or like other Ruhif? Or do we just call him all Ruhif now? Or whatever we're doing with that. Like
I mean, henceforth, all Australians are now Ruhif.
First Ruhif was here for a while. We had a good back and forth until he like surrendered. And then he appealed to like the wrong person when he was president. He appealed to this paper as like, well, I needed a consensus. And then for 30 minutes, this awesome chick ripped his ass about it. It was like, you're an idiot. You need other people to think for you. You're an idiot. You just gotta say it. It's really funny. And it was like, yeah, we don't disagree. But he did say he wants other men to think for him. That is correct. Yeah, that's his position. Yeah, we don't know.
Jeez.
I got stuck over at Earth Awakening's plane smacking Quaalude Ruhif earlier, right before this. So I'm glad no one wanted to debate that tonight because that was all.
Did you say
drained already.
Quaalude?
Did you say Quaalude?
Different designations.
That's what I call him. He sounds like Ruhif on Quaaludes.
No, I got it immediately. That dude wasn't bad though, because dude, he like honestly, what's his name, Darren or whoever his real name is. He came over to our thing yesterday, and we had a hour and a half epic back and forth on GPS reference frames, the ECEF, ECI. Definitely refined our argument there. Threw out a new derivation of big G on the spot, relation to torsion balance, weight, force, and then related that to little g. And then it was an epic back and forth. And he was weirdly prepared for all of our arguments, which we found impressive, until we also found out that he had talked to our other boy who had gave him all the gravy, trying to hit him with something else. And this dude had weaponized bro knowledge against other bros, which we support, right? Like
we were so impressed. We extended him an invite. It's like just a little bit of preparedness, and look at what a great I don't know. It was a lot of fun.
I don't care that you're faking it, right? Like you were prepared and we had a great back and forth. My requirements are met as far as I'm concerned.
You were dazzled by Daza.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, that was it. But like because of him, we get to talk and have an excellent conversation for the neutral observership, so that when we clip it, the 20 minutes is so packed with like respectful back and forth that everyone learns.
I have to say, he was an ultimate gentleman when I was plane smacking him earlier. He didn't lose his cool once. He came in like a flurry of other ballers that have given up already, and he just calmly, put forth the belief that it all works perfectly fine without any real answer.
Dave, did you cancel out any maths, or did you get a chance to chest drive that, or nah?
Yeah, we got to teach that. To
little centrifugal
No, we didn't get that
acceleration.
far. No, we didn't have to get that far.
Bring it to that level every time you talk to people, dude. To be honest, you should be like, "How's your
should be your jumping off point."
How's your gravitation?
Rotating ball. How'd you say you calculated that again? Hold on a second. That was with respect to nothing. It's just made up.
What was that meow?
Oh, it's just one direction that you're gonna ignore to do your flight path. That sounds very kinematic to me, not very dynamic. Are you fucking with me? Are we on a stationary plane? And you're telling me that it's a non-inertial reference frame only through kinematic nonsense?
Yep, that's exactly it. Interesting new discovery about that mass, with the mass of the Earth being canceled out. For the
I love how it's like discovery. It's like, or Bennett told us how it works, and how it's always worked, but no one's told us.
400 years ago, yeah, that they knew it, and that everyone's known it, and that people who don't know it today are retarded. That was how we framed it.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
So everybody always knew, and now nobody knows. And it was like, okay, that makes sense. Like, how do we use this weapon? Is this a bazooka? Which way do I aim it? How do I fire? Excellent, thank you. That'll be all. I'll take it from you. We still did that's like this last dumping of math where we're just gonna go. Like, it's like leaving an armament to a bunch of teenagers, dude.
Oh man!
He came in with some geocentric math, some kinematics. He was like, "What are you? Underground? Need a radius? Well, like, how about to the center of a surface?" We're like,
dude,
"Oh,
we haven't even gone back for that one. The one that removes the center of the ball. You know how every calculation they're like, boys, but it's based on ball. Bennett gave us Bennett gave us the ball remover, dude. We have a ball remover.
Yeah, let me take this globe evidence and remove that ball right out of there, shine it up, and
So he was saying that like pretty much all of his colleagues are retarded now.
Yeah,
and most everybody else. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and he did say that Alan's presentation that we're going to see today, and then he called it his wanger was a banger.
I mean, exact quote.
He's
93.
Yeah, this 94-year-old dude adapted to our colloquially adapted lingo so quickly that I was 100% sure that Alan was lying to me. I was like, you're making shit up, as you tend to do sometimes, homie. Obviously, Robert Bennett didn't say it like that.
Wait, so Alan told you he said that wanger was a banger and you didn't believe that he said that?
Yeah, I was like, oh, he obviously complimented your presentation in some sort of eloquent, sophisticated, professorial manner. Oh, no, he said little and direct quote, your wanger was a banger with hyphens and ERs. Like,
wow, extra cred. Wow. Yeah. Impressive. 94? Oh, my God. That's unbelievable.
Right, dude? Your parents can't use Facebook and shit. I mean, come on.
My dad doesn't know how to work his email yet. He has my mom open it for him.
Yeah, think about that. And we got Robert Bennett. Like, you gotta go set up the TV for your grandma who can't plug it in. And this guy's like, well, how do I give a presentation to all you young lads on all the shit you think you know again? Hold on. Which button is it? I was like, okay, this is gonna be great.
Right? Then he's adding like musical drops and shit to it. And,
like, how do I connect with young people? What do you guys like? Music? Well, okay, I'll just find a bunch of music about lies. Dude, all that music got all three of us copyright struck, banned, stop the stream. It was such a catastrophe.
Right. You cannot use copyrighted music, by the way.
That video of the mechanical thing was like 10 minutes, and it immediately like it ruined everyone's stream. They were like, YouTube's like, stop! You're all thieves, plagiarists.
Man, that mechanical arm video got us, huh? Real shame. Oops. Looks like my browser crashed. And then now it's not opening. Very nice. Very nice.
He gave us either a whole bunch of math, agrees with everything we say, is a definite geostandard, invented the new category, gave us a new hashtag. But does he believe in curvature?
I don't think he's ever even made an argument for curvature.
We're all like, we don't know because no one's ever asked him.
Yeah.
We don't care. Nobody cares. Imagine living 94 years, thinking it's a curved globe, and then for the 95th year, being like, nah, it's a plane. Imagine the determination that do it. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it would feel like wasted time a little bit, yeah.
There's no way. There's no way he knocks it out for the last, like, I mean, whatever. Just saying.
Well, that's the reason most people don't want to talk about it being flat, or especially if they've got experience like the guy we were talking to earlier.
Years thinking this way, why would I have to change?
Yeah. Every critical decision is a significant decision they've made in their lives. Has been under that paradigm, and we know that it makes a difference because that's what people think when they think, oh wait, this changes everything about the way I look at the world. So people that come into this thinking it wouldn't make any difference, you soon realize that it would make a difference, and that's where the cog disc kicks in, because they see everything like not only in their future like an avalanche, but their past may have been different if they had known this before. So it's that much harder to accept the older you get.
So where's the evidence? Where's the pictures beyond the ice wall?
Oh, really? We're going to start in on this when they're trying to close the show? Nah. Where's the
All
pictures
right, it's
beyond
too
the ice
late.
wall?
I'll save it for next time.
Where's the pictures beyond the ice wall? Where's the edge, man?
Where's that orbital rotation proof? Sorry. I couldn't help myself.
Good morning, everybody.
He's back. We're here for the first time. We're back.
Dude, I ain't lying, man. I straight up fell asleep last night.
Is that because you started a pregame 12 hours before that ended or whatever?
Man, I was like, I woke up. Oh, shit. How long has my hand been up? Oh. Is that guy really serious about that ice wall thing?
No, don't engage. He was not serious. He meant it as a joke. Matter of fact, all questions now will be jokes.
Yeah, they've been trying to close out the show. I don't know if Sacred's still here or not, but I know they've been trying to close out for a while.
I keep trying not to talk.
About to play music over y'all.
I just want to come in and say, what's up, y'all?
Hey, what's up, Cage? Sorry, it took a little long yesterday.
No, man.
Everybody for pulling up, though.
I was listening. It was all good stuff, man. I feel sorry, I for your loss and stuff and all. But yeah, man. No, I was listening. I was agreeing with a lot of it, man. It was like, no, I was just sitting there listening. All of a sudden, it's like, bam, I was out. And then I woke up like, I don't know, like 10:15 or something like that. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know. So I hope I wasn't. Were you guys calling on me? Was I like just ignoring you? Like, Brian. I hope I wasn't like.
By the time we got to you, you had disappeared into the ether.
All right, that's cool then. That's cool. I was just hoping you were like, Brian. Brian. Now it just looks like I left. Didn't look like I fell asleep on everybody. Drooling all over myself.
Actually, that's Flat Lads right now.
Oh, man.
Oh, wait, who's up? What the hell?
He's back with us. Now I'm drinking some coffee. I'm ready to go. I'm ready for another 13 hours. Let's go, man. You guys are ready to go, right? Stationary Saturdays? Like, shut up, Brian.
They were like, we're only going to be here for an hour tonight, guys. And we were like, okay, man, we'll be supportive, whatever you want. And now we're like, shut up and let us keep talking. What do you mean? It's only been 8 hours. Can we go another 2 days?
We love you, bro.
Promise I'm going to make it up to y'all next week. Or sometime before that. You never know. Tune in to my profile. You never know what's going to happen.
We got you back, though, man. We got you. We'll pull up the Slack. I don't know if anyone can see. Oh, man. Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, I was a bad boy again, man. I don't even know what I did this time, man. These people are so soft, man. It's pathetic, man. I mean, seriously, you can't even talk smack with these guys. They just anything makes them triggered now. They're just going after people, man. Don't engage with the trolls, man. They're just looking for any reason to lay the smack down on you. They feel empowered by crying. I ain't never seen nothing like that, man. Most people nowadays, they couldn't make it through the 70s, the 80s, and maybe the 90s because they came out with grunge music and that shit just sucked. I think that was the start of it all, grunge music. Participation trophies. Guys need to get a little more thicker skin there. Gonna start a fight, be in a fight. Don't cry when you get punched in the mouth. Jeez.
Brian keeps him crying.
Man. But yeah, so I got a new account. So ghost to the ghost to the ghost to the ghost, man. Ghost lives matter. Globies, you suck, man. You're just pathetic, weak pieces of crap, man. It is what it is. Learn your stuff, man.
That was kind of like the moral of the story for episode 107. It's making sure that you allocate your energy wisely.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of new at this stuff, man. I ain't lying. I never in a million years thought I'd be anywhere talking to anybody about anything like this, or even voicing my opinion on anything. I've only been doing this stuff for a year. I ain't used to all this hater stuff, man. And yeah, it's a learning curve. It's a learning curve, definitely.
A learning horizontal.
There you go. Trying to get in front of that curve, though. I don't want to be behind the curve no more.
So just a quick recap. The Globies, the anti-flirts, mainly the anti-flirts, they're on their last leg. Their foundation is weak. A lot of wild stuff going on that side. They don't have anything to stand on. The only thing they have is unimpactful tactics. So we're going to neutralize the tactics and the toxicity. We're going to focus on what we do. We're going to keep it pushing. We're going to keep it moving. We're not going to let nobody misrepresent us. But when they do, that's very telling. I'll go check my pinned tweet for an example of a blatant misrepresentation. Shout out to Wizard.
Dude. Straight up. I'll totally lie and exaggerate. I don't care.
Like, you're not in front of hundreds of people.
Well, we kind of care, man. We're over here trying to be honest and shit.
So what happened with that experiment where they were gonna take a flat earther and a globe earther to Antarctica to witness the 24-hour sun in Antarctica during the summer?
Yeah, man.
Didn't
Hit
anybody?
the link in my bio and check the replay. We kind of talked about that earlier.
Oh, you already
Want to
talked
bring
about
it
it.
up
All right.
next week? You want to bring it up next week? You could. Don't really care to talk about it, but matter of fact, no, I don't even feel like getting into it. But yeah, we don't really talk about it because it's just like, for what? Don't really care. Guy caught lying. Don't want to talk to liars. I don't want to talk to nobody dishonest. I don't want to talk to nobody with deceitful tactics. I'm over it. Only want to talk to honest globe earthers with integrity, or anybody that just have principles.
Principles, man. Little integrity, man. Little honesty. Little humbleness, man, to realize that you're going to hear some contradictory things, man, and maybe go look at them before you jump all over. I mean, people are arguing stuff they learned. Google it right now. Oh, okay, I Googled it in 3 seconds. Now I'm an expert. Shut up.
Yeah, things change when they get on a mic, unfortunately. Very easy to come off a certain type of way in a reply. The mic is very different. And we keep seeing that time and time again. So I encourage anybody who is engaging in this conversation as we close this off on Stationary Saturdays, implement Steelmans. Try to establish a baseline with who you're speaking with. That way you can determine if the conversation is going to be quality or not. Don't waste your time. There's a lot of people out here looking to drain your energy. A lot of people out here not looking for answers. They're not right with themselves. There's some internal battle that they're going on inside of them, and they're projecting that out onto flat earthers. You got the best community on Twitter. And they're jealous about that. They don't have that camaraderie. They don't have anybody. They don't have anything but a bald belief that defines them. You got more than that. They don't like that. They don't like to see us keep pulling up every single week. They don't like to see us sticking together. They want us going against each other. Don't allow other things to divide our community. Keep it intact. Because sticking together is probably one of our strongest suits. We built this thing from the ground up and we're going to keep it moving. Just understand that some people up on this internet is not here in an honest manner. They're not here to operate in good faith. They're not here to learn the truth. They're not here to learn anything. They're here to push their bias, their religion, their unsubstantiated claims. And some of them are even paid to do it.
Dude,
Talked about that a little bit last night. It's getting spooky out here, y'all.
You say how much you're getting paid?
He did give a figure, and I forgot, but he did say it was 6 days out the week. Crazy. I'm like, they're just. I mean, I appreciate at least that much honesty.
I can
be your paid chill.
I can use some extra cash, man. I think I'm better at this globe shit than the globies are.
Oh yeah, I'll be telling them that. I'm like, man, if I was a globe earther, I'd be what? By the riches. I would make the globe earth so lit, making stuff up, making it sound good. Flat earthers don't got to do that though. We demonstrate our claims. Anti-flares cannot. And that bothers them. That would bother me too. Too bad though. Sooner or later, y'all gonna have to make your own decision. But until then, we're gonna keep on cooking. We do got some topics planned for the near future. I want to get some more guests in spaces. There's a few more voices I like to interact with. So I'm working on that in the background. Y'all stay tuned. Some exciting stuff going. But protect your energy, y'all. That's all I can really say. Protect your energy. There's a reason why that y'all the focus. These guys could be doing anything else. And they nothing but in your replies, running up your
I didn't
engagement.
see anything on your profile about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Are you bullshitting?
About the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
No, he said check the replay of this space, man. He already went over that.
Yeah, check the replay. Bullshit. Fuck that.
Or not.
Wait. Do you want this to be your last time here? Is that what you're asking for? Sounds like you want this to be your last time in Flat Earth Fridays, Scott.
Bro, yeah. No. I'm here trying to have a good faith argument. You said there's something about the 24-hour sun on your pinned profile comment?
No,
there's nothing there, bro. You're lying.
First of all, I have a lot of content on it. Fake 24-hour sun videos, but I said we talked
There's
about
no fake
your
24-hour sun videos, bro.
So if I post it, then what are you gonna say? If I show you that it's posted, what are you gonna say?
I'll repost it.
If I show that there's a tweet of me talking about the 24-hour sun that you couldn't find, that you weren't capable, that you didn't have the ability to search on a simple website called Twitter X, what does that say about your research skills?
Wow, dude, there's real video of
Answer my question. Answer my question. If I post,
search your
answer my question.
shit.
Answer my question. Answer my question. If I show you, I wasn't even talking about a post. I said link in bio. That's what I said. You can't even focus. So maybe you should probably take a step back.
I checked your bio, bro. I didn't see it. It's a bunch of jumbled bullshit.
What? There's literally a link in my bio where I have the live. Are you okay, bro? Are you drunk? Are you coherent? Hey, I don't really like your attitude, bro, but this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying when you talk about people that you allow to have like a voice on the platform and it's like spiraling out of control.
Yeah.
At a certain point, man, we're gonna have to stop engaging with these like low vibrational like weirdos. Because
you just want an echo chamber? Go ahead, bro. Fuck you.
Echo chamber, bro. You are up here not adding no value. What are you talking about?
Dude, you ain't doing nothing but being argumentative and kind of being a jerk. So what's the point?
I want to see your link
what you want, bro. I don't care what you want. I literally don't care. I don't care, bro. I don't care what you want. I literally don't care at all.
You are 8
You
hours.
go hear what we talked about when it comes to the
107
flat Earth.
episodes late.
When you talk about this Antarctica, whatever. If you want to listen to that, you can go check the link in my bio. If you have trouble doing a search in my bio for the link, then you're not even going to understand anything anyway, if that's too difficult of a task for you. So Scott, have a nice day. See you later. Enjoy your ball. You won't be over here anymore. See you on YouTube, brother. Anyway. So yeah, shout out to the level heads, man. That's a prime example. I don't know why they get these weird crash outs of these anti-flirts. It's super weird, bro. I just don't understand. But anyway, I appreciate all of y'all for showing up, hanging out until Stationary Saturdays. I feel like we about to wrap this up after keeping this open a few hours later than what we wanted to. But unfortunately, I got to go handle some IRL. Life comes at you fast sometimes. Faster than the motion of the earth, for sure. That's non-existent. But it's all good, man. I'm here. I'm here because of y'all. I feel the love. I feel the support. And I'm here for y'all too. So it's Squad 4L, Level Heads 4L, Flat Earth Fridays 4L. 107 weeks. 108 next Friday. Let them know where we at. I promise we're going to pull up a little bit earlier so that way we can do our thing like we normally do. We're going to keep on cooking, man. Shout out to Proud. Shout out to Alan for helping me co. Shout out to Squad for lending their opinions from love. Glober's going wild. Clearly.
Yeah, fucking science, bro. Goggles, nodules, fucking science, bro. Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class.
Flatter Fridays and chill.
Log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Some did, some didn't. Anyway, didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year Geneva Convention? Wait, what was that?
What was that?
In front of class? What? You want to teach? You really think you're smarter than me? No, sir. Sit down. Here's your homework on the atom bomb and the World War, how it affected us then and now. Well, I seen the footage and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean...
I get to you this week. I'm going to get to you next week.
I don't know. Fucking science, bro. Level. Okay. Goggles. Science.
Everybody get a mic.
Fucking science, bro. Welcome to history. We evolved from Neanderthals. That is no mystery. Well, why are there no monkey fossils? What, are you kidding me? I'm just saying. I just should have learned that way back in elementary. Man, this nigga don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I have a diploma. Do you have a diploma? Or we're learning disorder? My wife is a lawyer. We both have a daughter. She's doing fine with the things that we taught her. I'm just using the scientific method. Did we evolve from Electronica Boy or Homo erectus? And all of the fossilized footprints in the fossil records don't show a line of thrust. That's not consistent with compression. What the fuck did he just say? Yeah, okay, smartass. This is real knowledge. Save all the hippie shit for art class. It's really starting to bug me on this one. Gonna have to trust me on this one. I've done the studies on this one. Real little rusty on this one. I mean, why can't you just answer my question on the subject? It's not in the fucking book. It's not up for discussion.
I'm a proud flirt.
I fucking love science. I love science. Level, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Damn, must have been the hell of them Stegosaurus. It's over century burning fossil fuel. Still ain't no shortages. I ain't saying I'm Neo, but I'm nothing short of
AlanSpaceAudits.
This was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You can blame my disorderly conduct on my subordinates.
ADL.place.
Who's to blame for New Orleans? Why the poorest people always get extorted by corporate giants? We don't boycott, we buy in, and I find it unfortunate. Yeah, me plus you plus her, that's four. Bring your worst, and I'm gonna bring much more. Yeah, leave your nerves, your skirt both at the door. Add it up. In case you didn't know. Fucking science, bro.
Shout out to the cosmology.
Much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro.
Level, moonshine. Goggles, moonshine. Nodules, moonshine.
Fucking moonshine. How many fingers am I holding up? Come make them beatin' if you bold enough. Bobby Ray don't give no ounce of fuck. Your team is weak and beat your bouncer up.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What up, Indio?
Hey, stop making out. I know your mother, Susan. I'm gonna tell Susan about this. Here in Florida, SpaceX is moments away from making history. 8, 7, 6,
Which it gets me.
3, 2, 1, blast off! It's fact that the Earth is flat.
It's a fact
that the Earth is flat. It's fact that the Earth is flat. It's fact that the Earth is flat. It's fact that the Earth is flat. It's fact that the Earth is flat. It's fact that the Earth is flat. It's fact that the Earth is flat. It's fact that
that the Earth. NASA allows us get to it around 1962ish. They tried to get through it the very first time. Mushroom clouds filled the sky. The Soviet Union and U.S. got denied the other side of the firmament. They couldn't access it. About that time, they invented NASA ships that couldn't pierce through the sky. Operation Fishbowl, go on and imagine it. And I ain't asking when I say that space is fake. That this ain't no adding to it. See, the Masons made the Matrix maze and used religion to take away your faith. Hey, I guess I was just saved by grace, woke and not just a daily eighth of the face. And for a second, I ain't know if I should do this song, but then I thought, ain't no one could prove me wrong, cause it's fact that the Earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the Earth. NASA lies. They want you to believe that it's your eyes. The moon is 200,000 miles away. Nice try, they ask. Why would they lie? Say 50 million plus a day seems kinda high. Besides, we are the apple of his eye. Take away the dome. Stop lying. Are you surprised? And if so, why? Think about it, man. Really a big bang? Then evolution? How could we get stardust? That's as nuts as Isaac Newton. All the research that I've been doing, you could even do if you're blind and stupid. Get a book on tape or YouTube and view it. It all makes sense. They don't want you to see the truth or to believe the truth, cause they believe you don't even need the truth. It's all made up, the elite, they're all in a club, and it's all gonna get worse. They signed it in blood, but in Yah's name holds faith and trust. So I'm just chilling, trying to tell y'all what's up. Repent. It's fact that the Earth is flat. It's fact that the Earth is flat. It's fact that
this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the Earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? Astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot. What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? You globers about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's the height of the Earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Just saying.
That stuff is flat.
Stationary Saturdays.
That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
Y'all feeling emotion?
If you lie to the government, they'll put you in prison. But when they lie to all of us, it's called being a politician. You think taking guns away will save our kids from the killings? But you're pro-choice, abortion kills way more children. If America's so terrible and racist, it probably isn't safe to encourage immigration. Just saying, all the contradictions are embarrassing. You know who hates America the most? Americans. Trigger warnings used to be on TV for seizures, and now they're everywhere to protect millennials' feelings. He, she, his, him, hers, them, they. Screw a pronoun, cause everyone's a retard these days. I hear him preaching at the protest that hatred's the problem, but hating straight men, white folks, and Christians is common. Coca-Cola telling people they should be less white. They preach intolerance, but if you disagree, they fight. There's a race war here, elections based on fear. Black lives only matter once every 4 years. Soldiers died for this country, and every one of us benefits. Give welfare to the bums and forget about the veterans. Black folks and white folks divided by the news, but we are all the same. We are red, white, and blue. Ashamed to be American? Okay, that's cool. Cause honestly, we are all ashamed of you too.
Y'all are so fake. Oh no. The forecast said that there'd be snowflakes. Whoa. You can make us see it your way. No way. Gasoline and propane. More flames. Oh no. No more snow. snowflakes.
They set us up to fail, that's what they built the system for. Put an ammunition shop across the street from a liquor store. Empowering women used to be different than this before. The role models got OnlyFans or dance on a stripper pole. Screw it, I ain't tripping, I don't mean to be mean. But if our children are the future, then our future is bleak. They take an Adderall to focus, hit McDonald's to eat. They're addicted to phones and they take Xanax to sleep. They blurred the lines dividing communism and democracy. It's 2021, we paint the patriots as Nazis. The men playing women's sports get trophies for winning. Like, great, let's celebrate a man for beating some women. If you're black, your life matters, you're supposed to embrace it. If you're rich or you're smart, then you're probably Asian. If you're gay, then you're brave, all of that I'm okay with. But if you're white, the stereotype is you are a racist. Blaming capitalism like that's the reason things are tough. While you tweet from an iPhone and sip on a Starbucks. You're supporting what you stand against, you don't think you are, but a Percocet addict don't donate money to pharma. Damn, dog, we're all afraid to speak the truth. And the more afraid we get, the more we hate the ones who do. You're ashamed to be American? Okay, that's cool. Cause honestly, we are all ashamed of you too.
Y'all are so fake. Oh no, the forecast said that there'd be snowflakes. Whoa, you can make us see it your way. No way, gasoline and propane, more flames. Oh no, no more snowflakes.
We can all get along, but there's no stopping. Everybody's wrong, that's a real problem. They don't want to hear it, but they still talking. Soon enough, we running out of options. This ain't gonna end till it's in the coffin. We ain't gonna be friends till we try to squash it. I don't know how we can make amends or we drop it. Snowflakes melt when it's hot, kid.
Y'all are so fake. Oh no, the forecast said that there'd be snowflakes. Whoa, you can make us see it your way. No way, gasoline and propane, more flames. Oh no, no more snowflakes.
Hey, keep it G. Be like gravity.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Once upon a time, it was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, you know, cause it has to be.
Cause it has to be.
Got a lot of nerve. I think I'll see Waldo before I see the curve. Still talking about gravity, Einstein? How about you show us the bending of space-time? Hey, what happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine. Nah, man, but the globe's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid.
My bad.
What do you mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge? Are you ready to step out of the matrix? Or are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense? I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. All I see. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Wait, what? Oh no, I was talking about the theory of gravity. The law of gravity is still in effect.
Ride bad lane with the top back. Speed no brakes with the gas at. Quicker than cop, push your cat back. So you already know where the strap at. Man, you already know when you're in beast mode. Man, you already know a nigga past that. Everybody false flag. Man, you already know a nigga blessed. You already know. You already know. You already know. I can tell you cause you already know. You already know. You already know. You already know.
Love one another.
I can tell you, but you already know. I'm a nigga running with my hands up. I'm just fucking all these bands up. Simple man, I don't demand much. I'm just trying to roll these grams up. What you wanted me to say to you? Give you something new, awaken you. Find a topic that's conveyable. A prophecy that's inescapable. This the world that they portray to you. Sovereignty is unattainable. Justice too is unavailable. The judge's ruling is persuadable.
Flat Earth Day, what up?
Who you worship, who you praying to. Watch these fakers what they say to you.
see the truth is unmistakable. No, they wouldn't lie to me, dog. No, they wouldn't lie to me, bro.
They wouldn't lie.
They wouldn't lie to the world. No, they wouldn't lie under oath. Right. No man can be high as the law. The law that was sworn to uphold. It's too late, the door's been closed. Too many stories been told.
It's a funny game.
Stories been told.
Believe that it's all the same. Forgot to think what I just said.
Stories been told. Too many stories been told. Started out for the love of the soul. Woke up and saw the blood on the song. Woke up and see the sun, it was cold. Wondering where the fuck did I go wrong? Where's the time gone? Where's the time gone? Lost in the time zone. What's got the time wrong? Where does the time go? I don't wanna die long.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show, level heads.
If it's part of the show.
I know we run Flat Earth Twitter.
Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates, but my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long.
Global's gone wild.
His beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. Said the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show.
He's on fire!
You don't know if it's part of the show.
Anti-censorship, what up?
If you don't know,
rest in peace, the globe.
You don't know.
The dude. Flat Earth Dave, Chris. What up, Mr. X? Flat Lag, Doug. Howdy, Bill. What's up, Lucy? Not Brian Sweet. Rock, I see you. Blocky Podcast. Flat Earth Check. Yeah. Post Justin. What up, Crash? Sweet Jay and Karen. Someone somewhere. The truth. Pat David. Barbara Dan. DNL Boom. 1312. Matt, what up? This guy, see you. Diplomat. Aaron Lynn Fox. Chill Shot. Tyler in here. Sierra in here. Tom with us. The Human with us. Doob, I see you.
I don't know Owen.
I see you. Jenny G. Shout out to you, NDS. Appreciate you, Kat. Melissa, I see you. Okay, Alex. Wendell Douglas. And all the rest of the level heads. Episode 107 of Flat Earth Fridays. Globe is going wild. Level heads stay strong. Stationary Saturdays. Thank you, Proud. Thank you, Alan.
What's happening?
We out.
Get off Twitter and go outside.
Stay off the weed.
Unless you gotta be high enough to see the curve. We out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our episode of 107 of Flat Earth Fridays. Let's see, tonight I'll be going live again at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to give a presentation on GPS, SAGNEC, and relativity. So we'll be going through that again. And then, let's see, Monday night will be reading night. Little reading of the PDFs with the boys. All right, then Tuesday night, we'll be doing probably some sort of generalized recap of our most recent presentations and just kind of talking with the boys and recapping and, fine-tuning arguments and stuff like that. And then Thursday will be the community sesh, and then we'll be Friday again for another Flat Earth Friday episode 108 this time. So, later, guys. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming out.